It being 11:03, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Affaires émanant des députés, reprise du débat.
Private members' business, resuming debate on Bill C-624, an act to amend the national anthem, standing in the name of Mr. Bélanger.
Member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the round of applause. Mr. Speaker, it's my pleasure to rise to support the private member's bill C-624. This bill will change one verse only in the English lyrics of our national anthem, replacing the words, in quotes, true patriot love in all thy sons command, end of quotes, to, in quotes, true patriot love in all of us command, end of quotes. And that is with the intent of ensuring gender inclusiveness in our anthem. The French version is not affected. The New Democrat strongly supports gender equality. The proposed legislation introduced by the member for Ottawa-Vanier reflects a long-standing goal firmly supported over the years by initiatives by NDP MPs, including Judy Washley-Solis, Sven Robinson, and most recently, the member for Vancouver East. Since 1980, no less than 9 bills have been tabled proposing this very change. Mr. Speaker, tradition is certainly important, but Canadian values of gender equality and inclusiveness have moved beyond mere sentiments. They are now principles firmly entrenched in Canadian law. We join in singing our anthem to express a common love of our nation, its values, principles, and accomplishments. When the English lyrics of our national anthem were written in 1908, women had not yet been granted the vote. Much has changed since, with women finally recognized as legal persons, granted the right to vote, the right to run for elected office, and majorly expanded role in the military. I am proud to be a member of the caucus with the largest percentage of women. I'm equally delighted, Mr. Speaker, that over 60% of the New Democrat candidates in the current Alberta election are women inspired to run by a strong and eloquent female leader. While this symbolic change is important, we recognize that gender equality will only truly be actualized when governments address the gender gap in accessing education and employment opportunities through universally accessible childcare, pay equity, and a national strategy to end violence against women. While the French lyrics of our anthem remain as written in 1880, the English version changed many times. In 1913, the original neutral and inclusive version was altered from, in quotes, dust in us command, end of quotes, to, in quotes, in thy sons command, end of quotes. As our anthem was made official by statute, changes must now be made by Parliament. In 2010, the Prime Minister committed in the throne speech that the anthem would be rewritten to make the language more inclusive, and then he reneged on this undertaking. Many calls have been made since to recognize the modern role of women in our anthem, including notably by Sally Goddard, mother of the first female military member killed in Afghanistan. Canada claims to be a world leader in terms of the proportion of women in its military and the areas in which they can serve. According to the Department of Defense website, the Canadian Armed Forces are highly regarded as being at the forefront of military gender integration. According to the department, women can now enroll in any CAF occupation and professes that all career opportunities are based solely on rank, qualifications, and merit, not gender. Women have been involved in Canada's military service and contributed to Canada's rich military history and heritage for more than 100 years, which of course makes it additionally reprehensible that we would have reverted to this discriminatory language. The largest number of women served during the Second World War. which may be a surprise to many Canadians, when many performed non-traditional duties. Since 1971, in response to the recommendations of the Royal Commission on the Status of Women, the Department expanded employment opportunities for women in the military. With the passage of the Canadian Human Rights Act and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms, women's military roles were again majorly expanded. Presently, women serve on a number of global operations ranging across the spectrum from peacekeeping and humanitarian assistance operations, presumably in Nepal today, where we give those people our deep heart feelings, through to stability and security and peace enforcement operations. Mr. Speaker, according to the Department of Defense website, and I quote, "Although the CAF do not keep track of the gender of deployed personnel, it's safe to assume that eligible women are likely to be serving on the majority of our missions. The history of Canadian servicewomen is an important part of our national military heritage, and their achievements contribute to the full and equal inclusion of women in our society and national institutions. Be they men or women, regardless of race, religion, or culture, CAF members share a common goal: protecting the country, its interests and values, while also contributing to international peace and security. Today, Canada is a world leader in terms of the proportion of women in its military and the areas in which they can serve. Among their allies, the CAF are highly regarded as being at the forefront of military gender integration." End of quotes. Mr. Speaker, the Conservative member for Richmond Hill, in speaking to this bill, said that the government backed off on their announced change because their 2013 poll showed major opposition. Yet a 2015 poll found 40% strong support for the amendment and 18% somewhat supportive of making our anthem gender neutral. Only 13% expressed strong disapproval, a significant shift in opinion from 2 years back. Mr. Speaker, it's time that our national anthem reflected the true role served by Canadian women in building and protecting our nation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for St. Paul's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is an honour to speak to this bill entitled An Act to Amend the National Anthem Act. The bill proposes a simple change in the English lyrics only. It proposes that true patriot love in all thy sons command become true patriot love in all of us command. Therefore, changing only 2 words, thy sons, with of us. There are all kinds of reasons why we would want to sing in all of us command. We love our country and all of its people. Our anthem is important to us, and we want to clearly include every Canadian. All of us are proud to sing O Canada, and O Canada should embrace all of us. These 2 words that we want to reintroduce in O Canada are small yet meaningful, and we would ensure that more than 18 million Canadian women are included in our national anthem. Since 1908, Judge Stanley Weir amended his poem in 1913, 1914, 1916, and by 1913 he changed the second line of the poem to true patriot love in all thy sons command. Many believe the change was in response to the events leading up to the First World War, in which men and women from Canada proudly took part. We do honour the Canadian men who fought for liberty in those battlegrounds. We honour them and all who died. We honour them in our anthem. But Canadian women also served in the First World War, not as soldiers, but in other functions, especially as nurses, and many died. We have commemorated them in Parliament's Hall of Honour. However, we have not commemorated them in our anthem. In 1927, the 60th anniversary of Confederation, the government authorized Judge Weir's song for singing in schools and at public functions, but kept the second line from the 1913 version, not the original 1908 gender-neutral version. Incidentally, other words were changed in 1927 and again 1980 when it was enacted by Parliament. A National Anthem Act was introduced, passed and given royal assent on June 27, 1980. The speed with which this was done did not allow sufficient time to deal with the outstanding concerns, such as the lack of inclusiveness of the English version. A lot has changed since we began commanding true patriot love from our native sons in 1913. Women were first granted the federal right to vote in 1918 by the government of Sir Robert Borden. Canada held its first federal election in which women were allowed to vote and run for office in 1921. It was the year that Agnes MacPhail was elected to the House of Commons, making her Canada's first female member of Parliament. There was the 1927 Persons case, where the famous five succeeded in having women recognized as persons and thereby eligible for appointment to the Senate. A few months later, in 1930, Canada's first female senator, Corinne Wilson, was sworn in. Less than a minute into 1947, once the Canadian Citizenship Act came into effect, the first born Canadian citizen joined us, Nicole Cyr Mazeral, a woman. The Royal Military College of Canada in Kingston started admitting women as students in 1980. Now women serve as soldiers, and just recently a woman was promoted to the rank of Major General, Miss Christine Whitecross. The adoption of our Charter of Rights and Freedoms in 1982 has led to the gradual and rigorous implementation of equality between men and women, which the Charter guarantees. We would be taking a very important symbolic step by ensuring that our anthem respects our Charter. Let us remember and celebrate the fact that our Canadian women won more medals than our men during the 2010 Vancouver Olympic Winter Games. In 2013, the Restore Our Anthem campaign was launched to change the English words from thy sons to of us. The list of the campaign's endorsers is impressive. Former Prime Minister Kim Campbell, internationally renowned author Margaret Atwood, Senator Nancy Ruth, former Senator Vivian Poy have lent their support to this campaign. The Honourable Belinda Stronach and Jacqueline Holtzman, the former Mayor of Ottawa, she sings All of Us already, as do I and a number of members of this House. Even CFRA talk show host Lowell Green told the member from Ottawa-Vanier that he supports the change. Maureen McTeer, Canadian lawyer and author, wife of the Right Honourable Joe Clark, has sent the member a note supporting the initiative. Former MP and leader of the NDP, Ed Broadbent, also confirmed his support, and former Conservative Senator Hugh Segal is on side. We've come a long way. The strides made by women in our society have been significant and should be fully recognized. Our anthem should not ignore the increasingly important contribution of 52% of our population. There are Canadians everywhere in this country in support of the change being advocated with this bill. We know this, Mr. Speaker, because we have the numbers. The results from the survey of Main Street Technologies are very different from the numbers cited by the government poll of October 2013, because accurate language is used. The questions and answers provided by more than 5,000 Canadians show solid support for a change in the lyrics in All Thy Sons command to In All of Us command. 58% of Canadians approve or strongly approve this change, and only 19% disapprove or strongly disapprove. The margin of error is 1.35%, 19 times out of 20, and you can see the poll questions and results on www.singallofus.ca. Last week, my honourable colleague from Ottawa-Vanier asked the government how it justified basing its position on the results of a question which misrepresented the current lyrics of O Canada. As usual, we retreated to a disrespectful non-answer. The often cited poll from Forum Research in 2013 is the point of contention. When asking Canadians if they supported a departure from the existing lyrics, Forum got the original lyrics wrong. Even the Toronto Star, in reporting these numbers, didn't catch the fact that the existing lyrics are All Thy Sons command and not, as was stated in the poll, all her sons command, as both organizations would have us believe. Wrongly, the Forum poll asked their sample of Canadians its view on changing the anthem from all her sons command to all of us command. Today, as we engage in the second hour of debate and on Wednesday, April 29th, a vote on the bill, let us hope that a majority of MPs will vote to amend O Canada to include all of us. That is, in quotation marks, all of us. It is the right thing to do. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Canadian Heritage.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise today to address Bill C-624, an act to amend the national anthem with respect to gender. The official lyrics are based on a poem written in 1908 by Justice Robert Stanley Weir. Although changes to the original poem were made prior to the adoption of the national anthem, it must be mentioned that no changes have been made to the English version since its adoption. Bill C-624 proposes to change the anthem by removing the words "thy sons" and inserting the words "of us" in the English version of the national anthem. This line was inserted in 1914 by Robert Stanley Weir, the original author, and has remained unchanged for 100 years. Mr. Speaker, the lyrics to O Canada are symbolic. The anthem, in its current form, is important to Canadians. O Canada is not only a source of pride and a reflection of our nation. It is loved by Canadians as it is. It is part of our historical legacy. As studies have shown, the anthem continues to be a sense of pride and belonging. A 2012 survey found that 78% of Canadians believe our national anthem to be a great source of pride, and another poll conducted in the same year found that 74% of Canadians believe that our national anthem best reflects what Canada really is. The anthem is a very important Canadian symbol. As more recent surveys have revealed, the majority of Canadians oppose changing the anthem to make it gender neutral. A 2013 study found that 65% of Canadians opposed the change, including 61% of women. Only 25% supported a change to gender neutrality. The sponsor of the bill correctly mentioned that this poll used the phrase "her sons" instead of "thy sons." And while this is correct, his reasoning is that Canadians who were asked a question over the telephone instantly thought that this was a reference to our Queen and opposed the change. Considering there was an off-cited 2002 poll that showed only 5% of Canadians actually knew our head of state was the Queen, this line of reasoning shows the member is stretching this issue just a little. The core question in the 2013 poll still asked Canadians if they wanted a gender-neutral anthem, and, Mr. Speaker, 65% of Canadians said they did not. In fact, 61% of women in that survey said they did not want a gender-neutral anthem. Supporting this bill could send the message to Canadians that their opinions do not matter and that Parliament doesn't want to listen to them. O Canada is an anthem, and Parliament shouldn't swap out phrases without the support of all Canadians. And, Mr. Speaker, I strongly disagree with the NDP member for Vancouver East, who in our previous hour of debate said that O Canada was, and I quote, offensive. That's the word she used. And I can tell her, the member from Vancouver East, Mr. Speaker, that the person who sits next to her, the Leader of the Opposition, quoted and has been quoted as saying, "I think that when you start tinkering with an institution like a national anthem, you're looking for problems. We seem to have agreed on the English and French versions as they are, and I think that's probably a good thing." End of quote. I don't think I'd be saying this, but I agree with. I didn't think, Mr. Speaker, I would stand up in the House and say that I'd be agreeing with the Leader of the Opposition on too many things. But I think on this issue he's got it right. And I think he should share his concerns with the member for Vancouver East, who said in February that opposition to this anthem was a no-brainer. Mr. Speaker, I think it's outrageous that the Canadian national anthem, regardless of what your position on this particular issue is, whether you think it should be changed or shouldn't be changed, should be calling our anthem outrageous. It is a source of pride for Canadians across the country. In fact, her own leader called the anthem wonderful, stated the anthem shouldn't be changed, and that it is what it should be in terms of its importance to Canadians. And I do think, Mr. Speaker, that the member from Vancouver East, while her position on the anthem is hers to hold, that she should actually apologize to the House and withdraw the remarks that she made about our Canadian national anthem. I can't think of another country in any type of parliament or House of Representatives that would have heard any member stand up to say that about their national anthem. Mr. Speaker, our government is committed to recognizing women who have individually and collectively helped build the strong, proud, and free Canada that we have today. And every year, commemorative events such as International Women's Day, Women's History Month, and important events such as the Governor General Awards in commemoration of the person's case represent important occasions when all Canadians recognize the tremendous contributions women make to all aspects of Canadian life. As an example, initiatives for the commemoration of World War I and World War II include recognizing the invaluable role Canadian women played in our country's military efforts. Canada also recognizes and celebrates the instrumental role Canadian women have played to build our great country during Women's History Month. During this month, we recognize the contribution of Canadian women and highlight their achievements in all areas of life: politics, sports, medicine, business, education, and it goes on, Mr. Speaker. Not to mention the vital accomplishments of the famous five: Emily Murphy, Nellie McClung, Henrietta Muir-Edwards, Louise McKinney, and Irene Parlby. Women whose leadership in the fight for equality paved the way for future generations and whose statues stand just to the east of this building on Parliament Hill. Our government has done much to help ensure the many contributions and achievements of women are recognized and their remarkable role in society is highlighted. I do believe in gender equality, Mr. Speaker, and so does everyone on both sides of this House. And we recognize and definitely highlight the incredible and numerous contributions women have made to the building of our beloved country. I do not, however, believe that changing our national anthem is a way to accomplish this. Neither do the majority of Canadians, including the majority of Canadian women. Supporting the bill, Mr. Speaker, would also open the door to further proposals to change the national anthem. You open the Pandora's box to further changes and weaken the anthem as a symbol. Given that Canadians have already spoken loudly and clearly on this issue, I will not be supporting this bill. I do understand why the sponsor put this bill forward, and our government proposed a similar change in the 2010 speech from the throne. The reaction, Mr. Speaker, was overwhelming. And while some members of the opposition may claim from time to time that the government doesn't listen to what Canadians are saying, on this issue, Mr. Speaker, immediately after learning what the reaction to the change in the anthem, and don't forget this was shortly after our huge successes in Vancouver at the Olympics that we hosted, there was a sense of pride. This anthem was sung so many times across this country. And the reaction to the type of change that we had put forward, a moderate change, not unlike the one made by the member, but it was a reaction that led us to understand that this is an anthem that is sacred, this is an anthem that is enjoyed by Canadians, and is not an anthem that should be subjectable. Any form of change to an anthem that has memorized, known, and sung literally hundreds of times a day in our country, whether it be, and it doesn't matter geography, Mr. Speaker, all of those that are part of this country that are Canadian citizens understand, know, and love what our national anthem stands for. They understand the importance and the significance and the symbolism of not changing that anthem. And, Mr. Speaker, if I might, there are very few countries that delve into changing the symbol which is their national anthem. Yeah. And when you open the door to change, Mr. Speaker, there are going to be those that are lined up, whether it be this issue with respect to the anthem or another. And I believe that the best way to maintain the symbolism and the importance of this anthem is to keep it exactly the way it is, Mr. Speaker. Everyone understands it, everyone knows what it stands for, and everyone loves singing "O Canada." Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Ottawa-Vanier will now have his 5 minutes of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just listened very carefully to what was just said by the Parliamentary Secretary, and I have to indicate to him that there are some errors in what he said. He did say that the anthem wasn't changed in 100 years. That's correct, but it was changed from 1908 to 1914, and the original version included us. And so to say that it wasn't changed in 100 years is not exactly accurate, because the anthem has been changed a number of times in those 100 years, the English version, that is. So he's not correct in saying that. And when we're talking about our symbols, Mr. Speaker, our symbols tend to evolve just as our society does. And I'll give you two examples. In 1921, King George V included the maple leaf in our coat of arms, which wasn't there before. And it's because the maple leaf had become a symbol that Canadians respected. And in 1965, Mr. Speaker, we changed our flag. So these are two absolutely important symbols in our country. Both have evolved to reflect the evolution in our society. What the member has failed to understand, in the last 100 years, there's been a significant evolution in the equality of genders in our society, including the 1982 Charter and so on and so forth. So for him to say what he just did is not accurate, and to base it on a poll that misquoted or misrepresented the anthem is rather strange, Mr. Speaker, because the anthem, the poll that was referred to in 1913 was quoting "True patriot love and all her sons command," and the actual words are "thy sons, not her sons." And the polling firm who did that should live up to their mistake, and if it wasn't a mistake, acknowledge their intent to misrepresent our anthem in a question to put to Canadians. And the numbers that the government speaks of are faulty, and I hope that my colleagues know now that if they're going to actually follow Canadians' opinions, they need to get it right. And I, too, have commissioned the poll, which has been sent to most of my colleagues, Mr. Speaker, and the results of this survey conducted by Main Street Technologies are very different because accurate language is used. And the questions and answers provided by more than 5,000 Canadians show solid support for a change in the lyrics from "all thy sons command" to "in all of us command." 58% approve or strongly approve, and only 19% disapprove or strongly disapprove. The other thing we need to know, Mr. Speaker, in 1980, the anthems were approved in one single day in both this House and in the Senate. And there was a commitment made by the government of the day, a Liberal government, so I'm rising beyond partisanship here because this is important, to, in the following session, to review the anthem. The Honourable Ed Broadbent at the time and the late Walter Baker, who was representing both parties, agreed with that and wanted it to include all of us, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Florence Bird in the Senate made the same comments, and it was confirmed that the government would do that. It never happened. And yes, we've had 9 bills presented, but this is the first one upon which we're going to have a vote. And I hope that the members represent the true spirit of Canadians and the evolution of our society and vote in favour. And I'll give you an example, Mr. Speaker. In October 22nd, we are well ingrained in our parliamentary sensibilities about what happened. But the words that parliamentarians used the next day reflect the evolution of our society. 13 members stood up, including the Speaker, in this place to congratulate both the men and women who so bravely came to our defence the day before. The members were the Honourable Member from Papineau, member from Haute-Gaspésie, from Ahuntsic, from Edmonton Centre, from Renfrew-Nipissing Pembroke, from Brandon-Souris, from Durham, from Surrey North, from Northumberland, Quinte West, from Ladbinière, Chute de la Chaudière, from the Yukon, the Speaker, and from Burnaby, New Westminster, Mr. Speaker. They indeed congratulated them. I want to congratulate those members for so effectively transmitting our thanks to both the men and women of our security service. It's important to be inclusive. Let's not forget that in 1914, only men served as soldiers. That's no longer the case. And let's also forget that it was only in 1980 that the House and the Senate started hiring women in our security forces. So let's be fair and let's include them in our anthem. Let's sing, all of us, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to conclude by thanking the members for their consideration of an inclusive national anthem, and I look forward to obtaining their support for this much overdue initiative. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order à l'ordre. The question is as follows. La question est la suivante. Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger, seconded by Mr. Sim of Bonavista Grand Falls, Windsor, moves that Bill C-624, an act to amend the National Anthem Act, Gender, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour will please say yea. Yea. All those opposed will please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the recorded division stands deferred until Wednesday, April 29, 2015, immediately before the time provided for private members' business. It being 34? Thank you. It being 11:34 a.m., the House will stand suspended until noon. We will pick up government orders at that time. Order. À l'ordre. The motion is as follows. Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux. Orders of the day. Sorry.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement.
Government orders.
Creation of an opposition motion in the name of Mr. McGuinty on government advertising.
Motion is as follows. Mr. McGuinty, seconded by Mr. Lamoureux, moves that the House A recognize that 1. Since 2006, the government has spent nearly $750 million on advertising. 2. A great deal of this has been partisan advertising that serves no public interest. 3. This is an affront to taxpayers who work hard and expect that the government will treat their money with respect. Par conséquent, que la Chambre demande au gouvernement de soumettre.
And accordingly, that B, call on the House to submit all advertising to a third-party review process before it is approved to ensure that it is an appropriate, proportional and prudent expenditure of public funds.
Member for Ottawa South. Debate.
Well, good morning, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much for allowing us to proceed this morning with this important Liberal Party of Canada Opposition Day motion. I'm very pleased to lead off this debate today, Mr. Speaker. I think this is a very important moment for us as parliamentarians from all political stripes here in the House. And the theme I'll come back to in a few moments, it's an opportunity for us to do right by Canadians and to improve in an area where I think there is a need to improve, an area where I believe all parliamentarians can come together to improve a particular expenditure system in the federal government. I want to begin by thanking my leader, the member for Papineau, for his probity, his support, his commitment to transparency, and his commitment to doing something better going forward, despite the performance and the practice of any previous government, Mr. Speaker. We have before us an opportunity, once again, to repeat myself, to improve the situation when it comes to this notion of government advertising and communication. I want to take a moment to reread this motion, Mr. Speaker, so Canadians get the fullness of its embrace. The motion reads that the House A recognise that since 2006 the government has spent nearly $750 million on advertising. B, a great deal of this has been partisan advertising that serves no public interest. C, this is an affront to taxpayers who work hard and expect that the government will treat their money with respect. And therefore, D, calls on the government to submit all advertising to a third-party review process before it is approved to ensure that it is appropriate, proportional, and a prudent expenditure of public funds. Mr. Speaker, I've always believed that all parliamentarians have an obligation to do everything they can to enhance trust and confidence in our democratic institutions and processes. This motion tabled here today builds on that simple yet powerful notion and is predicated on a simple and powerful idea: respect for Canadians' tax dollars and, arguably, respect for Canadians' intelligence. We learned just this month, Mr. Speaker, that the, quote, strong, proud, free, close quote, slogan that is currently bombarding Canadian television viewers is considered a cabinet confidence and will be sealed from public scrutiny for 20 years. This tells us that Cabinet is seized with communications, with outreach, with messaging, with its alignment with its own political priorities. And, Mr. Speaker, if we ever needed confirmation that this government is seized with sloganeering, there is no better evidence available. Now we have an insane situation where not only is the sloganeering overt and public, but we're being told it's overt, public, and secret. Mr. Speaker, it's time to bring Canada's federal government advertising rules into the 21st century. And there is a solution. In addition to this motion, on October 24, 2013, I tabled my private member's bill, C-544, the Elimination of Partisan Government Advertising Act. Mon projet de loi modifie.
My bill will amend the Auditor General's Act in order to call for an advertising commissioner to secure the use of public funding devoted to advertising. Like in Ontario, announcements of public interest and other governmental advertising, which is essential, will not be covered. Appointing a commissioner to advertising would enhance the accountability for all Canadians. My bill will be up for debate on June 2nd, and I welcome all party support.
The last several years, in the spirit of nonpartisanship, I have written to 2 consecutive finance ministers and offered them my bill to adopt as government policy as a low or no-cost budget suggestion. Sadly, they have not taken up this constructive suggestion that will save the taxpayers millions of dollars while costing almost nothing to implement. Mr. Speaker, there is a crescendo of voices now calling for action. I'd like to quote the Toronto Star from earlier this month on April 5th, 2015. Quote, "Using taxpayer money to lure Canadians to vote Conservative in the next federal election is a bit rich. In Ontario, the Auditor General's Office must approve all government advertising to ensure that it doesn't promote a particular political party. The same should be done in Ottawa. The government should follow Ontario's lead and rein in some of its advertising spending while it's at it. The member for Ottawa South was sponsoring a private member's bill that would establish independent oversight of federal advertising, argues the Harper government ads, with their Conservative blue colours and imagery, amount to propaganda. He's right. The government needs independent oversight of its advertising spending, and it needs to cut it just as rigorously as it has cut so many more worthy initiatives." Close quote, Mr. Speaker. Recent documents obtained by CTV News indicate the Prime Minister plans to spend $7.5 million in May alone to promote his so-called Economic Action Plan. $7.5 million, Mr. Speaker, in the month of May alone to promote his so-called Economic Action Plan. This new ad campaign is timed to air just after the release of the budget, and the government isn't apologizing for it. The ads continue to waste money that could be better spent on important services and programs. Money spent publicizing the Economic Action Plan this year, for example, would have been better spent promoting rail safety based on the lessons learned from the Lac Mégantic disaster. The final numbers in 2013-2014 illustrate this all too well. In that fiscal year, this government spent $42 million on Economic Action Plan advertising versus $34 million on rail safety. And this at a time when the government is in full knowledge of the human resources constraints, the lack of inspectors, the challenges with the transportation of oil by rail, the safety risks going through our urban settings, Mr. Speaker, and on and on. This is the kind of choice it has been making using taxpayer dollars. The government could have kept the federally funded National Roundtable on the Environment and the Economy operating. The government could have made sure that our local Veterans Affairs offices stayed open to make sure that our veterans were properly supported and served after their service. Mr. Mr. Speaker, I'm not suggesting that there isn't a place for federal advertising to inform Canadians of new government policies or for public service announcements. There is a role. There's a legitimate role. For example, governments need to recruit staff. Governments need to hold competitions for contractors who are bidding on procurement opportunities to retrofit a building, to maintain roadways, to provide support for temporary staff or furniture fit-ups. Or, for example, most importantly, to inform Canadians about important health issues or crises. For example, like the SARS crisis that hit Canada some years ago, or the H1N1 viral outbreak. These are legitimate uses of taxpayer dollars for advertising. However, what we're seeing and what we have concluded, and what most importantly Canadians have concluded, Mr. Speaker, is that most of the ads being propagated by the government are designed to promote the Conservative Party of Canada. And simply, in its crudest form, to buy votes. The common look and feel, the colours, between the Conservative Party of Canada's political ads and government advertising is indisputable. Advertising executives know it, and they tell us that these are aligned with the Conservative Party's political ad buys. At its core, this kind of advertising, Mr. Speaker, undermines the rules for fair play in our democratic system. We spend a lot of our time in this country assisting governments elsewhere, perhaps less than we should. I certainly like to see more of it as an investment made by Canada, but we do spend time supporting fledgling democracies and political parties around the world to show the way. Canada is the beacon. If you're looking to a model for democratic fair play, look to Canada. The problem is the use of public resources here in this advertising sector is an attempt to condition the Canadian public. How? By propagating overt and subliminal messages. Why? That's simple. To drive up the government's chances for electoral success. It knows it. It is shameless about it. It does not deny it. Here's another voice in support of that very assertion. Errol Mendez, Professor of Constitutional International Law at the University of Ottawa and Editor-in-Chief of the National Journal of Constitutional Law, wrote in the Globe and Mail recently, quote, "Now in government and outside the electoral period, the Prime Minister has found a way for his government to flood the media with partisan propaganda to the tune of hundreds of millions of our dollars. If such democratic subterfuge has the same effect of unfairness before an election, then the government is clearly undermining the spirit of the rule of law critical to fair elections. He has, in effect, made the government a third party that is allowed to spend potentially millions of dollars, making the actual limits in the election period illusory to some extent. This deserves a profound rebuke by Canadians." Close quote. Professor Mendez does not go as far as reminding Canadians about the litigation that was undertaken by the Prime Minister before he was Prime Minister to the very Supreme Court of Canada, arguing that there should be no limits on third-party advertising during Canadian electoral cycles. He lost that case. But you can see now, Mr. Speaker, what's happening is by subterfuge, using Professor Mendez's words, by subterfuge, he is using public resources to do precisely what he tried to do with private resources before he became Prime Minister. Selon Travaux Publics et Services Gouvernementaux Canada,
according to PWGSC, federal expenditures are always out of control. The proof: the government spent over $75 million in advertising in 2013-2014. The biggest spenders were Human Resources and Skills Development Canada's $11.7 million in promoting training programs. Natural Resources, $11 million promoting responsible resource development. And Finance Canada's $10.5 million amount for continued economic action plan ads. The 2013-14 total of $75.2 million is a 9% increase over the previous year. With so many needs in this country, Mr. Speaker, with seniors deciding whether to fill their prescriptions or buy groceries, no member on the government side can look their constituents in the face and defend this continued wasteful spending on propaganda.
And expand on this. With so many needs in this country, with seniors deciding whether to fill their prescriptions or buy groceries, with wait times for surgeries lengthening, with kids with type 1 diabetes unable to afford insulin pumps, exhausted frontline nurses, crumbling infrastructure, no member in this House of Commons from any party can look their constituents in the eyes and defend this continued wasteful spending on propaganda. Not a single one. Mr. Speaker, the Ontario Liberal government gets it. They continue to lead the way on this important issue. In fact, on Thursday, Ontario Budget 2015 was presented to the Legislative Assembly of Ontario, and it included the following. The Government of Ontario will propose amendments to the Government Advertising Act of 2004 that would modernize and broaden the scope of the Act to ensure greater transparency about how the government communicates through advertisements and improve the process by which government advertisements are reviewed. So it can be done. The proposed amendments support the government's commitment to openness, transparency and accountability in the way the government conducts business, including public advertising. Informed by the report of the Chief Electoral Officer, the province will also move to strengthen rules around election-related third-party advertising to protect the public interest. Mr. Speaker, the Ottawa Citizen reported in September that the federal government is spending millions targeting Canadians with Facebook ads. Facebook ads. In the Liberal Party's call for a third-party review process, there is a need to ensure that all forms of advertising are caught. Print, video, audio, billboards, pamphlets, internet, and increasingly, social media. They have gone so far as to using ad spots on the Xbox video game system, unheard of in Canadian history by any order of government. According to the Citizen, quote, the Tory government spends tens of millions annually on advertising and has been assailed for what opposition parties say is often a waste of taxpayer dollars on propaganda. Part of the advertising blitz has included spending millions of dollars on government ads during the NHL playoffs. Close quote. Canadians aren't being fooled. They are growing weary of, even hostile to, all the economic action plans. Plan ads, excuse me. Ask them about the billboards. Then ask them how they feel about $29 million being spent on almost 9,800 billboards around this country. The City of Ottawa, my home city, was forced to spend $50,000 to erect these billboards as a condition of getting infrastructure dollars. What does $29 million buy, Mr. Speaker? Over 500 full-time public health nurses for 1 year. Over 300 affordable housing units for Canadians desperately waiting for housing. 15,000 doses of chemotherapy drugs at a time when Canadians are suffering on cancer treatment waiting lists. That's what $29 million can buy for Canadians at a time when they are in need. In fact, 8 polls commissioned by the Finance Department between 2009 and 2012 suggest TV, radio, print, and internet ads are starting to fizzle and annoying some people. The most recently released survey, respondents say it's propaganda and, quote, a waste of money, while fewer people than ever are taking any action after viewing the ads. These are the government's own polls. Perhaps they should listen to the taxpayers of Canada, stop wasting their money on partisan advertising. Perhaps they should also stop advertising programs which don't even exist, Mr. Speaker. This is the newest twist in the saga of the use of taxpayer dollars for political purposes. In closing, Mr. Speaker, there's an opportunity for all of us to improve the way we manage and allocate scarce taxpayer resources. This is a discrete, focused opportunity to make sure any government of any political stripe, today and in the future, treat taxpayers' dollars with respect. I urge all of my colleagues to support the Liberal Party of Canada's motion to wrestle this challenge to the ground and to do right by Canadians, Mr. Speaker. Thank you very much for your attention.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I find it just a little bit rich, that this motion is coming from the Liberal Party. Let me read something to you, Mr. Speaker. It says, "This inquiry has arisen as a result of the significant concerns raised in the report of the Auditor General to the House of Commons with respect to the sponsorship program and advertising activities of the Government of Canada. According to her report, there were failures of internal control systems, a lack of appropriate documentation justifying material expenditures of public money, the payment of large sums of money to private parties with no apparent value being received in return, a systematic disregard of the applicable rules regarding those contained in the Financial Administration Act, a lack of competition in the selection of advertising agencies, and a general bypassing of Parliament." Mr. Speaker, my question to my colleague is, did he never hear of the sponsorship program? And where on earth is the $40 million that the Liberal Party owes to the Canadian taxpayer? That's responsible control of Canadian taxpayers' dollars, and they need to pay it back.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South. Order. Order.
Mr. Speaker.
Order.
Mr. Speaker, I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for International Development for that question. I don't think I can be nearly as negative as she can be. And I think there's an opportunity here for her to step up. This is an opportunity for all of us in this House to rise above this kind of dialogue and actually do something that will do right by Canadians. We have an opportunity to support a motion. The government can take the bill. The government can take other measures. It had a chance to put it in its budget. We're going forward, Mr. Speaker. It's 2015, and our job in here as parliamentarians is to try to improve things for Canadians. This motion will improve things for Canadians.
Questions and comments? Question come on side. L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
I certainly don't doubt of the sincerity of my honourable colleague over there, but it is a little ironic that this is being proposed by the Liberal Party. A little history. When they were in power, the Liberals used government advertising for partisan advantage as well. In the year 2000, when healthcare reform was a major plank in the Liberal Party's platform, the Prime Minister at the time, the Liberal Prime Minister Jean Chrétien, spent almost $2 million of public money on a 2-month TV advertising campaign to promote the need for the reform. Why did the Liberal government run the ad? When, rather, did the Liberal government run the ad? Right in the middle of the playoffs. So we got two parties behaving badly on the dime of Canadians, completely unacceptable. Why does my honourable colleague think that Canadians can actually trust them?
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Once again, Mr. Speaker, you know, it's important for all of us to look ahead, and there's an opportunity here for all of us. For example, Mr. Speaker, I could descend into the debate about NDP expenditures in different riding offices around the country, but that's not what we're here to do today. We're here to lift the debate up and take an opportunity in front of us here to actually improve things for Canadians. The thing about this motion, the thing about my bill, if it were ever passed in this House, Mr. Speaker, and I offered up to the government, I'm not proprietary about it, the reality is there's an opportunity here to bind any successive government, not just this government, but any government, going forward. Why would we want to do that? Why would all parliamentarians want to come together to do that, Mr. Speaker? Because it's the right thing. Because there's an opportunity for us to do so. Because this is about driving up confidence and trust in our democratic institutions and processes, and the way in which we spend money, scarce taxpayer resources that are sent to us every year by Canadians. That's the opportunity in front of us. That's why we're debating this motion. I think we can get it right for Canadians. We certainly can get it better than it has been in the past.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague from Ottawa South. There is one kind of government advertising that I would like to see a lot more of, and I wonder if my friend could turn his attention to this. In the budget 2015, there's a reference to there will be some spending at some point, details to follow, to promote Canadian tourism. I've been shocked for the last several years when I discovered that the current administration has cancelled all advertising to encourage people in the U.S. market, which is our single largest tourism market. There's not been one penny spent by the current administration on encouraging our U.S. friends to come here for a holiday. Now, we have a tourism season coming up. On the other hand, the only advertising in the U.S. market has been in favor of the Keystone Pipeline. A $200,000 ad, one single ad in the New Yorker was $200,000 all about the Keystone Pipeline, but nothing for tourism. And while I completely agree with the points my friend has made about using taxpayers' dollars for conservative propaganda, I do want to see this House come together to support getting some ads in the U.S. market ASAP for this coming summer season.
The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, I could not agree more with my colleague. That's why I spoke about legitimate expenditures with respect to how advertising can be accomplished in this country if it's run through a third-party review process. This is about ensuring that there's a third-party review process. In the case that I'm proposing, an advertising commissioner inside the Auditor General's office to make sure that these legitimate expenditures go forward. There is a need to advertise for tourism. There is a need to advertise for investment. There is a need to advertise for procurement and jobs and for recruitment. There is a need to advertise when we have public health crises, Mr. Speaker. These are profoundly important responsibilities for any order of government, certainly a federal one. My colleague is right. We're not recruiting the way we should be for tourism in the United States marketplace today. We're not recruiting for investment purposes the way we should be in the United States and foreign markets today the way we should be into Canada. So there's a whole series of legitimate exceptions that would be able to go through a robust and neutral filter. What won't happen, Mr. Speaker, if we have a proper third-party review process, is you will not have common look and feel advertisements coming out with conservative blue all over TV ads, aligned with conservative blue ads that are political in nature. There would be no red ads either, or no orange ads, or no political party color ads. So that way, Mr. Speaker, we can drive up confidence and trust. Drive up trust and confidence in our system so Canadians feel better about what government's doing with their resources.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was just about a year ago that I think one of the most egregious examples of government waste on advertising was displayed on television. A woman, Jenny Mignot, was seen chasing the Veterans Minister, begging for help. She had quit her job to look after her husband, who was at home suffering terribly from PTSD. The very same day, Mr. Speaker, that the Veterans Minister admitted in committee that they had increased their budget by $4 million that spring to advertise a program on which they had spent only $290,000. Wow. And then did it again in the fall of last year, another $5 million. That money could have easily kept open all 9 veterans' offices that they just summarily closed last year. And I want to add that to the list that the member from Ottawa South had given to us as yet another example of the gravity of this situation. I'm wondering if my colleague would like to comment further on that incident.
The honourable member for Ottawa South, you have a minute.
Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to my colleague from Guelph for his strong work on behalf of veterans and advocating on their behalf. It's always important to juxtapose government choices one against the other. The government had a choice. Spend $29 million on 9,800 billboards, or keep our Veterans Affairs offices open to serve our veterans. That's a choice. That speaks to values. It speaks to priorities. It speaks to, frankly, commitment. And so what we've seen with this example and so many more, Mr. Speaker, is so many profound, deep needs in Canadian society. Rail safety, transportation safety, all kinds of interesting opportunities and important opportunities, but the government is choosing to spend the money elsewhere. It's unfortunate. It can be stopped. There is a mechanism that's available to all of us in this House. That's why we brought this motion this morning. There's a positive alternative. We can come together, all parties, once and for all, create a third-party review mechanism, an advertising commissioner, for example, inside the Auditor General's office, and all of this will stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate, reprise the débat, the honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak in the House today on this motion presently before the House. I would not suggest for one moment that the honourable member opposite brings this motion forward with anything other than the best of intentions. But advertising campaigns are essential, for example, in ensuring veterans and their families are informed about the services and benefits available to them as they transition to civilian life, and after that transition and later in life when new needs related to service may become evident. This government has proved exceptionally good stewards of taxpayer dollars. We need to look no further than the fact that last week the Minister of Finance announced a balanced budget for this fiscal year. Mr. Speaker, the evidence clearly shows that this government's fiscal bona fides are well established. So with that in mind, I suggest Canadian taxpayers are well served by this government, and that what I prefer to call information campaigns greatly benefit veterans and their families. To ensure Canada's brave men and women are getting the support they need and deserve, we need to inform them of the services available to them. And to preserve the legacy of Canada's brave men and women, it is also important that Canadians are informed of their service and sacrifice. So, Mr. Speaker, my question to the honourable member is this: do we not owe it to those Canadians, those brave Canadians, to publicly honour their service? Do we not owe it to those Canadian heroes to share their remarkable contributions with our great nation? Do we not owe it to the families and descendants of those who served during the First and Second World Wars, the Korean War, in Afghanistan, in Iraq, in our many peacekeeping missions, many of which involved combat and serious risk to life and limb, and our Cold Warriors? Do we not owe it to them to remember and encourage all Canadians to remember their service and sacrifice? Do we not owe it to veterans and their families to inform them of the programs available to help them transition to civilian life or support them if they have sustained an injury during service? I believe we do owe it to them, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that's the very least that we owe them. And it is our responsibility to ensure veterans and their families are aware of what programs and benefits are available to them. Anything less would be a disservice to them, Mr. Speaker, to their families, to their sacrifice, and a disservice to all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, Canada has an extremely proud military history. I believe we can all agree on that. For generations, the men and women of Canada's armed forces have made tremendously positive impacts throughout the world, as well as here at home. In the natural disasters that strike Canada in the form of floods and ice storms, in support of historic national events such as Olympic Games, in responding to worldwide natural disasters, indeed as we speak with the rapid deployment of the Disaster Alert Response Team to the tragedy unfolding and underway in Nepal. It is extremely important that we honour their work, that we remember their service, and recognize the sacrifices they made in our name and on our behalf. And it is even more important that they are aware of the benefits available to them to ensure they transition to civilian life with the utmost success. The services and programs available to Canadian veterans are wide-ranging and among the best in the world. Veterans have access to a network of over 4,000 mental health professionals nationwide, top-of-the-line medical treatment, and generous financial benefits. We need to communicate to Canadian veterans to ensure they are aware of the services and programs available to them. If veterans do not know about the benefits available to them, they will not use them. Canadian veterans need to know that they have career transition services available. They need to know that they can access thousands of dollars each month if they have a serious service-related injury, or even if they have access to other services not necessarily related to injury, but simply through their dedicated service over long periods of time. And these advertising efforts do what is needed so veterans across our great country have the information they need. Through this information campaign aimed at both at veterans as well as Canadians writ large, we emphasized how the Government of Canada is committed to improving access to key supports and services and reducing process delays, such as the recent announcement of hiring 100 additional case managers and 100 additional disability benefits adjudicators, and ensuring veterans have access to the full range of supports available to them. Mr. Speaker, the facts show that this campaign was a success. Post-campaign analysis show that the campaign reached 46% of the general population. That's a lot of millions of people, Mr. Speaker. And immediately following the launch of the information campaign, applications from veterans and their families for disability benefits increased 13%. People who need the benefits need to know, and this helped. More importantly, and this is where the rubber hits the road, Mr. Speaker, the number of My VAC account registrations increased by 28% during the campaign. That's people who are now signed up, who are known in the VAC system, and will be communicated preemptively by Veterans Affairs Canada. For the benefit of members who may not be aware, Mr. Speaker, My VAC account is an extremely valuable online tool for Canadian veterans and their families, and every veteran should have one. Anything that helps to increase awareness of this tool, and especially anything that helps to increase participation in it, can be deemed nothing less than an overwhelming success. And that's not the end of overwhelming impacts with respect to this particular initiative, Mr. Speaker. Comparing website visits prior to the campaign to those during the peak of the campaign, Veterans Affairs Canada experienced an 876% increase in web visits. An 876% increase. That's pretty darn impressive to me, Mr. Speaker. Another example is the 2014 Remembrance Information Campaign. This particular initiative invited Canadians to remember them and educated our nation on the service and sacrifice of all who have served our country in uniform. It encouraged Canadians to get involved in remembrance, to be active in their communities, to visit their local cenotaph on Remembrance Day, to go online and learn more about Canada's military history, to be more engaged in honouring the service of Canada's men and women in uniform. A post-campaign evaluation says that 52% of Canadians recalled the campaign. That's pretty good awareness. That translates into roughly 14 million people, Mr. Speaker, an increase of 1 million Canadians from the previous year. The same post-campaign analysis said there were 732,306 unique visits to the Veterans Affairs Canada website, compared to 518,990 in 2013. That's a pretty significant increase. On Facebook, the numbers were equally or even more impressive, Mr. Speaker. On Remembrance Day alone, there were over 2 million video views in 24 hours and 3.25 million views overall. On YouTube, there were 1.4 million vignette views, compared with 35,365 in 2013. That's a remarkable increase, Mr. Speaker. All of these numbers matter because every time one of these videos is viewed, that's one more person who's becoming more familiar with Canadian veterans, their achievements, their bravery, and how they have made such a positive difference in our lives, in the lives of people around the world. It is very important to point out that these efforts in no way take away from the benefits and services offered to Canada's veterans. Each year, Veterans Affairs invests $3.5 billion, of which 90% goes directly to veteran services. Less than 1% of the total annual budget is used on information campaigns. This means that for every dollar spent on advertising, Veterans Affairs spends more than $800 on programs and benefits for veterans themselves. Again, Mr. Speaker, I ask the House, how can anyone question the effectiveness of this campaign? How can anyone suggest that this information is not beneficial to veterans and their families? And how can anyone suggest this information did not directly result in more veterans and their families accessing programs and services? It absolutely did, Mr. Speaker. Another case in point. This campaign also informed veterans about other programs, and as a direct result, more veterans come forward to apply for these very programs. Veterans will only apply, let me rephrase that, Mr. Speaker, veterans can only apply for something if they know it exists in the first place. Sadly, not all veterans and their families are familiar with the wide range of support, information, services, and programs that are available. Through this advertising campaign, veterans and their families were informed about programs and services such as career transition services, rehabilitation, financial support, and mental health services. It also highlighted education supports, medical assistance, and support services such as grass cutting, house cleaning, and snow shoveling. Of the roughly 700,000 veterans in Canada, only about 200,000 veterans and their families access programs and services from Veterans Affairs Canada. Many of the numbers not receiving benefits are simply those like me who do not need services yet. But many are probably still unaware of what's available. So we can do better, Mr. Speaker. And in order to do so, we have to inform and we have to educate. We have to increase awareness of the programs and services that may be available to veterans and their families. It can only help them, Mr. Speaker, and to suggest otherwise is simply wrong and short-sighted. It serves no one to have a robust program of benefits and services that veterans know nothing about. Our sole purpose is to communicate with and reach out to Canadian veterans in need. Why the opposition opposes this is simply beyond me. To ensure Canada's brave men and women have the support they need to transition to civilian life, it is essential they are aware of what programs and services exist to help them. Mr. Speaker, I also think it's important to highlight the practices of previous Liberal governments in any discussion of government advertising. Between 2002 and 2006, the previous Liberal government spent $270.6 million on advertising. And I don't recall what colour those advertisements were, Mr. Speaker, but I'm sure they weren't just black and white. That equates to about $6 million every single month, on average. So some of those months were much more than the $7.5 million that was quoted by my friend from Ottawa South that the government is spending in May. We'd like to go back further, Mr. Speaker, in Liberal spending, but the Liberal government didn't even track the amounts of money they were spending on advertising before 2002. But someone did track the funds, Mr. Speaker, and his name is Justice Gomery. He found that the Liberal government illegally handed out government advertisement funds directly to friends of the Liberal Party. I'd like to read a portion of the Gomery report that I believe is quite relevant to the discussion at hand. And I quote, "Under major findings, to understand the evidence presented to the Commission and my analysis of it, the fact-finding report must be consulted. It is those facts that allow me to draw the following conclusions. The Commission of Inquiry found clear evidence of political involvement in the administration of the sponsorship program. Insufficient oversight at the very senior levels of the public service, which allowed program managers to circumvent proper contracting procedures and reporting lines. A veil of secrecy surrounding the administration of the sponsorship program, and an absence of transparency in the contracting process. Reluctance, for fear of reprisal, by virtually all public servants to go against the will of a manager who was circumventing established policies and who had access to senior political officials. Gross overcharging by communications agencies for hours worked and goods and services provided. Inflated commissions, production costs, and other expenses charged by communication agencies and their subcontractors, many of which were related businesses. The use of sponsorship program for purposes other than national unity or federal visibility because of a lack of objectives, criteria, and guidelines for the program. Deliberate actions to avoid compliance with federal legislation and policies, including the Canada Elections Act, Lobbyist Registration Act, the Access to Information Act, and Financial Administration Act, as well as federal contracting policy and the Treasury Board transfer payments policy. A complex web of financial interactions or transactions amongst public works and government services, crown corporations, and communication agencies involving kickbacks and illegal contributions to a political party in the context of the sponsorship program. It goes on, Mr. Speaker. 5 agencies that received large sponsorship contracts, regularly channeling money via legitimate donations or unrecorded cash gifts to political fundraising activities in Quebec, with the expectation of receiving lucrative government contracts. Certain agencies carrying on their payrolls individuals who were, in effect, working on Liberal Party matters. The existence of a culture of entitlement among political officials and bureaucrats involved with the sponsorship program, including the receipt of monetary and non-monetary benefits. A pattern of activity whereby a public servant in retirement did extensive business with former recipients of sponsorship program contracts. And the refusal of ministers, senior officials in the Prime Minister's office, and public servants to acknowledge their responsibility for the problems of mismanagement that occurred. Mr. Speaker, the Gomery report shed light on the corruption and mismanagement of public funds by the previous Liberal government. For them to stand here in this House and criticize our government's expenses on ads is the highest expression of hypocrisy. Mr. Speaker, it's worth noting that the Liberals are rolling out pre-campaign ads that will air during the Stanley Cup playoffs. Imagine that, Mr. Speaker. advertising in places where they know Canadians will be watching. What a concept. Sort of like us, Mr. Speaker, where we placed information aimed at informing veterans where we knew veterans would be watching, and that is the Stanley Cup playoffs. Nice to know that Liberals are at least paying attention to what actually works. I'm proud of all the government programs and initiatives that have been discussed here today. It's shameful that the members of the opposite side would oppose informing veterans of programs that would benefit them, or the other programs that we advertise regularly about, Mr. Speaker. Especially because when our government spends money on advertisements, it goes into advertisements. When the previous Liberal government spent money on advertisements, it went into the pockets of the friends of the Liberal Party. They should be ashamed of themselves, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, thank you very much for the time to speak on this important matter. I'd also like to thank my honourable colleagues for their attention. I look forward to the rest of this debate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the remarks of the honourable member from my beautiful city of Edmonton, and that he concentrated his remarks on the need to inform our veterans about services available to them. But we need to recall, Mr. Speaker, that the money that this government has been spending on advertising has not solely been on informing veterans of their rights and opportunities to be better treated when they return from service. A lot of this money has been spent on simply advertising the party that they belong to, the Conservative Party, under the globe of Building Canada Economic Action Plan. And what I found particularly reprehensible, Mr. Speaker, is the millions of dollars that have been spent on simply promoting one economic sector, one industrial sector, the oil and gas sector, in the United States of America, and reportedly with very little result, having reviewed the usefulness of and the deliverables on that advertising, and yet not one dime on advertising the opportunities to diversify our economy, including promoting our burgeoning renewable energy and energy efficiency economy. So I would like the honourable member to respond of why they are not switching to diversify their ads instead of comparing themselves to the lowest common denominator.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments and question from my colleague from Edmonton. You know, Mr. Speaker, with respect to advertising in the oil and gas industry, that is the industry, the one industry, amongst many others, but that's the primary industry that is giving us the quality of life that we enjoy in Canada today. So yes, we're going to advertise it. Yes, we're going to participate in the green economy. You might ask the people of the province of Ontario how well that is working for them in terms of energy prices. Not so well. And Mr. Speaker, you know, I did concentrate on veterans because, as people know, that's one of my passions. But there's so many more things that we advertise, Mr. Speaker. And one that I'll be actually doing an SO31 on today, and I've just put out a press release, and we'll try to do some more, is from our very fine city of Edmonton when it comes to universal child care benefit, which, as we know, is a tremendous expansion and enhancement of those benefits for families. But there are still 200,000 Canadian families who have not applied for those benefits. In Edmonton alone, there's 9,834 families representing 16,617 children who have not applied for those benefits. They need to apply by May 1st, May 1st, Friday of this year. So that's the kind of thing that we also advertise. It's not just, you know, we're not one-trick ponies. I know they're fixated on the resource industry. That's just who they are. That's fine. They're welcome to that. But there's many, many more things that the government advertises well beyond veterans and well beyond families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I must say I'm actually disappointed in the member from Edmonton and the speech that he's delivered and how he tries to make it seem as if the government is doing nothing wrong with the taxpayers' dollars when nothing could be further from the truth. We're talking about $750 million that this government has spent, much of it absolutely wasteful, more just about patting the Conservative government on the back than anything else, at a time in which so many Canadians need support from this government, and they see it fit to do nothing more than spend taxpayers' dollars, hundreds of millions every year, to pat themselves on the back. Mr. Speaker, they are out of tune with Canadians. My question is very specific to the member. Can he tell us how or why this Prime Minister can justify spending $7.5 million this May to promote its own budget, Mr. Speaker, not the details of the budget, but rather the patting on the back of we have presented a budget which I must say is fundamentally flawed, Mr. Speaker. But why is this government wasting $7.5 million tax dollars to promote a bad budget?
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate the impassioned question from my honourable colleague. It's always entertaining to listen to him. I'll go back to a couple of things I mentioned in my remarks, Mr. Speaker. When we talk about dollars spent and promoting government programs or promoting budgets, that sort of thing, it's the same thing the Liberal Party did before, Mr. Speaker. There's no difference. He talks about the $750 million. That's over about 9.5 years. That equates to about the same amount a year that the Liberals spent between 2002 and 2006, which was about $271 million, Mr. Speaker. And if you do the math, it's pretty much the same thing. So, you know, his faux outrage, his feigned outrage is always entertaining, I suppose, but really masks the truth that, you know, governments do advertising for legitimate reasons. And certainly governments are going to promote their agenda. That's the right of every government. Taxpayers and voters will ultimately decide whether they've done a good job or not. With respect to the acceptance of the budget, there's a long, long list, and I don't have it with me, Mr. Speaker. There's a long, long list of Canadians and organizations that are extremely praiseworthy of this budget and the work that it's doing on behalf of Canadians, families, and all aspects of Canadian society. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de l'Honoré Mercier.
The honourable member for Honoré Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Earlier, my colleague explained why governments advertise to let veterans know what services are available. But the best way to communicate with those people is to call them, send them letters. It'll be cheaper and more effective. What's worse, the Conservatives have spent over $100 million on ad campaigns promoting war, but they've cut back on offices and services to veterans. So veterans are having services advertised to them, but those services are being reduced. So that's my question. Are they more interested in promoting themselves or helping veterans?
The premise of that question is absolutely 100% false. We're not advertising promoting war. That's a ridiculous statement, and the member should be ashamed of that. With respect to services or benefits and services for veterans, it is absolutely not being reduced. It is absolutely increasing. The recent announcements of more case managers and more benefit adjudicators, the extension of earnings loss benefit to lifetime, the increase in the access to permanent impairment allowance, the putting reservists on a level playing field with regular force members. And we do reach out preemptively or proactively, Mr. Speaker, with letters and contacts. But that's all part of the greater package, Mr. Speaker. And advertising is part of that package. And advertising at times like the Stanley Cup playoffs is exactly the right time to advertise, because that's exactly where veterans are watching the playoffs. This member should enjoy that and watch a game and lighten up.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. The honourable member for Bonavista, Vista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Many parts of what the elements I just talked about concerning the defence forces and the advertising I would accept and agree with. But the concept comes down to, within our motion, about having that third party as an arbiter to look at the type of advertising that may be misconstrued as something that is political. And by way of example, several years ago, the Economic Action Plan ad, what they had done was they had painted a large GO train with Economic Action Plan on it. Now, there's absolutely no information anywhere on that train that tells me what program that I can avail of. I think this is the type of thing that I think a committee would look at and say, okay, that's a little bit much, because all it is just one billboard with 3 words that taxpayers are paying for a lot. So I think the concept of having that outside body to say, yeah, I think you've crossed the line here.
The honourable member for Edmonton Centre.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question and the comment. I will say that, Canadians are pretty well educated when it comes to access to the Internet, access to information online. And Economic Action Plan, if somebody sees that and they're wondering what it is, which would probably kind of get my attention, they're going to Google Economic Action Plan, and they're going to find all of the things that can't be possibly put on the side of a train. When it's going by at whatever speed, Mr. Speaker, they're not going to read details. They're going to see the main message that will drive people to other methods of obtaining more information that Canadians are only all too familiar with, and very, very good at.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaires. L'honorable député de Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Haute-Saint-Charles, Charlesbourg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask my colleague a question. When I was watching some of the ads for the War of 1812, there was a sticker about a wine from 1812, but ultimately the government was advertising that war on Via Rail. Can the member explain that?
Well, thanks, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize for my lack of capacity in French, but there's some of that I think was missing. There were a lot more French words than came out in English words. But advertising the War of 1812, advertising Canada's military history, is a part of what every Canadian government has done and frankly should do. And I may have missed the comment about the wine. If it was advertising a Niagara wine, if that was the question, that's okay too. The wine industry in Canada, in Niagara or British Columbia or other places now, is another important part of Canada's overall economy. So, Mr. Speaker, any way we can get the word out about Canada's military history, about the contributions they've made to what we have today, about Canadian industry, especially things like the wine industry, which I particularly enjoy, I think that's a good thing, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Pontiac.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What's clear is that in the past, governments, both Liberal and Conservative, have used government ad campaigns in a partisan way. They've been funded by taxpayers, and they've used that to promote their own partisan goals. The goal for this government in particular, in the 2011 election campaign, the Conservatives talked about a strong and free country, proud of its history. Today, on the Conservative website, they're using the same slogan. Interesting. Is that a coincidence? Those key terms are found in government ad campaigns too. Strong, proud, and free. The same wording is used in the taxpayer-funded ad campaign for the 150th anniversary of Canada. The Conservatives have refused to release documents dealing with the decision to use that partisan slogan in publicly funded advertising. A reporter asked the Treasury Board to provide all the information that was used in choosing strong, proud, and free as their slogan. They said there was a document of 149 pages long, that was presented at Cabinet to justify the use of that slogan, strong, proud, free. 149 pages, that's pretty long. Imagine how long it took officials to draft a 149-page document justifying the use of a partisan slogan in advertising. It's incredible, Mr. Speaker. And a lot of the advertising for the Economic Action Plan contained no useful information about government services. According to the results of a survey done to evaluate the 2012 campaign, respondents described the ads as propaganda. And those aren't my words. Ordinary Canadians said it was propaganda and it was a waste of money. Only 6 people out of the 1,000 respondents, 6 out of 1,000 respondents said that they subsequently consulted the government website for more information. So the Conservatives also wasted $2.5 million on promoting a job program that didn't even exist yet. And the Advertising Standards Council concluded that those ads during the NHL playoffs were misleading because they advertised a program that had not even yet been negotiated with the provinces. It's incredible. Today, the Conservatives are wasting more money on income splitting, which is a policy that will benefit the rich, and those tax breaks don't even exist yet, Mr. Speaker. And I'll continue with a record that could be described as disrespectful, wholly disrespectful of taxpayers. Oh, I should also mention that I'll be sharing my time with the member for Newton North Delta. That's something we often forget to do as members, is to warn you that we're going to be sharing our time. So advertising for the economic action plan cost over $113 million since 2009. There was an ad for tax credit for investing in machinery and equipment. It's a good idea, an idea put forward by the NDP. In 2013, the Conservatives spent $16.5 million on advertising relating to natural resource development, and some of that money was spent abroad. In March 2010, Conservative government officials met with people from the Canadian Oil Producers Association.
And they agreed, amongst them, on a communication strategy. In 1 year, that money could have gone to over 11,000 eco-energy refits. It could have enabled Canadians to reduce their housing costs, the cost of heating their houses, rather. We are astonished by these expenditures. Since 2009, there's been more than $40 million in taxpayers' money going to advertise tax savings for Canadians. They could have used that to hold a national investigation in order to obtain justice for missing and murdered Indigenous women, Mr. Speaker. Now, that would have been a good idea. Advertising for the 150th anniversary of the birth of Canada is very high, and those amounts have been spent 2 years before the actual event, and it could have enabled us to keep Kitsilano open for another 15 years, Mr. Speaker. Now, some of these expenditures by the government are necessary, especially advertising for new Canadians with respect to government services available. However, for some years now, the government has been spending 10 times as much money on the Economic Action Plan than it has on advertising government services available to new Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we must ensure that these advertising messages are not partisan. Now, let's continue looking at their record in 2014. When certain offices were being closed at Veterans Affairs Canada, the government spent $4.3 million in advertising. In addition, the results of polls show that these advertising expenditures weren't even effective. It would have been better to invest that money in keeping the regional offices open for veterans to provide them with services. In addition, the Conservatives devoted more than $5 million to an advertising campaign on the War of 1812. That $5 million would have made it possible to hire many inspectors, rail inspectors, to make it possible to prevent another incident like Lake Megantic. Now, there was also money spent to advertise a program that didn't even exist. So there's the fine line between the offer of government services that really exist and partisan advertising for programs that don't exist. So it's clear why Canadians don't understand if a program exists already or not and how they can access it. Nothing has been done to teach people about changes to EI. Now let's provide an overview in numbers. This government in 2006, $86 million. 2007, 84, 79 the following year, 2009, 36, 83 the year after that, 2011, 78, 2012, 69, 2013, 75. 2014, well, we don't have those figures yet, but it wouldn't surprise me, because it's a pre-election year, it wouldn't surprise me that the number would be even higher than it was in 2013. But we'll have to wait and see. Now, Mr. Speaker, why is the government continuing to spend this money to put it on advertising when its own internal analysis has shown that Canadians don't support that type of waste? At a time when the government's closing service offices, how can it justify those expenses? If the campaigns are as useful and as nonpartisan as the government claims, then why is it so afraid of submitting them to a third-party assessment or analysis? Why did the Conservatives go ahead, despite the fact that their own officials told them that advertising linked to the Economic Action Plan violated Treasury Board rules? Why don't they want to release documents relating to the reasons behind their slogan, their new slogan? Mr. Speaker, the idea, or in fact the reason is clear, it's because they have something to hide. Now, the Liberals have been just as bad. Otherwise, they wouldn't be trying to improve their image with this motion. That's what this is all about. I'd like Canadians viewing this to know that there were abuses there as well, not just with the sponsorship scandal, though, but past governments used taxpayers' money, for example, for partisan advertising as well. $2 million, for example, used by the Chrétien government to promote the need for reforms to the healthcare system. They also did the same thing during, yes, and I reiterate, during the playoffs, the hockey, the NHL playoffs, like the current government. Now, if the government were truly serious about doing something to resolve this issue, I think they should look at the model in Australia, where they respect taxpayers' rights and money.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate many of the comments made by the member. The question I have to him is just to ask for the reinforcement of the very important principle that my colleague has raised in a question, and that was in regards to having a process, a third-party process that allows for a sense of independence and fair play in terms of ensuring that the tax dollars that we are using in order to finance public advertising is done in Canadians' best interest. In other words, that we at times need to recognize that there is a line that needs to be drawn when an ad does more for political opportunist re-election opportunities, if I can put it that way, versus passing and disseminating information that is important to Canadians. And one of the best ways of being able to deal with that issue is, has been suggested in the motion, and that is that we have a third party that actually does the review of government publicly financed advertising. Would you not agree?
L'honorable député de Pontiac.
The honourable member for Pontiac.
Well, I guess anything done is a good thing, but there is more that could be done than what's proposed in this motion. For
example, the federal government of Australia put in place a solution recommended by the member for Ottawa South, but it failed. So what did they do? They created an independent communications committee to examine government spending. That's a real solution, Mr. Speaker. And I would suggest that if we truly want to do something, that it's in that direction that we should move. The honourable member mentioned the electoralist purposes, but it's very clear that the Liberals are trying to enhance their image, and Canadians won't be fooled by that.
Side, questions and comments? Honorable député de...
The honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his presentation. I think he's shown very clearly that all of the money that's been spent recently by the government on partisan advertising could have been spent on meeting the needs of Canadians, money to explain programs that exist. Now the government is focusing and spending money on programs that don't even exist yet. My colleague talked about their slogan used by the Conservative Party to explain other programs. But what I'm concerned with, Mr. Speaker, in the motion here today is that it's being put forth by a party that has a past history of spending taxpayers' money. And the Auditor General himself said, and I quote, in 1998, 1999, and to 2002, 2003, the federal government, which was Liberal, spent some $773 million in advertising on a number of activities and programs, and those were the Liberals. That's what they did. So, in fact, in the past decades, we've gone from one government to the next using the same tactics and spending taxpayers' money in order to pay for partisan advertising. So it's quite it's crazy that it's this government that's proposing these changes today. So I'd like my colleague to tell me what he thinks about these partisan undertakings on both sides. The member for Pontiac, you have 50 seconds. Well, it's clear, Mr. Speaker, that blue and red are the same color, in fact. They've been in power for far too long, and it's time to replace them with members of Parliament and a government that respects taxpayers' dollars, that believes in informing Canadians so when their programs or services change, because that's what government advertising is supposed to be about, for informing people of those types of changes.
Debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm going to rise today to speak in support of this motion. We've heard a lot about advertising of government programs that don't even exist. But I always think it's ironic when we get bills like this forward, and I always say better late than never. And so it pleases me that the Liberal Party has brought this bill forward, because in the past, both the Liberals and Conservative governments have been criticised very heavily for using publicly funded government advertising campaigns to further their own partisan interests. And that's not news, and I'm not going to go into too much of the history around that, Mr. Speaker. And, once upon a time, when the Liberals were in government, they acted just like the Conservatives. And, it's sort of a bit strange sitting here having the Conservatives saying, well, we only did what you did, kind of. But what really matters here, Mr. Speaker, is that it's public, hard-earned tax dollars that are being used for partisan advertising. Taxpayers don't mind when their hard-earned tax dollars are used to pay for programs. They don't mind when it's used to actually promote something that is good for all Canadians. But what they do mind, is when it is just purely advertising in order to promote a particular party. And we all remember the sponsorship scandal. I wasn't an MP at the time, but I can tell you it was a big topic of conversation, and in my social studies class, it was a major topic of discussion for a good few weeks. Now, it's time, actually, in Canada that we elected a government that has principles, and we elect a leader who has the experience and the principles and what it takes in order to stop all these scandals and mismanagement left behind by the Liberals and now by the Conservatives. It's time for a principled government, Mr. Speaker, that will bring real change to Ottawa and get rid of advertising that isn't necessary. I've sat in this House today and I've listened to some of my colleagues speak from across the aisle, and I heard what a wonderful job they've been doing with Veteran Affairs. How all this advertising they've been doing is basically just to promote the programs that they have. And what I found ironic is that, of course, they had to put them on during the hockey games because every veteran is out there watching hockey. I've got big news for everyone, Mr. Speaker. Not everybody watches hockey. I know that might be sacrilegious, and some people might get upset at that, but there are many, many people who don't, especially many who are suffering from post-traumatic syndromes, those who are coping with having left the battlefield and readjusting to civilian life. And I keep thinking, if we really want to communicate with the veterans, surely we know who they are. Surely one way to communicate with them is directly. And that would actually get to every veteran in a real way, instead of just throwing out the fairy dust and hoping some of it lands in the right places. And, Mr. Speaker, since I've been in this House, I've watched advertising for programs that don't even exist. I was the critic in employment and social development, as I am now, when our government was advertising Canada job grants. Now, they hadn't negotiated a single thing or a single agreement with any province. But guess what? We spent millions and millions of dollars advertising a program that didn't exist. And to me, that is just asinine and a waste of taxpayers' money. And you know, Mr. Speaker, Canadians work hard to earn their paychecks. They pay taxes. And they don't mind paying taxes if they know their taxes are being well used. But taxpayers, I can tell you, the ones I talk to, do not want to have their hard-earned money used to promote a particular party or for partisan advertising in order to promote, and especially to promote things that don't exist. And right now, we've already begun to see some of the advertising around income splitting. As far as I know, income splitting hasn't been passed by this Parliament yet. We know it's an idea the government has, it's in their budget, but we haven't finished debate on the budget. It has to go through the rinse cycles of parliamentary legislation. Then it has to come back in here and it has to be voted on. But right now, instead of dealing with real issues and spending money where it's needed, the government would rather spend money on advertising income splitting, the new income splitting, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that is only going to benefit about 15% of the population, and not those who need it the most. And I'm just thinking, Mr. Speaker, of constituents I've talked to and also other Canadians I've talked to coast to coast to coast, who are telling me that they've been waiting years to hear about their Social Security tribunal appeals. And some of these people are terminally ill, and they're still waiting to have their appeals heard. Surely some of this money would have been better spent on hiring, if that's what is needed, extra people in order to process the appeals in a timely manner. You know, Mr. Speaker, I'm not against all advertising. I think there are some things that governments do have to advertise in a bigger way, in a larger scale. And, I heard another colleague mention today tourism. We live in a beautiful, beautiful country. Of course we should be promoting our country. And I think that's wonderful in order to encourage people to come here, but also to encourage people within Canada to explore Canada as well. But what I find hard is why we have to spend millions of dollars promoting the oil industry in the US when the oil industry makes billions of dollars in profits. Surely that's their job. That's the job of the oil companies to go out and promote themselves. Why would we take taxpayers, Canadians, who are working for $10, $12, $13, $14 an hour, having to work 2 or 3 jobs in order to make ends meet, why would we take their hard-earned money and use it to promote the oil companies, in the US, millions and millions of dollars, when the oil companies make huge, huge profits? That's called the government paying off their friends, Mr. Speaker, and that, I think, is just unconscionable when Canadians are hurting. Let's talk about something else here that Canadians the government should be highlighting. Campaign 2000. How long ago was it? Well, 2000. Since this Parliament unanimously agreed to take immediate action to end child poverty. And you know, Mr. Speaker, eradication of poverty or the proliferation of child poverty is still very, very real, whether it's in the north, whether it's in BC, whether it's in the centre, or whether it's on the east coast. And just think of the $750 million spent on advertising. Some of that could actually have been used to address child poverty. But when it comes to child poverty, we have a government that is very fond of supporting our motions to end child poverty and agreeing that they're a good thing. And then when we get a budget, we don't see too many resources targeted in that area specifically. And instead, sometimes what we see are policies that will grow the gap between the rich and the poor, the haves and the have-nots. So, Mr. Speaker, I know you're giving me the signal, and I absolutely agree that we need to get this partisan advertising under control, and we need an independent body to review advertising and how it is done. And it's time for the Conservative government to stop abusing hard-working Canadians' tax dollars to promote themselves for re-election. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My question starts with a comment, and it is about advertisements about the government's spending plans that occurred back in November of last year. One of the topics in these video advertisements was about some of the income splitting and changes to benefits that are still haven't been legislated here in this House. But my concern is in particular that at the end of this advertisement there has to be a little thing that says measures subject to parliamentary approval. And the problem is that these advertisements appeared as a kind of a gateway to be able to read online newspaper articles. And if you were reading it on an ordinary computer screen, or even more so on a mobile screen, there was no way you could read the tiny, tiny font that appeared for a couple of seconds saying measures subject to parliamentary approval. I'm wondering if my colleague has seen these ads and if she could comment on the appropriateness of concealing the idea that these measures have not gone through Parliament yet.
The honourable member for Newton North Delta.
I want to thank my colleague. Really always enjoyed working with that particular colleague on a number of issues, and he always asks such thoughtful questions. And I think this is a prime example of how we have a government now that even when they are found guilty by the courts and they're reprimanded, they have a way of wanting to circumvent. And, you know, instead of saying, we're not supposed to be doing this, they came up with the idea, let's have a tiny little tag that we can flash on the screen that nobody really has time to read, or make it so tiny so that people, especially my age group, can't read it. And then they carry on doing exactly what they were doing before. It's a kind of a flagrant disregard for common sense interpretation when they have been found guilty, just in order to have their own way and to carry on misusing hard-working Canadians' tax dollars.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also thank my friend from Newton North Delta. I couldn't agree more in some of the comments she made in her speech about why is the Canadian government spending public funds to promote the oil industry in the United States. It's not as though it's a hardship case It's a multi-billion-dollar profit center, and we're spending money on ads for them. But in Canada, as well, targeted to us in British Columbia, I'm sure my friend from Newton, North Delta will be able to recall immediately the ads for how fabulous environmental protection will be with super tankers loaded with dilbit, which British Columbians don't want, and the great announcement coming from the Canadian government that these super tankers will now have to have double hulls, as though we can thank the current administration for this innovation. Although double-hulled oil tankers have been required under international law since 1978. What we have had for British Columbia to protect our coastline has been a moratorium on supertanker traffic on the north coast since 1972, which the current administration has just imagined away. It's as if we never had a moratorium at all. I just wonder if my friend will comment on what looked like Enbridge ads, but were actually being paid for by our tax dollars.
Honourable Member for Newton North Delta.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for that question that's targeted specifically to our beautiful British Columbia and our pristine coastline. And, Mr. Speaker, I've had the pleasure of travelling all over BC and up and down that beautiful, beautiful coastline. And I can tell you that for British Columbians, there is nothing more important than protecting our coastline and our waterways. And that moratorium was there for a reason. And yes, just because the Canadian government is now going to make sure our tankers are up to international standard isn't really a cause to celebrate, when maybe they should have had double hulls all along. But what is really, really disturbing is that once again, the government is very much engaged in partisan advertising, supporting the oil companies and the pipelines. And you know, Mr. Speaker, what really shocked me more than anything else was that when we had the oil spill in Vancouver during that perfectly still day, and still a lot of damage was done, that actually the company contracted out with cleanup is Kinder Morgan. That is bizarre.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Member for Markham Unionville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to rise in support of this Liberal motion. We are calling upon the government to submit its advertising proposals to a dispassionate third party to ensure that these advertisements are nonpartisan. And I think experience has shown under this government that this measure is urgently required. As has been pointed out, they have spent $750 million, no less, on largely partisan advertising since coming to power. We see this all the time. If we watch the playoffs, if we watch other things, it's hard to avoid advertisements that are partisan conservative ads relating to the Economic Action Plan and other measures of this kind. I would like to focus mainly on, by the way, I'm sharing my time, if I may, Mr. Speaker, with my colleague, the Honourable Member from Labrador. Thank you. I was about to be reminded of that. But there are two principal areas that I would like to focus on. The first of these is that if you're a government, it's sometimes nice to have a free rein on the advertising you can do, because then you can bend it to the partisan and help your own cause a little bit. But the Ontario government, under the leadership of then Premier Dalton McGuinty, took the lead on this. And even though for those reasons it might have been to their disadvantage, they proposed a law, proposed a third-party system, which has been going on for some years now, which limits their own ability to advertise in order to limiting it to what is deemed nonpartisan by this third party. So it is our view that it is high time that this government emulated what Dalton McGuinty did for Ontario and bring forward such an approach, even though it might limit their own freedom of action, just as it limited the freedom of action of the McGuinty government. And I might say that my colleague, the member from Ottawa South, has proposed a private member's bill which would do just this, that would set out a third party who would have the ultimate say on what advertising was permitted and what advertising was not permitted. Now, we in the Liberal government support this measure, I think even though we may well become the next government, we are happy to be limited in our ability to do partisan advertising, just as we see that the Conservatives should also be so limited. And I think we should all agree that this is the right thing to do. Whether you're the government or you're not the government, it is simply wrong to use taxpayers' money to advance one's partisan interests through advertising. And if the Liberal government in Ontario could do that, then I think the Conservative government in Ottawa should also do that. And we, as the federal Liberal Party, are willing to do it, even though it might cost us down the road should we become the government. So I would say roughly 50, if you look at today's polls, it's roughly 50-50 as to whether the Conservatives or the Liberals will be the next government. So I would argue that each of us should pass such legislation, agree to such a rule, even though going forward there is perhaps a 50% chance that one of us will be limited in our freedom of action, but we will at the same time have the virtue of doing what is the right thing from the point of view of taxpayers' funding.
The second issue I would like to discuss is the fact that all of this government advertising, it would seem, according to their own evidence, it doesn't work. It would seem that Canadians are not significantly influenced by all of these Conservative ads.
Mr. Speaker, is something that you would think that no Canadian in the country could have escaped hearing about in the last several years, and that is, again, about Canada's Economic Action Plan. The government is more concerned about the signs than the action, and it doesn't matter where you go, you can't help seeing these things. It doesn't matter what TV you turn on, what radio you turn on, you can't help hearing about these things. And this is one of the prime examples of government partisan advertising using taxpayers' money, which should be stopped. But the bad news for the government, it doesn't work. According to polls commissioned by the government, they asked Canadians the question, have you heard of Canada's Economic Action Plan? Well, you'd think 100% would say, yes, we in the Ottawa bubble, it's impossible not to have heard of. I would have thought a high proportion of Canadians would have heard of it, 99%, or who knows, subject to the rounding error. But you know what? The proportion saying no, they'd never heard of Canada's Economic Action Plan. In 2010, 41% said no, I'd never heard of it. But then they did way more advertising year after year after year. So how did that number progress? Maybe it went from 41% to 81%. But no, 2011 it was 40%. 2012 it was 42.6%. 2013 it dipped back to 37%, had never heard of it, or dipped down, and then 38%. So it's all within the rounding error. 40% of Canadians never heard of the Economic Action Plan, and difficult as it is for us parliamentarians to believe it, that is a fact. So the point is, not only is this advertising a waste of taxpayers' money for partisan purposes, but it doesn't even work very well. With all of this advertising day in, day out about Economic Action Plan, there are still 40% of Canadians who don't have a clue what it is. So it's the wrong thing to do, and it doesn't work, so there's two good reasons for the government to stop it. And I have one more illustration, Mr. Speaker, of why it doesn't work. And this is a survey, again, it was a government-appointed survey. I think these surveys were brought in by the Liberal government, and they continue to this day. And this was a survey about home renovation tax credit conducted in 2009. And the question was, did you do anything as a result of seeing or hearing this advertising about the home renovation tax credit? And what percent said no, they didn't do anything at all as a result of this advertising? 74%. So, Mr. Speaker, I guess the major point here is this is the wrong thing to do, this partisan advertising. We should put in place a legislative mechanism, as Ontario has done, as my colleague from Ottawa South has introduced to this House, that we in the Liberal Party, should we become government, would be perfectly happy or perfectly content to be constrained by such a legislation, which we think should similarly constrain the Conservative government of today, and that they should act even before this law is proclaimed and go to a third party to limit their advertising to items deemed nonpartisan. So we think there is a strong case for this, and we are putting our money where our mouth is and supporting this. And as a byproduct, I would also make the point that for all this wastage of taxpayers' money by government advertising, it doesn't even seem to work very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de
The honourable member for Charlesbourg-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was particularly surprised today to hear such a motion and the subject of a study for Opposition Day coming from the Liberals. They had so much trouble with the sponsorship scandal, if you remember. It's a bit like a criminal putting forward a motion to prevent crime. It's bizarre. So do the Liberals agree that it's really quite curious to have this come from their part when they've experienced what they have?
Je remercie.
I thank the member for her question, which deals with a 10 or 12-year-old history. But there's another component in the much more recent history, which is the fact that a great number of NDP members have not paid their bills to the government, and they are the ones who have taken taxpayer money to spend part months in a partisan way. They've broken the rules, and they have yet to pay back what they owe to the taxpayers.
You're not any longer the master of virtue vis-a-vis every single other party in the House. I say to the NDP, pay your own bills before you start preaching at the rest of us.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Cape Breton-Canso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the comments put forward by my colleague from Markham Unionville.
That's right.
I want to share with them a sort of a sense of warning here that if the boys in short pants hear that they're only reaching 40% of the Canadian electorate with their advertising, they're just liable to shovel a little bit more in there. So we're not spending enough, Mr. Speaker, would be the rationale. One thing he didn't mention, the one that most of the people that contact my office that talk about this particular topic, the one that they're most annoyed with is the fact that the government, under the current Minister of Public Works, who was with Human Resources Skills Development at the time, to much fanfare announced the Canada Jobs Grant. And the jobs grant, they hadn't talked to the provinces about it. There had been nothing in place. They take out $3.5 million worth of advertising on this particular program. She got shuffled along. We got a new Minister for Human Resources Skills Development, and he had to sit down and cobble together some kind of an agreement. But in the meantime, there was $3.5 million spent on a program that didn't exist. It was a ghost program, Mr. Speaker. Has he heard from his constituents about this colossal waste of taxpayers' money on a program that didn't exist?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Well, I thank my colleague for his question, and he's certainly right about what he calls the boys and girls in short pants. There's a risk of telling them their spending isn't effective, because what I mean is they should spend less. But they might take the opposite point of view, and if it isn't working at $750 million, maybe they need to spend a few billion more of taxpayers' money to try to make it do the trick. So, look, I am aware. I have not heard from constituents about that particular case, but there are many, many cases where the government advertises before it is legal, before it has passed the House, before they have spoken to their provincial counterparts. They advertise programs that have not yet passed into law. I think my colleague raises a very good point, but I think it's just the tip of the iceberg that so many things they do. They make huge budget announcements, not in this House. The list goes on and on of the inappropriate behavior that they subject themselves to. But the main point today is let's get this rule passed so that the kind of abuse that my colleague is talking about won't happen in the future.
Thanks.
Resuming debate. Reprise the débat. The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I certainly want to thank my colleague from Markland Unionville for his comments on the bill and for sharing his time with me today. And obviously he's had tremendous insight into what the actions of government has been when it comes to using taxpayers' money to produce partisan ads in this country. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's been some discussion around whether these ads work or whether these ads don't work that the Conservative government has taken out during prime time, like Super Bowl games and hockey games and different events in the country, whether they work or whether they don't. In my opinion, a lot of that is irrelevant. The real relevance is in the fact that they're using taxpayers' money. And should it be permitted to use that money to produce ads that could be seen as partisan in promoting the message of a political party? And I think that's the fundamental piece that we need to look at. We also need to look at the fact that is the information in these ads even correct? As we know, we've seen many of these ads that the Conservative government have put out there saying, you know, you can access this program, you can apply under that program, knowing that the program doesn't even exist. It doesn't yet exist in the country, with the small asterisks underneath the ad that says, you know, if passed or if approved by Parliament. Now, can you imagine a government taking taxpayers' money, millions of dollars of taxpayers' money, millions and millions and millions of dollars to the tune of $750 million of taxpayers' money to produce ads, and some of these ads are advertising programs that are not yet even available. And we don't know if they're going to be available. You talk about wasting money. That's what real waste of taxpayers' money is, Mr. Speaker. The third piece to this is not only is the information correct, it's not only the partisanships of the ad, but, Mr. Speaker, it's being used at a time when there are so many other needs in the country where every single day Canadians are reaching out to their government for better programs and services, for better use of taxpayers' dollars, for better investments in their communities. And all the while, government is investing in those partisan ads to promote their message. At the same time, they're cutting other services to Canadians. And that is shameful, Mr. Speaker. What our motion does today, and I'm standing and pleased to speak to this motion and to support it, because our motion today, Mr. Speaker, calls for the creation of a third-party review process that would vet these ads before they are approved, to ensure that they are appropriate, that they are proportional, that they are prudent investments of taxpayers' money. For example, do the program really exist that you're going to advertise to Canadians? Does it even exist? Mr. Speaker, what we do know is that back in 2013, the Advertising Standards Council actually sent a letter to the Assistant Deputy Minister of Employment and Skills at the time. And, Mr. Speaker, they indicated that they had breached the Canadian Code of Advertising Standards because they were airing commercials that urged Canadians to apply for the Canada Job Grant, as my colleague asked a question about earlier. At that time, the grant did not exist. There were no provinces that had agreed to the potential program. So, Mr. Speaker, why was the government advertising for a program that provinces had not signed on to, that was not available to Canadians? In my opinion, it should have never been permitted. It should have never been allowed. We've seen a similar thing take place in Ontario back some years ago. Others have spoke about today,
Government Advertising Act, which was passed by the McGuinty government back in 2004 in Ontario to ensure that these things did not happen. So, Mr. Speaker, it is evident to me today that we need to be doing something similar in the Parliament of Canada. And I know that my colleague, Mr. Speaker, the member for Ottawa South, has a bill that is at second reading, I think right now, and it looks to establish that kind of policy and legislation, and I would encourage members to support that as well because it is necessary. It's necessary if we're going to control, one, misleading ads that are going out there in the Canadian public. It's going to control the partisanship of ads, because no political party, no matter who's in government, should be using taxpayers' money for political advertising, and that's certainly how this has been interpreted when the Conservative government have put out those ads. But, Mr. Speaker, let me just speak to the other side of it. The other side of it in terms of how a government makes decisions on where their money should be invested. So we have all seen the ads during the NHL playoffs, the hockey games, and Mr. Speaker, I can honestly say, I'm proud to say that ads that have been put out there by the Liberal Party are paid for by the Liberal Party. They're not paid for by the taxpayers of Canada through sources and revenues through the Government of Canada. No, they're not. Unlike the Conservative ads, Mr. Speaker, that are advertising in those games and have in the past, are paid for by taxpayers of the province. But I'll give you an example, because while this past year we've seen them spend about $130, $140 million in advertising on those campaigns, we've seen them spend up to $100,000 in one ad during a hockey game. We've seen them spend $750 million in those ads over the last number of years, but yet we've seen them cut things like, in my riding, the Institute for Environmental Monitoring and Research, one of the most important groups and institutes that we had throughout the riding, doing studies on everything, Mr. Speaker, for the last number of decades, collecting data in Labrador, looking at all kinds of research around ducks and eagles and moose and caribou, looking at waterfowl, looking at our rivers, environmental contaminants, all kinds of transatlantic flights, what the impact of five-winged goosebay was on Aboriginal culture. Mr. Speaker, it was one group that looked at vital concerns of the environment within Labrador. And guess what? They got shutters put on their doors in March. A few $100,000 to operate one of the most important northern institutes looking at environmental issues, including climate change and the impact on our ecosystems, and the government closes the door on them. They could have paid for them with two ads during a hockey game. That's how sad that is. Dear Mr. Speaker, we've seen the argument from Newfoundland and Labrador over the $400 million that they didn't receive as part of the CETA deal, that they say it was a commitment, it was an agreement of two governments. But when the time comes to ante up the money, the Government of Canada says, no, we're not paying the money to Newfoundland and Labrador. But, Mr. Speaker, they had no issue putting $750 million into ad campaigns. These are the kind of decisions, Mr. Speaker, that governments make. And I really believe that governments who make decisions to cut programs and services to Canadians and use the money to promote their own message and their own political interests is wrong. And they should be shameful, Mr. Speaker. They should be ashamed to actually continue to do it. In fact, Mr. Speaker, they should probably have those ads assessed, and where partisanship is determined, they should be paying back the money, in my opinion, to the government, to the people of the country. And that's exactly what they should be doing. They should not get away with these kinds of initiatives. I don't care who is in power, they should not get away with those kinds of initiatives. But, Mr. Speaker, as one member of Parliament, I find it very, very frustrating when you're lobbying for small amounts of money to keep important services in your riding, keep delivering important services to Canadians, and yet you don't have the fiscal ability to do it because the government in power says that advertising for programs that don't exist is more important than actually providing the service to Canadians. That is wrong, and they should be ashamed of themselves, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe if I could ask my colleague to recognize that things change in time. As the government members and some NDP will talk about, well, this is the way in which it's been done in the past, it makes me reflect on the issue of proactive disclosure when the leader of the Liberal Party indicated that we needed to change things from the way in which they were occurring. And, Mr. Speaker, we, through the Liberal caucus, led to the changes to proactive disclosure in which both the Conservatives and the NDP finally came on board. And I want to draw the analogy to that with what we're talking about today. And that is whether it's the leader of the Liberal Party or other members of the Liberal caucus that stand in their place and say that we need to have that third party in place because it's in the best interest of the taxpayers today. Through that third party, we are able to distinguish that fine line, and when there is something that crosses that line, then it is the political party that pays or foots the bill, not the taxpayer. And as long as it stays on the fair side of that line, then it's okay to use publicly taxed or public tax dollars, if I can put it that way. And if she might want to add some comment with regards to that.
The honourable member for Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Winnipeg South for his question. As you know, he's a great debater in the House of Commons, and I'm sure that this is one piece of legislation that he'll be very happy to stand and support, Mr. Speaker, when we come to the vote. But he's exactly right. It has been the Liberals that have led the way on proactive disclosure in the House of Commons. Mr. Speaker, we are the first party to report all of our budgets, all of our spending, provide the details to the public, and we were the party that encouraged others in the House of Commons to do the same. But, Mr. Speaker, we can't just lead on disclosure of taxpayers' money in one small, isolated portion of spending. It has to be overall. And that's why I don't see any problem whatsoever that advertising by the Government of Canada should not be scrutinized and looked at for fairness, looked at for prudence, looked at for public interest, and when it meets those targets, it's fine. But when it does not, it is an abuse of their power.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. L'honorable député de Sherbrooke, Haute-Saint-Charles.
The honourable member for Charlebourg. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If I recall correctly, there was the ad scam and other scandals, and this motion from the third party, we can't oppose it. Obviously, things should be clearer and better. $750 million spent on advertising by the current government. So I'd like to ask the member, does she think that this motion is going to clear the Liberal stain from the ad scam? The honourable member from Labrador.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can tell you what it's not going to do. It's not going to clear up the waste of public money that we've seen within the NDP party in recent months, Mr. Speaker, and that's very clear and very evident. The purpose of this motion today, Mr. Speaker, is to ensure that advertising by no matter what government is in power is done fairly and is done without partisanship and is done in the best interest of taxpayers' money. And that's what this motion is asking the House of Commons to vote on. I don't think there's any member in this House who do not want to say to their constituents that the money we spend, the money we're responsible for on behalf of the Government of Canada, we're going to use it to your best interest. We're not going to waste it on promoting our own party or promoting programs that do not yet exist.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead. I advise the member that he'll have about 5, maybe 5.5 minutes before we break for statements.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker,
It is a pleasure to rise in the House today to speak to the motion on government advertising, which I oppose. Your honourable predecessors have indicated in prior rulings that the government, and I quote, should be careful that its communication products, particularly its advertisements, do not convey the message that proposed legislation has been passed or will be passed in its current form. End of the quote. I can assure you that our government has been very vigilant in ensuring that communications material indicates that new initiatives still before Parliament are proposed or subject to parliamentary approval. As you know, Mr. Speaker, there are government policies in place regarding the nature of the advertising the government can undertake. The communications policy is one such policy. It is extremely robust policy that provides direction to ensure that Canadians receive timely, accurate, objective, and complete information about the government's policies, programs, services, and initiatives. The policy states that in the Canadian system of parliamentary democracy and responsible government, the government has the duty to explain its policies and decisions and to inform the public of its priorities to the country. The policy also helps to ensure the government departments and agencies are visible, accessible, and accountable to the public they serve, and that their communication activities safeguard Canadian trust and confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the public service of Canada. The policy has clear standards of accountability. Its goal is to ensure that communications are well coordinated, effectively managed, and most notably, Mr. Speaker, responsive to the diverse information needs of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, the policy sets out 10 interconnected and interdependent policy commitments based on Canadian and public service values, statutes, and regulations. And it has 30 policy requirements. It also sets out roles and responsibilities for each institution involved in implementing the policy, Mr. Speaker. And its procedures provide specific directions for advertising, publishing, and public opinion research. Mr. Speaker, I want to take a moment to clarify what the communication policy says with its regards to advertising. It clearly states that departments and agencies may place advertisements to inform Canadians about their rights or responsibilities, about government policies, programs, services, or initiatives, or about the dangers or risks to public health, safety, or the environment. It also states that departments and agencies must ensure that advertising campaigns are aligned with government priorities, themes, and messages. Mr. Speaker, there seems to be a lot of misconception around how government advertising is planned and executed. So allow me to describe how the process works for the benefit of the House. Contrary to the motion before us today, Mr. Speaker, the government advertising process involves many stakeholders that provide checks and balances. As my honourable colleagues may know, the Privy Council Office works with the departments to develop a government advertising plan that supports the priorities identified in the speech from the throne and the budget. Once approved by Cabinet, the plan is sent to Treasury Board for funding approval. Once funding is secured, departments work with Public Works and Government Services Canada to implement their campaigns. The Privy Council Office provides critical oversight throughout the entire process, and departments evaluate their campaigns and reports on their results. Departments work closely with the Privy Council Office to develop advertising proposals. The proposals provide a detailed overview of the advertising campaign, including its objectives, key messages, and government priorities it supports. Departments also consult each other to identify areas of common interest and opportunities to collaborate. This type of collaboration an example of how government treats taxpayers' dollars with respect, Mr. Speaker. And I'll stop at this point.
Thank you. The honourable member for Yellowhead will have approximately 14 minutes and 50 seconds when we resume debate on this bill, or on this motion. Statements by members. Déclaration de député. The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It starts with one mentor, one supportive person, one champion. I'm talking about the Be Her Champion campaign, launched recently by our Status of Women Minister. The It Starts With One campaign is designed to engage leaders in both public and private sectors as champions for women, encouraging leaders in all fields to take the pledge to participate in mentoring efforts to make a difference in a woman's career. Mr. Speaker, this is one of the ways that this government is supporting women entrepreneurs, an extremely important sector of the Canadian economy. In fact, women-owned businesses employ over 1.5 million Canadians and contribute an estimated $148 billion to our economy. Wow. When women succeed, Canada succeeds. Hear, hear. This initiative is an extraordinary opportunity for accomplished Canadians to share their experience and expertise to join the movement for increasing women's economic prosperity in Canada. I join the Minister in issuing a challenge to Canadian leaders in all fields, women and men, to be her champion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. In April, I visited Gerald Godin's CEGEP, and I was surprised to meet so many students interested in political issues like Bill C-51 or the East-West pipeline.
Mabuk College. Leader of the official opposition was visiting the college as he accepted the invitation from the student union. Thank you to SUJAC for organizing this political discussion and for facilitating this meeting between students and politicians. This visit reminded me that, contrary to what we often hear, youth are not only interested about politics and social issues, but they are also engaged and want to take concrete actions to incite change.
When Conservative ministers claim that they know what's good for young people when they cut future programs for pensions, or when they say that problems that they are closing their eyes to now will be dealt with by future generations, well, I turn towards the students of Gerald Godin and John Abbott, and I hope that things change in this Parliament. The NDP is right to elect young people and to entrust to them important dossiers and important responsibilities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Prince Edward Hastings.
Well, Mr. Speaker, what a family. Today I wish to pay tribute to the Crawfords, a prolific Canadian hockey family from my riding of Prince Edward Hastings. Floyd Crawford is one of Belleville's most legendary hockey heroes. He was part of the Belleville-McFarland team that won gold while representing Canada at the World Hockey Championships in 1959. Three of the children, Bobby, Mark, and Lou, went on to play in the National Hockey League. The patriarch Floyd is an Allen Cup and world champion. Mark Crawford, after an NHL career as a player, became a coach and led the Colorado Avalanche to a Stanley Cup win in 1996. Bobby had a playing career with the Hartford Whalers, and Lou, after a brief NHL career, also became a coach and later stood behind the bench for the Belleville Bulls. I'm told the Crawford name is on more hockey championship trophies than any other name. Altogether, this family of 9 successful competitive children has left an incredible stamp, not only on the hockey world in Belleville, but as tremendous ambassadors for Canada. Mr. Speaker, their family, their community, and their country. Floyd, Pauline, and the entire Crawford family, thank you.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to remember Jonathan Crombie, known to many as the actor who played Gilbert Blythe on the acclaimed TV series Anne of Green Gables. Jonathan Crombie also performed at the Stratford Festival and on Broadway. Jonathan Crombie is also the son of former Cabinet Minister and Member of Parliament David Crombie, who of course was also Mayor of Toronto. My father served on council at the same time, and I first met Jonathan during a royal visit to Toronto with the children of all the city councillors looking out over the square as the councillors greeted the Queen. All of us, of course, except for one. Jonathan was at play in the outer offices drawing some of the most appalling and mischievous pictures I've ever seen, each one funnier than the last. Each picture was pinned on the wall of an unsuspecting staff member when they returned from the square. The Queen may have been visiting, but Jonathan took center stage. His talent, charm, and wit made him a successful actor, and those are the characteristics that his family now misses, as Jonathan passed away in New York City this month. And while his acting lives on with TV and film appearances, through the gift of life, Jonathan also now lives on in the lives of others. To his family, our condolences. And for his gifts to us all, we're truly thankful and remember him well.
The honourable member for Souris Moose Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize 4 of my constituents who were presented with prestigious awards at the 2015 Estevan Bruins Sportsman Dinner on April 16, 2015. The Sportsman Dinner is an annual fundraiser organized by the Estevan Bruins hockey team and is the largest fundraiser for the team. Anthony Maley, a championship golfer, and Oriole Bill, an accomplished water polo player, received the Boston Pizza Estevan and District Male and Female Athlete of the Year awards. Jace Carlisle took home the Kim Anderson Award for the top junior official, while Chad Chapman received the Estevan Kinsman Club Volunteer Coach of the Year Award for his coaching in female hockey. As Member of Parliament for Souris Moose Mountain, I'd like to congratulate all award recipients, as well as the volunteers, the many who came together to make this great event happen. Congratulations.
The Honourable Member for Honoré-Mercier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On Saturday, April 18th, I had an opportunity to celebrate the Cambodian New Year in Temikaran Pagoda in Rivière-des-Prairies. And there I had an opportunity to meet with 2 gentlemen who gave me a detailed account of how their lives were spared by 2 magnificent sisters who brought them to Canada when they were orphaned during the years when Cambodia and Vietnam were at war. These heroes are Eloise and Anne Charret, who, aged 20 and 22 at the time, risked their lives to save 55 babies and children. Now, that heroic act took place 40 years ago, and we must all pay tribute to these women on behalf of the Cambodian and Vietnamese communities and on behalf of all people who believe in humanitarian assistance as a selfless act at the risk of one's own life. Thank you, Eloise and Anne Charret, for your heroism and your love. Today, these children are your children as well. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, as Canadians know, our Conservative government recently announced expansion and enhancements to the very popular universal child care benefit. This benefit used to apply only to children under 6 and provided $100 per month per child. Now, Canadian families with children under 6 will receive $160 per month per child, and Canadian families with children between ages of 6 and 17 will now receive $60 per month per child. This amounts to $1,920 per year for each child under 6 and $720 per year for each child between 6 and 17. However, there are 200,000 eligible families in Canada who have not applied, including in my city of Edmonton, 9,834 families representing 16,617 children. May 1st, 2015 is the deadline to apply for these benefits in order to begin receiving them in July 2015. Please visit esdc.gc.ca and click on the Enhanced Universal Child Care Benefit Apply Now feature to begin the application process. Mr. Speaker, this is how we're helping the best child care providers, mom and dad, raise their kids their way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, last week I was privileged to travel to Yerevan to commemorate the 100th anniversary of the Armenian Genocide. While in Armenia, I had the opportunity to speak at the Global Forum Against the Crime of Genocide, attend the canonization ceremony of the victims of genocide, and place flowers at the memorial. Although a century has passed, the horror of the Armenian Genocide remains fresh in our minds, and we continue to give voice to those silenced by this tragedy. Many of today's Armenian Canadians trace their roots back to the survivors of the events of 1915, who, at the time of crisis, sought the opportunity to build a new life for themselves and for their families here in Canada. The Armenian Canadian community has made and continues to make a rich and vibrant contribution to Canada's multicultural society. As chair of the Canada-Armenia Parliamentary Friendship Group, and on behalf of all members of this House, we will continue to remember the events of 1915 and work together to safeguard human rights and dignity for all.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr.
Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
When the Finance Minister delivered his budget, his goal was never to provide fiscal accountability. Rather, it was to launch an election campaign that would buy votes with small, targeted tax breaks to the Conservative voting base, paid for with money from the rest of us. Fortunately, Canadians are not so easily duped. Economists immediately pointed out that Canadians with higher incomes are the big winners in this budget. Social justice activists noticed that poverty wasn't even mentioned. Neither was climate change. And once again, the EI Fund was raided to pay for Conservative election promises rather than helping laid-off workers. Others pointed out that this was a balanced budget built on sand, created with Finance Department pixie dust. It was one of the riskiest budgets in recent memory. Even the Finance Minister acknowledged that his spending was not sustainable. But he simply shrugged it off by saying he would leave that to the Prime Minister's granddaughter to solve. I was shocked. I don't want my granddaughter to be responsible for picking up the mess that the Conservatives are intentionally leaving behind. Stella deserves better, and Canadians deserve better. This October, they will get better by electing an NDP government.
The honourable member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to pay tribute to my constituent, veteran Art Boone, who stormed the beaches of Normandy with Allied forces on D-Day in 1944 and went on to help liberate the Netherlands from Nazi occupation. Art has been officially invited by the government of the Netherlands to attend commemorative ceremonies in Europe to mark the 70th anniversary of the liberation. Art wants to accept this honor and have his son Rick, a teacher with him, at his side as he receives a hero's welcome in the Netherlands. But the Avon-Maitland District School Board is refusing to allow Rick Boone unpaid leave to attend. This is a travesty. Our government strongly condemns this decision and calls on the Avon-Maitland District School Board to allow Rick Boone to travel with his father to be honoured. This is about respect for veterans and their families, and our Conservative government stands firmly behind the Boone family.
The Honourable Member for La Salle-Mar. Mr. Speaker, last Friday I attended the Eco-Citizenship and Biodiversity Conference organized by the Southwest Eco-Quartier. In attendance were the Friends of Parc Grignon and the Friends of Parc Saint-Paul. After that, I visited a photo exhibit put on by the Friends of Parc des Rapides in conjunction with Héritage Laurentien at the Usine Sim de la Salle School. On Saturdays, some 20 volunteers braved the cold to participate in my spring cleanup activity, where we gathered up 8 metric cubes of waste. It was in conjunction with Eco-Quartier de l'Arrondissement du Sud-Ouest. All of these initiatives show that the people of La Salle-Mar are, like me, concerned about protecting the environment and keeping Canada green.
The honourable member for Langley.
Regarding crime violence, Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to be part of a Conservative government that's taking strong action to keep British Columbians safe. We passed tough new laws to clean up our streets and put criminal gang members behind the bars where they belong. We passed over 30 new tough measures on crime, including new prison sentences for drive-by shootings. Shockingly, the Liberals and the NDP voted against these common-sense measures. We've also made significant investments in the RCMP to ensure that there are enough front-line police officers in our communities. Contrast this with the previous Liberal government, who actually closed down the RCMP training depot because they didn't want to pay for the new recruits. That's absolutely disgraceful. Mr. Speaker, people in my riding know it's only this Conservative government led by this Prime Minister that can be trusted to keep Canadians safe.
The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are shocked and saddened by the magnitude of devastation from the earthquake that hit Nepal and surrounding areas. Early reports indicated that the death toll is very high and survivors continue to be trapped in the rubble. I'm pleased to see Canada has sent DART, our specialized military disaster assistance response team, to Nepal, along with sorely needed supplies. I note British Columbia has also sent emergency responder teams to the area. Thank you. I ask the government to commit to provide rebuilding assistance once the search and rescue mission has concluded. It is at times like this that all Canadians can see the benefit of our armed forces having the ability and capacity to respond in a timely fashion and come to the aid of those who need it the most. I believe I speak for all Canadians as we extend our deepest sympathy to those who have lost someone in this tragedy, and we offer our hope that Canada's contribution to this relief effort will result in saving many lives. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière, Chutes-de-la-Chaudière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's with a great deal of emotion that I rise to pay tribute to Senator the Honourable Pierre-Claude Nolan and to offer my condolences to his loved ones and all those who had the privilege of working alongside him or being his friend. The Canadian Federation has lost a man of great wisdom with a reading and understanding of life that enabled him to hold one of the most prestigious positions, Speaker of the Senate. The Honourable Pierre-Claude Nolin was a man of integrity and exemplary standing. His courage and his convictions won many a person over. For me personally, his qualities as an exceptional man are a reflection of what all parliamentarians hope to leave as a legacy to our great country. I'm thinking, among other things, of his unwavering courage, his honesty, and his authenticity. The contribution of Pierre-Claude Nolin cannot be summed up in a minute. I offer my condolences to his wife Camille, his children, Simon, Louis, and Virginie, as well as to his family and loved ones. We will honor his memory, and we will long remember him. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals tabled a motion to denounce the Conservatives' partisan advertising paid out of Liberal funds. The Liberals are saying, and I quote, "This is an affront to taxpayers who work hard and expect the government, that the government will treat their money with respect." End of quote. Wow. I must be dreaming here. The Liberals, who are trying to lecture the Conservatives about partisan advertising and are claiming to defend taxpayers, that's like putting Colonel Sanders in charge of the chicken coop. Have they already forgotten about the sponsorship scandal? Have they already forgotten about all that partisan spending at the expense of taxpayers? And they're trying to, I think, in fact, they could teach the Conservatives a few tricks in this regard. Einstein said that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. Fortunately, Canadians and Quebecers are no fools. Next October, by voting NDP, they will finally see and obtain different results.
Our government makes no apologies for ensuring middle-class Canadians are aware of the measures that put more money back into their pockets.
That's
For
right.
example, we want Canadians to know about the new family tax cut and enhanced universal child care benefit, which will benefit 100% of families with kids. The vast majority of these benefits going to low and middle-income families. But the Liberals and the NDP do not want Canadians to know about these benefits.
Shame.
Why? Because they want high taxes on middle-class families, high taxes on middle-class seniors, and high taxes on middle-class consumers. That's their plan for the middle class. In contrast, our government's plan is all about reducing taxes for the middle class and for all Canadians.
Oral questions. Questions orales. Honourable Deputy de Laurier.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts and prayers are with all of the families who were affected by the earthquake in Nepal over the weekend. Whereas the international community is mobilizing to provide humanitarian assistance, Canada has a very important role to play. Is the government ready to match the amounts donated by all Canadians to the various organizations on the ground, as they have done in the past?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, our thoughts and prayers are with those affected by the disaster that occurred. But I was pleased, Mr. Speaker, to announce today that there will be a matching fund. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, we've been stepping up very, very fast in this situation with an initial $5 million in humanitarian aid. And then today I'm announcing officially that there will be a matching fund. So Canadians should be proud of that. They are generous and they will be able to participate with the government to make sure that we help Nepalese to recover, to be ready to recover.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, as the death toll this weekend's devastating earthquake in Nepal continues to rise, our hearts go out to all of those affected. Can the government give us a further update on the relief that Canada has offered so far and on the assistance that's being provided to Canadians who are caught in this disaster?
Excellent. The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, as I just mentioned, we had first of all an initial response with $5 million announced last weekend in the humanitarian aid. And then this contribution, of course, will help to provide safe drinking water and food to those in need and provide medical supplies and shelter. On top of that, Mr. Speaker, I just announced that now we established a matching fund. After that, Mr. Speaker, we will continue to monitor and to take actions necessary to assist in this crisis. And we will deploy soon, Mr. Speaker, the emergency stockpile from our storage facility. So we are monitoring the situation to make sure that the supply.
The Honourable Member for Halifax.
Mr. Speaker, in his last budget, the Minister of Finance decided to hand the bill for regressive measures to our grandchildren. He's not attacking the biggest economic, social, and ecological debt. The Conservative government is leaving it to future generations. Why did the Minister table a budget that is clearly to the benefit of the wealthy, rather than putting forward measures that would help families of the middle class? Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, the NDP think that people gaining less than $60,000 a year are too wealthy, because almost two-thirds of the people who maxed out their TFSA accounts earn less than $60,000 a year. We are going to allow them to save even more without having to pay taxes on the interest. The NDP want to increase taxes on these people, and we are not going to allow them to do so.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians will be paying for Conservative handouts to the wealthy for generations to come. And adding insult to injury, Conservatives are actually going to spend $13.5 million of our money for ads on their bad idea. Today, the PBO confirmed that Conservatives will give billions to the wealthy while leaving middle-class Canadians falling further and further behind. These latest Conservative handouts will cost tens of billions of dollars this year. And get this, the doubling of the TFSA will give the wealthiest 20%, twice as much as all other Canadians combined. With so many families struggling to find affordable childcare and looking for work, why are the Conservatives so fixated on helping out the wealthy?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the NDP thinks that people who earn less than $60,000 a year are wealthy. And that is what they're suggesting. The people who will benefit from the increased contribution limit of the tax-free savings accounts are those who've already maxed it out. Two-thirds of them earn less than $60,000 a year. Maybe they had a small inheritance from a deceased family member. Maybe they're required to take the money out of their RSP or RIF and therefore looking for a place to shelter it from the hands of government. Mr. Speaker, the only way they'll be able to do that is by re-electing a Conservative government, because the NDP would tax that money away.
The Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
The Finance Minister has already admitted that our grandkids will pay for his handouts to the wealthy. The Conservative proposal to double the TFSA limit is a scheme that overwhelmingly rewards the wealthy. It's kind of like some perverse Robin Hood tax going on. According to the PBO, the wealthiest Canadians will get almost 10 times more than the entire middle class combined. That leaves middle class families working harder than ever to make ends meet while having to pay for this latest Conservative handout. Why are Conservatives actually spending $13.5 million advertising handouts for the wealthy, yet refuse to invest even one single dollar in creating childcare spaces for everybody else?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote from the Finance Department of Canada. About 60% of the individuals contributing the maximum amount to their tax-free savings accounts had incomes of less than $60,000 a year. In 2013, Mr. Speaker, that's on page 235. The NDP wants to raise taxes on people earning less than $60,000 a year, Mr. Speaker. That is exactly the wrong thing to do for our families. They want to take away the universal child care benefit and raise taxes on families, Mr. Speaker. We won't let them do that.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, The Prime Minister is telling Canadians to be frugal on the one hand while wasting $750 million on partisan ads on the other. They prefer spending millions, hundreds of millions of dollars in self-promotion rather than helping the middle class, creating jobs, and growing the economy. Will the Prime Minister commit today to put an end to this waste and submit all of this advertising to a third party for verification before it is published? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we are informing families about tax decreases and benefits that we're giving them. Let's start with taxes. We are implementing a tax cut for families that will allow couples to split their income up to $50,000 a year, and we're increasing the universal child care benefit up to $2,000 for every child under the age of 6, and also for children between 6 and 17. People need to know that these benefits exist. The Liberals want to take those benefits away and increase taxes.
Speaker, what the Liberals don't want is $29 million on 9,800 billboards. That's what they don't want. Neither do Canadians, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister cynically preaches restraint, yet he spent more than $750 million on ineffective and wasteful partisan advertising. He'd rather spend hundreds of millions of dollars on self-promoting advertising instead of helping the middle class, creating jobs and growth in our economy. Here's his opportunity. Will he commit today to ending this wasteful abuse of tax dollars and submit all advertising to a third-party review process for vetting ahead of their release?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, now that the Prime Minister has balanced the government's budget, he can help families balance their budgets. He's brought in the family tax cut, which will allow parents to split their income to save up to $2,000 a year. He's increasing the universal child care benefit to $2,000 for kids under 6 and $720 for kids 6 through 17. Unfortunately, there are 200,000 families who have not signed up for that enhanced universal child care benefit. They have until the deadline of Friday to sign up to get that July lump sum payment. The Liberals don't want those parents to get any of that money. In fact, the Liberals would take it all away, and that's why they're against us informing families that those benefits exist.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, on the weekend, the Finance Minister admitted that he has no idea how many jobs his budget will create. No idea. When challenged that the TFSA change will cost billions of dollars and create no new jobs, the Finance Minister says that this is a problem that the Prime Minister's granddaughter can worry about. Well, Canadians are worried about jobs right now. Where is the Minister's plan for jobs and growth for the middle class and those working so very hard to join it?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the honourable member knows that the strong leadership of this Conservative government has steered Canada out of the global economic recession and created 1.2 million net new jobs. The budget is full of new measures to create more new jobs, measures like reducing the small business tax rate, providing support to provinces to harmonize apprenticeship training, promoting Blue Seal certification, fostering training in response to employers' needs. Mr. Speaker, we know that the Liberals want high taxes on the middle class. We know that would kill jobs and set working families back. Mr. Speaker, Canadians know they're better off with this Conservative government.
The Honourable Member for Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, evidence in the trial of former Conservative Senator Mike Duffy has given rise to new questions about the Prime Minister's office and its involvement in unreported lobbying and communications between Mike Duffy and Enbridge executives. Mr. Speaker, why did the Prime Minister ask Mike Duffy to send him a note on, I quote, Enbridge Line 9 problems on February 17, 2012, and what was contained in the note Mr. Duffy sent to the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff and Enbridge executives on February 20th of that year?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, obviously I completely reject the premise of the question, and I'm not going to comment on matters that are in front of the court, Mr. Speaker. But this member could help me and could help Canadians recover the $2.7 million that the NDP owe them for illegal offices, Mr. Speaker. That's $2.7 million that 68 members of the NDP caucus owe the Canadian taxpayers back. And I actually haven't even gotten into the $1.1 million they owe for illegal advertising as well, Mr. Speaker. Perhaps in a supplementary we can talk about that.
Order. Members need to come to order while other members have the floor. L'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île.
Député de la Pointe de l'Île.
The honourable member for La Pointe de l'Île. We know now that former Senator Mike Duffy seems not to have been appointed only to make and amend legislation. His discussions with the Prime Minister's entourage and oil companies were also part of his duties. His diary refers directly to discussions with the Prime Minister about the Enbridge Company projects. Did the Prime Minister, or can the Prime Minister confirm that he had these conversations with Mike Duffy in April 2012? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I reject the premise of the question. There's another very important question, Mr. Speaker. There are 68 members of the NDP who used this House's resources against the rules. And this particular member organized $25,000 worth of work against the rules of this House, and I hope that she's going to do the right thing and reimburse this $25,000 and more to taxpayers. Mr. Speaker, budgets are a question of choices, and the Conservatives have chosen not to help families save for their retirement, to not help the unemployed find jobs. The Minister of Finance himself does not even know how many jobs his budget will create. Why do the Conservatives not invest in measures that will create jobs for the middle class rather than favoring the wealthy? The Honourable Minister of Labour. Mr. Speaker, we have created jobs by decreasing taxes on small and medium-sized businesses. This will allow them to hire more people, while at the same time the program is training more than 500,000 apprentices. And all of these measures help to create jobs, particularly for our young people. The NDP want to increase taxes, including taxes on small and medium-sized businesses, to pay for the great cost of bureaucracy, and will prevent them from doing so.
Well, rather than skipping over the facts, Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister is sure his budget will leave an economic burden on future generations while rewarding the wealthiest with billions in new handouts. But he has no idea whether it will create any jobs. 1.3 million Canadians are looking for work. They were looking for some help to find a good job so they can support their family and save for their retirement. But the Conservatives left them hanging. Why is giving billions to the wealthy a higher priority than creating good jobs for Canadians?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, our program for jobs is tax cuts, training, and trade. On tax cuts, we're reducing the small business tax rate from 11 to 9%. That will free up more money for small business owners to hire people in their community. And on training, we have given out 500,000 apprenticeship grants that prepares the electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and others for the high-paying, in-demand jobs of the future. And free trade with Europe will create 80,000 net new jobs. The NDP opposes all three of those steps.
The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Well, the facts. The Finance Minister has no idea how many jobs his budget will create in Canada. But we do know that the Conservatives are helping to create jobs in Mexico. Export Development Canada announced it would loan Volkswagen $526 million without any guarantee of Canadian jobs. The Conservatives have failed the auto sector and have lost more than 400,000 good manufacturing jobs. How can they possibly justify investing in jobs in Mexico while 1.3 million Canadians are out of work?
The Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Speaker, as a result of our government's actions since we were first elected, Canada has the strongest job creation record in the entire G7. Economic Action Plan 2015 will help create even more jobs, reducing the small business tax rate, ensuring training reflects labour market needs, investing in federal infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, we know that with all these measures, the NDP and the Liberal Party would only reverse the measures that would create jobs. They would increase tax rates. They would put a higher tax on the middle-class Canadians, Mr. Speaker. We won't let that happen.
The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, I want to remind people that the manufacturing sector has lost 400,000 jobs because of the Conservatives. Last fall, the Conservatives were saying that it was too expensive to help Ford create 1,000 jobs in Windsor. And yet they found $525 million to help Volkswagen create jobs in Mexico. Why does the Conservative budget have millions of dollars to move jobs to Mexico and nothing to create jobs for the middle class here in Canada? Minister.
From the truth. This agreement with VW will create jobs and opportunities for Canadian manufacturers by providing them with access to supply chains of a large multinational company. Mr. Speaker, they're already doing lots of business in Canada, selling to domestic auto manufacturers. We want to open the world to our auto products manufacturers. On this side of the House, we believe in supporting our Canadian manufacturers, opening up opportunities all around the world for trade, for investment. That's what our government is getting done.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, last fall, 11,000 Canadians who had been turned down by the government for disability benefits were still waiting to be heard by the Social Security Tribunal. The Minister of Employment was boasting about having set up a top-caliber team to deal with the backlog by this summer. Since December, the so-called reinforcements have only dealt with some 428 applications. Why are the Conservatives struggling to help the wealthy while they're breaking promises that they have made to middle-class families? The Honourable Minister of Employment. Mr. Speaker, we put in place a plan to put officials to work to help deal with the waiting period for benefits. And now we are making progress. They're trying to deal with files before they even are before the tribunal. So we will continue to move this plan forward in order to provide quicker decisions to the people who need them.
Thousands of Canadians living with disabilities, some of them mentally ill, have been waiting years without income for a hearing at the Social Security Tribunal. The Conservatives promised to clean up the mess and to resolve these cases quickly. But now we learn that was just another broken Conservative promise. Only a fraction of them have received a settlement, while the rest are still waiting. These Canadians need help now. How much longer will the most vulnerable Canadians have to wait for Conservatives to clean up their mess?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, my predecessor put in place a plan to deal with this backlog. Officials within the Employment and Social Development Department are reviewing the cases that are in the waiting list in order to find settlements before them so that they don't even need to go before the tribunals. That will reduce the backlog, and we continue to be on track to have the backlog eliminated by the end of summer.
The Honourable Member for Newton North.
We're talking about people who are desperate, Mr. Speaker. They have serious health issues. Some of them are depressed and suicidal. These problems are made worse by the lack of income, and yet there has been nothing but delays and broken promises from that government. Vulnerable Canadians are being made to pay the price for Conservative incompetence. They deserve better. Will the Conservatives finally clean up the mess they made and give these Canadians a fair and speedy hearing?
Minister of Employment.
Well, in fact, our hope, Mr. Speaker, is to resolve many of these cases before they even have to go to a hearing. And that is why doctors and other disability experts within my department are reviewing these cases and offering settlements to disabled people in order to resolve the matters and get rid of the backlog before the end of summer.
Honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, Michael Kinsley defined a gaffe as the moment when a politician accidentally tells the truth. That's what happened when our usually invisible Minister of Finance said the high cost of doubling the TFSA limit will be a problem for the Prime Minister's granddaughter. His remark revealed this government's profoundly cynical and short-term approach to economic policy and its utter lack of a long-term vision for Canada. Why are the Conservatives building up billions of dollars of debt for all of our grandchildren with this $10,000 tax break for the already wealthy, and where is their plan for long-term growth and jobs?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, maybe she could explain something about gas. She's the one who said, quote, amen to higher taxes. Her leader said that budgets balance themselves. The day of the budget, her leader said that he would raise taxes on small businesses the very same day as our Prime Minister was cutting them. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we're more concerned with ensuring that taxpayers have money in their pockets. They're worried about whether government bureaucracies and politicians will have enough money 40 years from now, Mr. Speaker. We're cutting taxes today.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to say we are worried about long-term solvency for the Government of Canada, and we're worried about jobs and growth now. According to Carleton University economist Jennifer Robson, the Conservative income splitting plan will, and I quote, only reach at most 12.9% of all Canadian households and a maximum of 1/3 of families with children. Wow. 2/3 of families with children won't save even $1 from the so-called family tax cut. When will the Conservatives start giving help to those who need it rather than to those who don't?
The Honourable Minister of Employment.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative family tax cut and benefits will help 100% of families with kids. Income splitting for couples to save up to $2,000 a year, and it will increase the universal child care benefit to $2,000 a year for kids under 6 and $720 for kids 6 through 17. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are already admitting that they would raise taxes on millions of Canadian families and take away the universal child care benefit. We won't let them do that.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, the Finance Minister says he has no idea how many jobs his budget will create. And that's understandable because most of the country has no idea why he's the Finance Minister. I'm wondering even if he is the Finance Minister. The reason he has no real job numbers is because the budget has no real numbers. For example, none of the so-called new infrastructure money will even arrive this year, which means no new bridges, no new water plants, no new transit, no new housing. None of it will get built thanks to this minister's inaction. Why won't the minister fight unemployment? Why won't he help vulnerable Canadians? Why won't he invest in cities?
The Honourable Minister of Infrastructure.
Mr. Speaker, let me quote Mayor John Tory. A major step forward for Toronto and for the country. Good news for Toronto and good news for cities across Canada. The federal government committed to establish a dedicated fund to invest in public transportation. Very well done. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Manicouagan. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives are turning their backs on yet another generation of Aboriginal kids with their latest budget. All children in Canada, wherever they live, deserve a quality education. But instead of being part of the solution, the Conservatives prefer to be part of the problem by blaming First Nation communities for their failure with Bill C-33. Why is the Prime Minister refusing to keep his word on investing $1.9 billion to make up for underfunding of Aboriginal education? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, our government is of the view that First Nations students, like all other Canadians, deserve access to a high-quality educational system, and that is why, since 2006, the government has been investing more than $10 billion to support education, both at the primary and secondary level, for thousands of First Nations students living on reserves. And in the budget last week, once again, we invested $200 million more to improve the educational system, and we will continue along those lines.
Mr. Speaker, it's not just in First Nations education where Conservatives have dropped the ball. When it comes to health services, it's as if Indigenous peoples are actually living in a different country than Canada. Despite First Nations and Inuit having higher rates of chronic disease and infant mortality, this government has cut basic services and made them harder to access. And the Conservatives' latest budget offered next to nothing on Aboriginal health. Why has the Conservative government abandoned its responsibility towards Indigenous peoples' health care?
The Honourable Prime Minister to the Minister of Health.
Mr. Speaker, our government's committed to the health and safety of all Canadians, including our Aboriginal communities. We provide over $2.5 billion towards programs and services with Aboriginal health. This includes 24/7 access to nursing services in 80 remote communities, home and community care, and $34.5 million to improve the quality of health services in Aboriginal communities. This is just a few of some very important measures that we are doing in terms of Aboriginal health.
Mr. Speaker, to add insult to injury, this minister would like First Nations to believe he's actually doing them a favor by cutting services. He is targeting the poorest of the poor in this country, Mr. Speaker, by cutting welfare rates for New Brunswick's First Nations. Does this minister really believe that the only reason keeping First Nations on welfare is their, quote, passiveness? Or perhaps it may have something to do with high employment rates in the region?
The Honourable Minister of Aboriginal Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, our government believes that income assistance on First Nation communities all across Canada should be consistent with provincial rates. And we have been working with Atlantic First Nations on aligning income assistance program policies with the national policy. And as the honourable member very well knows, this is before the court, and I will not comment further.
The Honourable Member for BTB
It's just shameful, Mr. Speaker. But that kind of talk shouldn't surprise us anymore coming from the Conservatives. According to Chief George Guinish, the planned cuts would mean around $908 a month for a family of 4 to live on, which is well below the poverty line. But the minister would have us believe it's for their own good. Does the minister truly believe that the reason New Brunswick's First Nations are getting social assistance is because they're too passive? The Honourable Minister, the answer is the same in French as it was in English. Quite simply, we apply the national directive, which provides that social assistance rates for members of First Nations in the provinces have to be the same or comparable to those for the general population in the province in question. And this is before the courts, and I will not comment further.
For New Brunswick Southwest.
Canadians are ready to respond to the disastrous earthquake that struck Nepal in northern India this weekend. The loss of life and ensuing humanitarian crisis are unimaginable. I know that all members of this House will extend their deepest sympathies to all those affected. Canada is always at the forefront when it comes to aiding those in need. Can the Minister of Foreign Affairs please update the House on the actions our government is taking to respond to this natural disaster?
The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, on behalf of all Canadians, I extend our deepest sympathies and heartfelt condolences to the people affected by the earthquake in Nepal and northern India. Canada is responding, as we always do. We have deployed the DART assessment team. A C-17 Globemaster is bringing supplies and equipment to the region. And as you heard from my colleague, we've also announced $5 million in assistance and have deployed additional consular staff to assist Canadians. We'll continue to work with our international partners and stand ready to take all necessary action to help those in need.
The Honourable Member for Squamish-Waunakita.
Mr. Speaker, there's a new member of the growing coalition of Canadians telling Conservatives and Liberals not to pass Bill C-51. That's the high-tech business community. This is an absolutely critical sector of our economy, and now high-tech entrepreneurs and CEOs say this dangerously vague legislation will make it harder to attract and grow businesses like theirs in Canada. After so many concerns from so many people, how can the Minister of Public Safety still claim that passing Bill 51 is a good idea?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, the members seem to forget that Canada has been targeted by the international jihadi movement, Mr. Speaker, that on October the 20th, there was a terrorist attack in Quebec, Mr. Speaker, and there was a terrorist attack here, Mr. Speaker, on the 22nd. And the least Canadians are expecting from their politician, Mr. Speaker, is to take action, Mr. Speaker. And that's what this government is doing. That's what I'm so proud of being a Conservative member, Mr. Speaker, who is not only investing in our police force to keep the Canadians safe, but also giving them the tools, and Canadians can count on us to keep on doing so. Thank you.
The honourable member for Alfred Palan. According to Christiane Boudreau, whose son died in Syria and who's now trying to prevent the radicalization of other young people, Bill C-51 will make matters worse. CEOs of high-tech companies also fear the disastrous consequences of C-51. C-51 undermines Canada's international reputation as an open and tolerant place to do business. So why is the minister forging ahead with a useless bill that nobody wants? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, we know the NDP have opposed everything our government has done to fight terrorism. They even opposed our strategy to prevent terrorism. Mr. Speaker, look what Aïd Raza said here, the president of a Muslim organization. He said the legislation is important to fight radicalization. We need tools to track terrorists who are traveling abroad, and that's what C-51 will do. I hope the NDP will finally open their eyes and support this bill. Now, a member for Laurier St. Marie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Canada's chairmanship of the Arctic Council won't be an unforgettable one. Won't be a memorable one, rather. It's a shame. Yet another missed opportunity for the Conservatives to show some leadership on the international stage and in the fight against climate change. For his part, the U.S. Secretary of State, who will be chairing for the next 2 years, wasted no time in stating his priority, fighting climate change. Will the minister actively back the U.S. agenda?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Canada's leadership, we held the first of its kind of a mental wellness symposium and we also promoted Aboriginal traditional knowledge, the traditional way of life. We created an action plan to prevent marine oil pollution prevention in the Arctic. We also developed a framework to fight and reduce climate pollutants like black carbon and methane. Under Canada's leadership, we also established the Arctic Economic Council, which is promoting business opportunities, trade, and investment in the North. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northwest Territories.
Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, Canada's out-of-step business agenda on the Arctic Council was an international embarrassment. The very moment the United States took over the Council chairmanship, the agenda shifted rightly back to the urgent issue of climate change. U.S. Secretary of State John Kerry said, "This is not a future challenge. This is happening right now." Why did this government waste a critical opportunity to work with the Arctic nations to address climate change for the whole 2 years of their chairmanship?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, under Canada's chairmanship, we consulted with Northerners from Yukon, Northwest Territories, and Nunavut to establish the priorities under our chairmanship for 2 years. Clearly, that member does not understand how the Arctic Council functions. It is a consensus-based organization. We build consensus across the Arctic nations to build Canada's agenda. That member had 2 years to ask a question about the Arctic in this House and failed to do so.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Mr. Speaker, in reference to the environment, the Prime Minister used to say the government always said it wanted to see regulations on a continental basis. And yet when President Obama announced the new American targets, the Prime Minister changed his tune, claiming Canada would announce its targets separately. Yes, but when? When pigs fly? Imagine, Mr. Speaker, in a 600-page budget, not a single word on climate change. Does the Prime Minister really want to saddle our grandchildren with all of our problems? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, we have always said that to effectively reduce greenhouse gas emissions, all major emitters must be on board. We have aligned regulations with the United States in several areas, and we are working closely in developing the clean energy. Canada has one of the cleanest electricity supplies, with 80% of our energy coming from sources that emit no greenhouse gas emissions. The United States has only 30%. And at home, our government is reducing emissions while growing the economy without a job-killing carbon tax.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Mr. Speaker, for years the Prime Minister has maintained the fiction that Canada would be in lockstep with the U.S. GHG targets. When President Obama announced his country's latest goal, the Prime Minister bailed and said that Canada would announce its own targets. Apparently, these targets will be announced without a plan, without talking to the premiers, and without pricing carbon. Why embarrass Canada again at the G7 and the lead up to Paris with fictional and delusional targets? Why even bother with a pretense? Why humiliate Canada internationally once again?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, let me just read you a quote. The United States just took over chairmanship, and let me tell you what the U.S. Secretary Kerry had to say about our actions related to reducing pollutants like black carbon and methane and in other initiatives. Mr. Kerry said Canada's thanked for our work and said that he would continue to work with Canada and the work that we started. He also said, I quote, "It has given us all as a strong platform on which to build on." That's a quote from the Secretary Kerry, who is now taking over the Arctic Council chairmanship from Canada.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Be there to serve all Canadians. So why do we see Conservative Party candidates like Tim Laidler being promoted all over official government websites and social media feeds?
Seriously?
He's there for a photo op with a foreign dignitary. He's standing there with the Minister for an official policy announcement in Vancouver. He's even there with the Minister on the Veterans Affairs website. Why can't the Conservatives seem to understand that public resources are there to promote the public interest? Why is the Government of Canada promoting Conservative candidates?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's kind of rich coming from a member opposite who 68 members of his own party illegally used resources of this House, Mr. Speaker, to fund an illegal office, partisan NDP office, in Montreal, Mr. Speaker. 68 of those members. That doesn't even include the 23 other members who actually illegally used resources to fund advertising in the middle of a by-election campaign for another $1 million, Mr. Speaker. Between the NDP and the Liberals, some $45 million of taxpayers' money is outstanding, and it'd be nice if they paid it back.
The Honourable Member for Pontiac.
Les ministres conservateurs semblent
Conservative ministers are apparently using publicly funded events to raise the profile of Conservative candidates. A Conservative candidate in BC was at the airport for the Indian Prime Minister's arrival. The Defence Minister even played photographer. The same candidate attended official events with the Minister of Social Development and the Minister of Veterans Affairs. Why is the government using public funds to promote Conservative candidates? The Honourable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, to see the NDP making a personal attack against a Canadian veteran. Tim Laidler, Mr. Speaker, is still the president. Attacking a Canadian citizen, he's still the president of the Veterans Transition Network. He's been recognized across this country for his work with veterans, Mr. Speaker. He reaches out and supports Canadians who have been veterans, who are impacted by PTSD. He's won awards from all people in the province of British Columbia for his great work. He continues to work with veterans, Mr. Speaker. And of course, New Democrats take every opportunity to take a pot shot at this individual. But he is a great Canadian doing great things for Canadian veterans.
the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Last week, the Finance Minister delivered our government's plan for trade, training and tax cuts. While the opposition is focused on raising taxes, the Conservative government is focused on giving more money back to hard-working Canadian families. I don't want a single Canadian family to miss out on these cuts and benefits. Would the Minister of State for Social Development please update this House and all Canadians on the important deadline that's coming up for Canadian families?
The Honourable Minister of State.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member from Kitchener Centre for that excellent question. Mr. Speaker, all Canadians with children will benefit from our expanded universal childcare benefit, but about 200,000 families in Canada need to register, and there's a deadline coming up, Mr. Speaker, that's this Friday. If Canadians are wondering if they're going to receive that benefit, they can go to canada.ca/tax savings, or they can talk to a Conservative member of Parliament, because Conservatives want to help Canadians get their benefits. So 200,000 of them need to register by this coming Friday.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians believe and expect when Parliament passes legislation or motions, the government will see to it that such laws are implemented. One such motion carried by a strong majority in this place was put forward by the member of Wascana, calling for a National Public Safety Officer compensation benefit for first responders. Why has the government failed first responders by not providing funding in the budget for the public safety compensation benefit as duly passed by this House with a strong majority?
The Honourable Minister of Public Safety.
Mr. Speaker, our government has just invested $200 million in helping communities deal with disasters. We'll continue to work with the provinces, and we do that while respecting provincial jurisdiction, unlike the centralizing vision of the Liberal Party. And we will continue along those lines. We will support frontline responders and affected communities.
Honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Mr. Speaker, the Duchess of Kent Legion is an important part of my community for cadets, wounded and homeless warriors, for seniors, for veterans. But it has faced tough times, and earlier this month, the members sold the building. The Legion is proposing that the officers' mess at Wolseley Barracks, which is slated for demolition, be sold to the Duchess so it can be converted to a new home for the Legion. Will the Minister of National Defence consider the Legion's proposal so it can continue to provide support and services for veterans in London?
Great idea. Good question. The Honourable Minister of National Defence.
Take the member's intervention under advisement. Of course, the Canadian Armed Forces only maintains those facilities that serve a valuable purpose. I understand this facility is over 60 years old and is not providing value for money for the Canadian Armed Forces, but I will review the matter.
And the Honourable Member for West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Speaker, it's deeply disturbing that the City of Vancouver is looking to legitimize the illegal marijuana drug trade. This irresponsible scheme to sell marijuana in stores, just like alcohol and cigarettes, can have only one effect: increasing marijuana use and addiction. It's exactly the plan the Liberal leader has been peddling for months. Can the Minister of Labour, a practicing physician, please update the House on our government's approach that will actually discourage kids from smoking marijuana?
Honourable Minister of Labour.
Well, I want to thank the member from West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country for his work on this subject. And as a practicing pediatric surgeon, I say with confidence that marijuana is an illegal drug for a reason. It has serious and lasting health effects, particularly on children, including schizophrenia and psychosis. Our government does not support making access to illegal drugs easier, and the Minister of Health has made this clear to the Mayor of Vancouver. Unlike the Liberal leader who wants to make smoking marijuana a normal, everyday activity and have marijuana available in stores like alcohol and cigarettes, this Conservative government wants to stop children from smoking marijuana. Storefronts selling marijuana are illegal. Under our government, they'll remain illegal, and we expect...
The Honourable Member for Bar-Richelieu, Nicolette Bécancourt. Mr. Speaker, the EI program is no longer meeting the needs of Quebecers and is adversely affecting all regions of Quebec. The latest federal budget does nothing for regional development and nothing to improve the job situation. The federal government would rather take $8.2 billion from the EI fund over 2 years to pay for the increased TFSA contribution limit and income splitting instead of improving the living conditions of the unemployed. Is that the federal government's new social policy? Steal from the rich, steal from the poor to give to the rich? The Honourable Minister. That's false, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member is not aware of the facts. In fact, during the recession, we had to subsidize the EI fund. Now the fund is repaying taxpayers for that. We are going to reduce premiums by 21% in 2017, and that will put more money in the pockets of small business so they can hire more people and pay working employees. The Honourable Member for Métis Matane Matapédia. When Ottawa claims the National Energy Board examining Energy East pipeline is a neutral third party, there's reason for skepticism. The NEB refuses to have documents translated into French, and counsel for the board said in court oil and gas pipelines are generally beneficial to all Canadians. Energy East is no exception. People were already worried enough about the effects of a pipeline. Now they have to worry about the NEB's bias in its evaluation of the project. Will the government stop the charade and amend the act to prevent the NEB from being a puppet of the oil patch? The Honourable Minister. The NEB has fulfilled its obligations under the Official Languages Act. All documentation produced by the board have to be produced in both languages, and any other questions should be directed to the promoter of the project, the proponent.
Mr. Speaker, Thursday is tax filing day. While April 30th is always painful for Canadians who owe taxes, with more than 120 different federal tax credits, filing has become so complicated, experts believe that filers are missing out on hundreds of dollars owing to them. Moreover, the Fraser Institute states that Canadians are spending $6 billion in tax compliance costs. Rather than forcing Canadians to either hire accountants and tax lawyers or spend hours themselves searching for tax credits, why not simply reduce the tax rates for all Canadians? Does the government not believe that a simplified tax code and broad-based tax relief is preferable to make-work projects for tax lawyers and accountants?
And the Honourable Minister of State for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, the member knows that our Conservative government has numerous steps to simplify the tax system, but no more importantly, we have reduced taxes for the middle class. Shamefully, the opposition has voted against all those measures. Our low-tax plan is putting $6,600 back into the pockets of the average family of four, but we know that the opposition wants to reduce that. They want high taxes on the middle class, high taxes on middle-class families, high taxes on middle-class seniors, high taxes on middle-class consumers. Mr. Speaker, we're the government that will keep taxes low. Canadians know they're better off with this Conservative.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Mr. Speaker, I congratulate the government on finally balancing a budget after 7 unsuccessful attempts. However, Budget 2015 still contains questionable industrial subsidies such as the $100 million allocation to the Automotive Supplier Innovation Program. When will this government learn that industrial subsidies, special treatment for some industries but not others, picking winners and losers, and corporate welfare does not constitute true Conservative fiscal policy?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course our government wants to have a robust industrial policy that will create jobs all across the country, Mr. Speaker. And of course we are working with provinces, we're working with the private sector to keep taxes low. We have a 13-point lower corporate tax rate than what's offered in the United States, and we have a number of policies to keep us competitive and keep us moving forward. And with regard to our support for the automotive sector, I sure like the member from Edmonton St. Albert when he voted for these things, but now he's speaking against them in the Parliament of Canada. It just shows how far he's fallen from reasonable public policy.
That concludes question period for today. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of His Excellency Ditmir Bushati, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Republic of Albania. I would also like to draw the attention of honourable members, the presence in the gallery, of Mr. Sadakuzu Tanigaki, President of the Japan-Canada Diet Friendship League. And I have the honour to inform the House that Mr. Julian, member for the electoral district of Burnaby, New Westminster, has been appointed member of the Board of Internal Economy in place of Ms. Turmel, member for the electoral district of Hull-Elmer, for the purposes and under the provisions of Section 50 of the Parliament of Canada Act. Tabling of documents, dépôt de documents. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Order 36.8. I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 6 petitions.
Introduction of government bills. Déclaration des ministres.
Statements by ministers.
Reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Mr. Kotler, seconded by Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, Hate Speech. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Mount Royal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill that would restore anti-hate speech provisions of the Canadian Human Rights Act along with appropriate safeguards. In 2012, the Conservatives responded to valid concerns about Section 13 hate speech provisions of the Human Rights Act by essentially throwing out the baby with the proverbial bathwater and repealing the section outright. I was one of many who argued at the time that the section should be refined, not repealed, so as to result in hate speech provisions such as those I am proposing today. For example, this bill would institute protections against frivolous suits and abusive process, such as requiring the consent of the Attorney General for a complaint to go forward and allowing also for the awarding of costs. Freedom of expression is the lifeblood of democracy, and the bill expressly protects it. However, as Justice Rothstein wrote in the Supreme Court's unanimous 2013 decision regarding laws against hate speech, and I quote, "The objective for which the limit is imposed, namely tackling causes of discriminatory activity to reduce the harmful effects and social costs of discrimination, is pressing and substantial." Mr. Speaker, hate speech is not simply a matter of offending sensibilities or being politically correct, which is protected speech. It causes real and tangible harm, can assault the very values underlying free speech, can breach our international commitments, and can assault the principle of equality. I thus invite all members to support this legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Monsieur Kotler,
Mr. Cutler, seconded by Mr. McKay, Scarborough-Guildwood, moves that this bill be read a first time and printed. The motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? The next sitting of the House. Première lecture de projet de loi.
First reading of Senate public bills.
Motions. Motion. The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I move, seconded by the Minister of Foreign Affairs, that a take-note debate on the subject of the ongoing situation in Ukraine take place pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 on Wednesday, April 29, 2015.
Mr. Van Loan, seconded by Mr. Nicholson, moves that a take-note debate on the subject of the ongoing situation in Ukraine take place pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 on Wednesday, April 29th. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes. Agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Presenting petitions, Présentation des pétitions, the Honourable Member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you much, Mr. Speaker. I have 2 petitions in front of me. The first one regarding the current impaired driving laws as being too lenient, and that the request is that there would be tougher laws in the implementation of new mandatory minimum sentences for those convicted of impaired driving causing death, and also that the criminal code would be adjusted to redefine the offence of impaired driving causing death as a vehicular manslaughter. And the second one, Mr. Speaker, is a petition revealing from a documentary saying that ultrasounds can be used and are used in Canada to tell the sex selection of unborn child so that they may terminate the pregnancy if the unborn child is a girl. Mr. Speaker, they're asking that the members of Parliament would condemn the discrimination against girls occurring through sex-selective pregnancy termination. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Buckley Valley.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition from dozens and dozens of people across the Northwest, and particularly from Stewart, BC, who have recently seen the border between Stewart and Hyder, Alaska, closed for 8 hours every single 24-hour period. They note in their petition that this is the only connection for particularly our American neighbours just to the outside of Stewart, and that it is important for the mining and power industries as well as the vital tourism sector that much of the community relies upon. These petitioners find it offensive that there are no cost savings for the Government of Canada. In fact, now the American government has offered to make up the cost if there are any. It's gone from the ridiculous to the sublime, Mr. Speaker. They call for the border to be opened the full 24 hours, for us to be good neighbours, and to support small and northern communities like Stewart, British Columbia. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Guelph.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I bring to this House attention a petition signed by hundreds of people from Guelph and around Ontario, bringing to our attention the possible negative health effects of GMO, the negative impact on organic and non-GMO crops, the inability of farmers to save their own seed, and indeed the concern about the absence of labeling of GMO food products. They ask the government to put a moratorium on the further licensing and release of GMO, and particularly putting a moratorium on the release of GMO alfalfa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I have the honour to present a petition by about 150 people from my riding and the region of Waterloo. They're asking the government to adopt international aid policies that support small family farmers, especially women, and recognize their vital role in the struggle against hunger and poverty. They're also asking the government to ensure that Canadian policies and programs are developed in consultation with small family farmers, and they protect the rights of small family farmers in the Global South to preserve, use, and freely exchange seeds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Le Salimar.
The Honourable Member for Le Salimar. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to table this petition dealing with cuts to Canada Post. It was signed by hundreds of my constituents who are deploring the fact that Canada Post plans to deliver home mail, or the home mail service, and they urge the government to reject the Canada Post action plan and to restore home mail delivery and save jobs.
Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a petition that I'm tabling. In essence, been signed by many members of my constituency, in particular from Sikh Society Gurdwara, where they're asking the government to recognize that the Punjab Assembly in India unanimously passed a resolution calling on the Canadian Parliament to apologize for the Kamagata Maru incident. Mr. Speaker, this is an incident, it was a dark moment in Canada's past. Back in 1914, 352 passengers aboard the steamship were denied entry into Canada based on discriminatory immigration policy. And, Mr. Speaker, what they're asking for, as I say, is that the Government of Canada provide a formal apology in Parliament with respect to the Kamagata Maru incident of 1914. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Deputy Charlebourg St. Charles.
The Honourable Member. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These are petitions from my riding to ensure that policies put in place by Canada are developed following consultation process with small farmers, that they are consulted, and that the policies protect the rights for small farmers in the South to use and freely exchange their seed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to present a petition signed by hundreds of members of my riding protesting the cuts to the CBC. Not only is French and English programming being significantly impacted by these cuts, but in the riding that I represent, hundreds of jobs are being lost, hundreds of families are being impacted. The signatories to this petition ask for the government to restore the funding, restore the independence of the CBC, and make sure that our public broadcaster remains public. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present two petitions today. The first is from residents of North Vancouver who are writing that this House should consider and take action on the attempts to defraud voters in the 2011 election. I think this becomes only more urgent as we approach the 2015 election. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from residents of British Columbia, particularly the Kootenay region, as well as from Thunder Bay, asking this House to reject Bill C-51, the so-called anti-terrorism bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The
Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to present two petitions. The one is signed by thousands of people across Quebec who are calling on the government to acknowledge that animals are sentient beings that can feel pain. They're calling also for the adding of provision to the criminal code to deal with the cruelty against animals and negligence so that we have harsher sentences as well. The second petition is signed by many people in my riding, hundreds of citizens calling on the government to talk to Canada Post to put an end to service elimination. This will lead to job losses. That will lead to fewer services. And in my riding, it's already started. People are very angry because the postal boxes are being placed on their yards, and that's reducing the value of their homes. And they urge the government to stop these cuts.
Presentation des pétitions. Questions on the order paper, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, questions number Q 1111 and question 1112 will be answered today. Mr. Speaker, and I ask that the questions be allowed to stand.
Is that agreed? Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day, order du jour.
Government orders, business of supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion in the name of Mr. McGuinty on government advertising.
Yellowhead has 15 minutes left for his remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll start at the top of the last page where I missed off about midway. The Privy Council Office provides critical oversight throughout the entire process, and departments evaluate their campaigns and report on their results. Departments work closely with Privy Council Office to develop the advertising proposals. The proposals provide a detailed overview of the advertising campaign, including its objective, key messages, and government priorities it supports. Departments also consult each other to identify areas of common interest and opportunities to collaborate. This type of collaboration is an example of how the government treats taxpayers' dollars with respect, Mr. Speaker. It maximizes efficiency and prevents unnecessary duplication between departments. Our campaign and funding approvals have been given department consult with Public Works and Government Services Canada regarding contractor options for advertising services. These options include a call-up against a standing offer, a competition among agencies pre-approved on a supply arrangement, and a request for approvals through Buy and Sell GC Canada. With a contract in place, departments work with their advertising agency to provide creative concepts and a media plan based on the objectives of the campaign. Here's an important note, Mr. Speaker. Advertising campaigns must meet all related Government of Canada legislation, policies, and standards, including those set out in the Federal Identity Program Policy, Communications Policy of the Government of Canada, and Contracting Policy and the Official Languages Act, as well as related policies and directives. Just to be clear, Mr. Speaker, those are 4 policies that have to be followed in order for an advertising campaign to get the green light. What's more, all campaigns must also be guided by the Canadian Code of Advertising Standards. That is a substantial amount of oversight and accountability, Mr. Speaker. Departments then approve all production estimates and schedules and are responsible for financial and administrative procedures, including documenting their campaigns in the Advertising Management Information System. After this is done, departments provide final creative and media plans to the Public Works and Government Services Canada, who review for compliance with applicable legislation, policies, and standards. And that's not all, Mr. Speaker. The government also conducts thorough assessments of all major advertising campaigns to ensure that they are functioning as intended. And these results are posted online for all Canadians to see. Departments track campaign results using a variety of metrics. For advertising campaigns with a media component of over 1 million or more, departments must conduct a mandatory, standardized post-campaign evaluation. The evaluation tracks audience recall of the campaign and gauges audience understanding and response to the advertisement. This is responsible management of taxpayer dollars, Mr. Speaker. It should be clear that funding for the government advertising is nothing if not accountable. I stated earlier the communications policy requires the government to be responsive to diverse information needs of Canadians, but is also designed to ensure that it complies with acts, policies, and procedures, and provides value for money. In fact, there are 3 ways in which government reports on advertising spending. Firstly, all funds set aside by Treasury Board for government advertising are accounted for in a quarterly report produced by the Treasury Board Secretariat. 3 quarterly reports are posted online and are accessible to all Canadians. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, total annual spending on advertising is reported by Public Works and Government Services Canada through the annual report on Government of Canada advertising activities. It provides an overview of the government's advertising management practices and outlines the Government of Canada's advertising initiatives. It also lists all expenditures by federal institutions as well as by media type. In fact, Mr. Speaker, there is a significant amount of proactive disclosure involved. All advertising-related contracts are posted on Contracts Canada, a website managed by Public Works and Government Services Canada. As well, departments and agencies are required to post all contracts over $10,000 on their respective websites. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, parliamentarians and Canadians can find detailed information on government advertising spending in the public's accounts that are tabled in Parliament every fall. In addition to these reports, Mr. Speaker, the government updated its procedure for management of advertising in August of 2014. The updated procedures ensure that Government of Canada advertising is well coordinated, transparent, and managed in a way that provides value for Canadians. This is transparency, Mr. Speaker. Complementing the communications policy of the Government of Canada is the Federal Identity Program policy. These policies often operate in tandem so as to frame the voice and the face of government. The communications policy promotes coherent, consistent communications, one government speaking with one voice. The Federal Identity Program policy supports the government's corporate identity. It helps to shape the face of government. The Federal Identity Program policy is about clear and consistent identification. It projects the government as a coherent, unified administration and enables Canadians to recognize at a glance where their government is at work for them. The Federal Identity Program policy governs the use of 3 identifiers of the government: the coat of arms of Canada, the signature, and that is to say the flag with the title of the institution or the Government of Canada and the Canada wordmark. Mr. Speaker, my honourable colleagues will see the results of the Federal Identity Program policy on every Government of Canada building, on every piece of official correspondence, on signs, vehicles, and uniforms. Mr. Speaker, these 2 policies govern how advertising is carried out by the Government of Canada. To be clear, departments and agencies must ensure that the design and presentation of advertisements conform to the communications policy and its procedures, as well to the requirements of Federal Identity Policy Program. What's more, Mr. Speaker, all advertising campaigns are reviewed by the Privy Council Office, and contracts must be issued through Public Works and the Government Services of Canada. And of course, departments and agencies may not be used for public funds to purchase advertising support of political parties. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support the motion before us today, and that is because our government has an obligation to communicate with Canadians about important government programs and services. Canadians need to know how government programs and services that has a positive impact on their lives, their communities, and their country. I can think of a number of examples. Let's take the home renovation tax credit as one. After announcing the Economic Action Plan in 2009, our government launched an advertising campaign to make people aware of some of the initiatives in the plan that would create jobs and boost the economy. As a result, Canadians took advantage of programs like the home renovation tax credit to upgrade their homes. People were informed, Mr. Speaker, and homeowners and construction industry benefited. And so did our economy, with the creation of jobs and growth that enabled Canada to perform better than most during those challenging times. Mr. Speaker, I think all of those present would agree that advertising plays a crucial role in Canada's successful recovery. It allowed our government to reach the largest number of Canadians in the most effective and efficient way possible. Mr. Speaker, advertising is essential to the success of any government program or services that benefit Canadians and Canada. It's a best practice that governments here in Canada and around the world have used to great benefit. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of all of the government programs and initiatives that have been discussed here today. And I think it's absolutely crucial to make sure that Canadians are aware of these opportunities so that they can take advantage of them. It is shameful that members of the opposite would oppose informing Canadians of programs that would benefit them. Especially because when our government spends money on advertisement, it goes into advertisements. When the previous Liberal government spent money on advertisement, it went into the pockets of friends of the Liberal Party. They should be ashamed of themselves. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Esquimalt-Wanufiga.
Thank you very much. And I thank the Honourable Member for his comments, and I note that he mentioned how part of the policies he talked about in great detail forbid the use of advertising money to promote political candidates. And so my question to him would be, does he not believe that once someone becomes a candidate in the next election, they shouldn't appear in government ads? Now, the problem is that we haven't had an epidemic of New Democrats or Liberals candidates appearing in government ads, but we seem to have had an epidemic of Conservative candidates, nominated candidates, actually appearing in those government ads. So how do those policies he talked about at such great length justify the Conservative candidates appearing in government ads?
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
I thank our honourable member for that question, and I would debate whether the event that the honourable member was in question about was an ad, or was it just a program that was on revealing what was taking place at that point. I do not believe it was an ad that was sponsored by the Canadian government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Winnipeg North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member can provide some comment in regards to the abuse of government advertising, in the sense that I'm referring specifically to the action plan ads. The government brings in a budget and then is going to spend over $13 million over a few weeks to tell Canadians how wonderful they are by presenting a budget. Now, there's many flaws within the budget. There's absolutely no doubt about that. Vast majority of Canadians, and we're talking a vast majority, I would suggest you well over 85%, would say that this is a wasteful way to be spending millions of tax dollars when there are so many other needs in every region of our country. So just strictly speaking about the action plan ads, does he believe that the taxpayers are getting good value for the dollars this government is wasting on spending action plan ads promoting this budget? Not the details of the budget, just saying how wonderful we are as a Conservative government in presenting a budget.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member. Yes, I believe our government is doing what is required. We need to advise people of the initiatives of our action plan. Things like services to newcomers, protecting health and safety Canadians, we have to let them know. Priority occupations, women's recruitment campaign. These are things that we have to get out to the public and let them understand what our action plan is all about. This is no different than what the Liberal government did between 2002 and 2006, where they spent $250 million doing exactly the same thing that this government is doing today. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fier. Thank you. The Conservatives, since they've been in power, have wasted $750 million for partisan advertising. And my question for the Conservative member is the following. Over the last few years, the Conservative government cut back on services to veterans by closing those offices in order to save money. And they found $5 million at the same time to publicize the War of 1812. So I find it incomprehensible. How can the Conservative member justify the spending of $5 million in commemoration of the 1812 war, while at the same time this government is cutting services to veterans?
Or Yellowhead.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. Thank you for the honourable member. Well, Mr. Speaker, it goes back to just last year when the honourable member from Pontiac showed great interest in how the government was going to advertise Bill C-21, the Red Tape Reduction Act. And he said, and his quote was, "I'm wondering if there has been, or if there is, or will be outreach done that explains this to the mom and pop shops that are doing great work with 25 employees or fewer. How are we going to tell them how it affects them?" There's no difference than the question he's asking right now. We are passing information on to Canadians about important issues, and it's a message that has to be passed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his great intervention regarding the need for advertising. And Mr. Speaker, if we were to take time to go through the entire budget of 2015 alone, we would see many examples where it's necessary for the government to inform Canadians about changes that are coming. And one of those changes, Mr. Speaker, is on page 240 regarding extending compassionate care benefits. Well, just this weekend, Mr. Speaker, I happened to be looking at my Twitter thing, and there was a tweet from someone that said, without advertising, I wouldn't have known to ask about hashtag caregivers tax credit, hashtag CPC, hashtag thank you. Here's an example where we are getting the word out to people who may need to avail themselves of these kind of benefits that are available to them. And this compassionate care benefits is just one example. But I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if my colleague would care to give a few more examples of programs that our government has initiated where it's important that we take the time and effort and spend the money, yes, to get the word out to Canadians so they'll be aware of the programs that are available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
I'd like to thank my honourable member for that question. And yes, it's very important. Just last week, I got a call from one of our constituents that said, I didn't understand the family tax credits. What is there for me? What is there for my kids that are in sports? So I sat down and explained those to him. I read them. I showed him where he could get those kinds. Many people, many Canadians are not getting the opportunity to see that message. And it's up to us as a government to pass that message on to Canadians and to families so that they can understand what the tax benefits are there and they can claim those tax benefits. We know that over 200,000 people are still unaware of that. We need to get that message out, and the best way is by advertising. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's one thing to advertise a government program when it has passed this House and actually exists. It's another thing to advertise a government program when it's being considered by Parliament. And that's why, according to government policy, which my colleague talked about so much in his speech, according to government policy, if you have a video, you have to have the words measures subject to parliamentary approval. Now, I have a case where the government has not followed the spirit of its policy. On November 17th last year, in fact, that was the day of the Whitby-Oshawa by-election, if you wanted to read an online article on the local newspaper, you had to pass through a gateway advertisement. It's a little tiny box with a video. And on that day, the video contained a government advertisement about its spending plans. And it was so small that you could not read the words measures subject to parliamentary approval. I don't think this government actually wanted to follow its own policies and perhaps dilute the message that this video was sending on that by-election day. It was clear to me that nobody in the 2 seconds could read the fuzzy words. In fact, I had to go to the government website itself and look at the full high-definition ad to actually see the words. The government was not following the spirit of its own policies. And I wonder if my colleague would agree with me.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to the honourable member. I don't totally agree with his conception of that. If he noticed that, and I'm not sure what he was watching at the time that he saw that video, if he was watching it on an iPhone, it might be very difficult to see. But if he did see it and he took the initiative to go back and look on his computer to see what it said, I give him credit for that. But that ad requires those marks. It requires that under the Act, and we are following with that compliance. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my friend's speech with some interest. I got to take one strong exception with something that he said, that when he said that the Liberals spent, I think it was $250 million over a certain period of time, and that's exactly what the Conservatives are doing. There's something quite different about what the Liberals did, which they handed a bunch of that ad money to friends in the sponsorship scandal. So I hope that's not exactly what the Conservatives are doing, because not only are they running many millions of dollars of self-promoting ads, much like the Liberals did, and when the Conservatives were in opposition, they said this was terrible. This was an awful waste of taxpayer money. My question is this. You said that these ads need to be effective, yet we've seen from Freedom of Information that the government's own assessment of these ads is that they're not effective, that they're not proving their worth in money. That's from his own department's assessment of this. My specific question is this, Mr. Speaker, that with an economy that for the last 17 months has had less than 1% job growth, which is the worst record outside of a recession since we started taking stats on this. It's been 4 decades since we've had such a poor performance in creating jobs. Why is there so little in the ads and anything else that the Conservatives are doing, including their budget, that answers the elephant in the room, which is that under their watch, the Conservatives are not helping the Canadian economy grow as it ought to? Thank you.
The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, the honourable member. I guess the honourable member is entitled to his opinion as to where the money should be spent for with the ads that we are placing. The ads that we are placing are looked at with strategic planning and action by our government and are placed in areas that we believe need to be addressed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm sharing my time with the honourable member for King's Hants. Mr. Speaker, I'm honoured to rise in the House today to speak to the motion tabled by my colleague from Ottawa South, intended to put an end to partisan advertising by the government billed to Canadian taxpayers. This motion is proposing to insert a neutral third party to judge the appropriateness of government advertising. Given the frequent abuses of the Conservative government in this area, I can only proudly support this motion, which is essential in order to protect the interests of Canadian citizens as taxpayers first and foremost, but also as citizens of a modern democracy.
These two goals are equally important, and they're at the heart of my concerns as a Liberal MP and representative of my constituents. In a time of budget restraint and zero economic growth, and high unemployment, I'm quite frankly shocked that the government is spending a fortune on partisan ads without any concern for their effectiveness or their cost. We already know that since this government took power, they have spent almost $1 billion on advertising. And that's a $750 million bill. $750 million for what? These campaigns are supposed to inform the public, but studies show that very few viewers retain any of the information once they've seen the ad. This government stubbornly promotes programs that don't even exist yet. It's not only a waste of taxpayers' hard-earned money, but it's a sign of this government's disregard for government that has to vote on and pass these programs before they should be advertised. In 2013, the government had to withdraw its announcements promoting the Canadian job subsidy because the government was implying that the program already existed and that Parliament had passed it, and even that all the provinces had bought in. But 1 year later, the program was still on hold. The government was told in black and white that they were misleading Canadians. Last spring, when I was watching the NHL playoffs, I was consterned to see that the Conservatives were wasting taxpayers' hard-earned money again on partisan ads, and very expensive ones at that. So I asked here in the House how much the government had spent on those ads. I was told that $1 million in taxpayer money had been wasted on the promotion of a non-existent program. Today, we learn that another $13 million will be wasted on promoting the government's vote-getting budget. And let's not forget, this budget favors the rich at the expense of the middle class and people who are working hard to join the middle class. At the Canada Revenue Agency, $253. The charities have been under attack. All the service counters, many service counters have been shut down. So when taxpayers want to get information from CRA, they're getting less service. This government is completely out of touch with Canadians' priorities. And last week I asked the question again because a woman in my writing said she was receiving letters from CRA, but those letters turned out to be propaganda promoting the Conservative government. This government is trying to blind Canadians to their cuts by bombarding them with propaganda and ads. It is time to put a stop to this. My colleague is proposing that a third party be inserted to decide whether ads are appropriate and effective. But I should point out that this isn't just a matter of public funds. Our public institutions are also degraded when the Conservative Party uses them for partisan purposes. Whenever a Canadian pays their taxes, they're not contributing to the Conservative Party. They are paying their fair share of the cost of public services. The government is not at the service of the Conservative Party. This is a worn-out, arrogant government. And our very democracy is at stake because at CRA, charities that aren't in agreement with Conservative policy have systematically been targeted by audits. It's a witch hunt to such an extent that they unanimously say today that the government, they're all critical of the government's approach and the chill that this has had on charities and their ability to speak their minds. Another very specific ad campaign has been criticized for its partisan flavor, not by the opposition, not by the media, but by 3 national medical organizations, the College of Family Physicians of Canada, the Canadian Medical Association, and the Royal College of Physicians and Surgeons of Canada. They have condemned the Health Canada ad campaign of this past fall, explicitly because of how partisan it is. Doctors in Canada refuse to fall into the trap of conservative propaganda, and we too feel that Canadians want to protect the integrity of their federal government because it belongs to Canadians, not to the Conservatives and the Prime Minister's office. Democracy Watch has launched a campaign calling on the Auditor General to investigate this whole matter, and that's what our motion proposes to. Finally, I'd like to ask another question of the government. If they really think that their ads are informative and not mainly partisan, and that the money of taxpayers is being well spent on these ads, despite the differing opinion of the Advertising Standards Council of Canada, what do they have to lose from allowing a third party to vet the appropriateness and effectiveness of this expenditure of public money? What do they have to fear? We know that when they stick their nose into transparency initiatives, for example, with the creation of the Office of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, they discover quite quickly that once light is shone on their practices, they would have preferred to hide them. But we are giving them the opportunity today to show some integrity and to submit their advertising practices to an impartial assessment. I think that that's the responsible conduct that Canadians deserve as taxpayers and Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I listened closely to my colleague from Bourassa's remarks. What strange days we live in. These two parties are pointing the finger at each other, accusing each other of wasting more taxpayer money over the years. But there's really only one way to change things, and that is to elect an NDP government on October 19th. That said, substantively, this is a good motion. And that's why I'd like to hear more from my colleague from Bourassa, because this is the trademark of the Liberal Party, really, vague announcements. So who would be tasked with verifying the appropriateness of advertising? Would it be the Auditor General or something else? The motion really doesn't specify any particular individual. The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I'm happy to see that part of this motion meets with his satisfaction because he said it was a good one at root. And I agree, and I hope the NDP will support this motion. But in his preamble, he talked about the old parties that are used to using and wasting taxpayer money. But when he refers to our party, he's talking about the distant past, whereas in the present, the NDP, during my by-election campaign, the NDP used public money to conduct partisan ads. And what is it they have to pay back now today? Millions of dollars of misused taxpayer money. So I think it's important for the member to remind all of his NDP colleagues that they should pay that money back as quickly as possible for the benefit of Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Lac Saint-Louis. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. By way of general comment, I'd like to say that we need some kind of arbitrator, some kind of neutral third party. But I have two questions for my colleague. First of all, does he not agree that when it comes to these ads, these highly partisan ads, passing themselves off as informational ads? Does he not think that the Conservative government has abused Canadians' trust? And secondly, does he think Canadians see through these attempts to polish off their tarnished image? The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Without any doubt, yes, there has been a breach of trust by the Conservative government. $750 million in spending on partisan ads. That's so unacceptable. Imagine what that money could do in my riding of Bourassa or any other riding of any other member here in the House. Imagine how much could have been done to help people in need. And what's more, Mr. Speaker, it is truly important to have a neutral party at arm's length to vet the appropriateness of any government advertising. We're talking about a budget that was filed very recently, and the finance minister himself can't even say how many jobs his budget would create. And every time we ask him the question, he says we should saddle our grandchildren and our children, or the Prime Minister's granddaughter at least, with all these problems. That's totally irresponsible. Resuming debate.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, I rise to speak, of course, today on the Liberal motion on government advertising by my colleague, the member for Ottawa South. Mr. Speaker, this government, this Conservative government, has proven time and time again they have absolutely no shame in spending tax dollars on wasteful, ineffective, and highly partisan advertising. They've spent more than $750 million on government advertising. Just today, we've learned of new plans, in fact, by this Conservative government to spend even more tax dollars on wasteful ads. According to a new media report, not only is Finance Canada spending another $7.5 million on radio and television ads for April and May, but the Canada Revenue Agency has a multi-million-dollar advertising campaign of its own right now. Let me quote from the report today. Quote, the Canada Revenue Agency is spending $6 million on a concentrated TV bulk buy this month that includes pricey NHL playoff spots in what internal government documents describe as a continuation of an existing campaign that's been running all winter. Under the Conservatives, the CRA has seen massive cuts, in fact, that have caused service standards to plummet and Canadians to be left frustrated. The Conservatives have, in fact, closed all of the CRA service counters and allowed the backlog of complaints to rise to more than 35,000. So even as CRA's own internal audits show that their telephone support lines for small businesses go largely unanswered or, in fact, are giving out erroneous information, despite these ongoing problems, the CRA or the Conservatives have still managed to find millions of dollars to spend on TV ads this month, the very month the Canadians are most likely to need CRA's help and be left wanting more. As this motion states, a great deal of these ads have been partisan in nature and have served very little in terms of real public interest. This abuse of tax dollars is an affront to Canadians who work hard and expect their governments to treat their money with respect. Now, to clean up this mess, we need greater checks and balances in place. The government should be required to submit its advertising to a third-party review process to ensure the ads are appropriate, proportional, and a sensible use of public funds. Les Canadiens sont en colère.
Canadians are rightly angered. Their government is asking all Canadians to tighten their belts, and at the same time they're spending millions of dollars. They're taking it out of the pockets of taxpayers and using it for partisan promotional purposes.
Speaker, I'd like to give just a few examples of wasteful Conservative advertising. In May 2013, the Conservative government ran an ad during the Stanley Cup playoffs advertising the Canada Jobs Grant. Then, in fact, the Advertising Standards Council of Canada came out and declared that the ad was misleading and was a breach of the Canadian Code of Advertising Standards because it omitted relevant information. It also neglected to mention that the program did not even exist. In fact, the government hadn't engaged the provinces on an area of shared jurisdiction. This Conservative government has already spent nearly $12 million on ads to promote Canada's 150th birthday, an event that will not take place for another 2 years. And they've spent tens of millions of dollars promoting the Canada Economic Action Economic Action Plan 3 years after the program actually ended. Les conservateurs ont aussi...
The Conservatives have also repeatedly done ads, high-cost ads during the NHL playoffs, the Super Bowl, and the Oscars, and they refused to give Canadians any details on the cost when they were asked to explain. Canadians have reasons to be skeptical about the Conservatives' priorities.
It comes down to priorities, Mr. Speaker, and the Conservatives have lost touch with what really matters to Canadian families. While the Conservatives spend hundreds of millions of dollars on tax dollars on partisan advertising, they're also shortchanging our veterans. They shut down 9 veteran service centres across Canada. They've spent as much advertising veteran services, which the Auditor General says are not actually meeting the needs of the veteran community, as it costs to maintain these 9 offices, which actually were serving veterans. The Conservatives have also chosen economic action plan ads over measures that would actually create jobs. There are still almost 160,000 fewer jobs for young Canadians compared to 2008, before the downturn. Students across Canada are struggling to find summer jobs that can help pay for their school. Instead of helping students out, this Conservative government has cut the number of jobs created by the Canada Summer's Job Program by more than half. But, Mr. Speaker, a single ad during the NHL playoffs could actually pay for more than 30 student jobs in the Canada Summer's Jobs Program. So instead of creating summer jobs for students who need the work and need to pay for their schooling, the government instead is wasting that money on partisan ads in the NHL playoffs. Mr. Speaker, it is an issue of priorities, but the Conservatives are out of touch with the priorities of middle-class families. Taxpayers are, in fact, disgusted by the flagrant abuse of their tax dollars on these ads. And the Conservatives must end this wasteful spending of tax dollars immediately. And for a plan, they need to look no further than to my Liberal colleague, the member for Ottawa South, and his private member's bill, C-544. His legislation would end wasteful government advertising by requiring the ads be vetted by an independent, nonpartisan body before they can be released. It's the right thing to do. If the Conservatives fail to act, Mr. Speaker, then Canadians will have to wait until a Liberal government, after the next election, brings in these measures that will take politics, partisan politics, out of government advertising and put an end to this wasteful spending and abuse of tax dollars. The Conservatives like to preach that government has a responsibility to communicate with Canadians, but they fail to mention that they also have a duty to taxpayers to ensure that the way in which we communicate to to Canadians is ethical, economical, and responsible. In this respect, Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have failed miserably, and a Liberal government, led by the member for Papineau, will clean up this mess, will put in place good governance to ensure that tax dollars aren't wasted, and Mr. Speaker, will ensure that the government is able to communicate with Canadians and provide valuable services to Canadians, but that at the same time tax dollars are respected and the power of government is not abused for partisan purposes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? L'honorable député de Trois.
The honourable member for Trois-Rivières. Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I listened carefully to the speech made by my colleague, my Liberal colleague. And it always brings to mind the same question that continues to go unanswered. And maybe this time we'll make some progress on it. But what I want to learn from this motion, because the Liberals in presenting it have undoubtedly thought about this, what is this third party that would have the mandate? Are we talking about the Auditor General with the issues surrounding that, or an independent commission? What is the position, the Liberal position on that question?
Député de Kings.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Merci beaucoup pour la question.
Thank you very much for the question. The example of the Government of Ontario is a good example where a government has created another independent authority to ensure that all government advertising are nonpartisan. And that is good value for taxpayers at the same time. And that's an example of a government with an approach that works well. Now, perhaps it's possible to work with the Auditor General to do that, but the priority today, for the purposes of this discussion and debate, is to establish the principle that we will follow as a government and to establish a completely independent authority that will ensure that the practices by the Conservatives will end.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, this has to be the day of the greatest irony, I think, in the House of Commons since I've been here, to actually hear the Liberal Party of Canada bring forward a motion on government advertising. And I'm going to tell you what the difference is between the Conservative government and the Liberal government when it comes to spending advertising money. On this side, we actually spend it on advertising. On that side, they blow $40 million out the door to support their buddies. That's the real difference. The member for Kings Hants also doesn't have a very good track record of picking the right party at the right time that actually forms the government. So he could actually be in government and make an effect on these kinds of policies. So I want to ask the member for Kings Hants, I want to ask him, what type of advertising does he believe is appropriate? Is it appropriate, as an example, that we run ads to recruit men and women to serve in the Canadian Armed Forces? Is it appropriate we run ads to recruit men and women to serve with the Royal Canadian Mounted Police? Is it appropriate that the Government of Canada, which is the bulk of the advertising, by the way, Mr. Speaker, that the government spends on, is it appropriate that we inform Canadians about specific programs and services that they're entitled to receive? That is the bulk of the advertising spent on this side, Mr. Speaker. On that side, when they're in government, the money goes to their buddies.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, the member cited several examples of legitimate government advertising, and of course legitimate government advertising would be approved by an independent authority that we describe in this mandate. So he would have there would be no quarrel by this independent authority with legitimate government advertising that actually provides value to Canadians, that informs Canadians of valuable information and data they require, and that is not partisan. So now the broader issue, he asked about my decision to join the Liberal Party 11 years ago, in fact, and Mr. Speaker, I'll assure him that I'm very happy to be a part of a progressive, enlightened party that bases its decisions on evidence and not ideology, that celebrates the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, that values, that defends minority rights in Canada, and that will form an extraordinary government after the next election that will restore some of these basic values to the Canadian government, because a lot of Canadians out there are ready for a change and they are ready to embrace a Liberal government.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for International Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and colleagues. I'm really pleased to stand today to address this motion because this gives me the opportunity to highlight some of the health portfolio's recent advertising campaigns to reinforce their importance and to discuss their impact. And, Mr. Speaker, allowing Canadians to know about the things that are going on in the Ministry of Health and how they will impact their lives, I think is a really important thing for us to do. So today I am going to use my time to paint a clear picture of the Government of Canada's health advertising. I will lay out the government's role in advertising about health, what forms these take, and how they serve to inform Canadians about matters that are important to their health and safety. I am going to focus, Mr. Speaker, on 4 recent high-profile health advertising campaigns and provide the House with the details surrounding those campaigns. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I will show how the health portfolio's advertising regime is not only in line with government processes and spending regulations, but also with this government's priority to protect and to maintain the health of Canadians. Mr. Speaker, you will hear from members today about the broad role of Government of Canada advertising. Advertising is an essential component of the government's commitment to effective communication with the public. We use it to convey critical information about policies and programs. We use it to point Canadians to the services that can help individuals, families, and businesses. We use it to raise awareness about the issues that impact their health, including infectious diseases, food safety, and the effects of drug abuse. And, Mr. Speaker, we use it to reach Canadians where they are in an ever-evolving world of communications. This is a critical component of the government's priority to keep families and communities healthy and strong, Mr. Speaker. Families and communities are the cornerstones of this great country, and they want a partner in the government. They want to learn about the information and the services available to them in a way that is flexible and meets their needs. It's not always easy for our families and communities to get the timely, practical, and evidence-based information they need to make informed decisions in the way they need it. And Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to insert here that we know with this family tax plan that we have put in place in our budget that one of the things that is so important is for the families who are eligible to receive that tax break to get registered with the Government of Canada. Right now, we know that there are some 200,000 Canadians across this country, or 200,000 families across this country, who have not registered, and they have only until Friday to get themselves registered so that they will get that benefit sent to them in July, as our government wants to do. So, Mr. Speaker, I urge Canadian families to take a look and to get themselves registered with the government so that this family tax package will be available to them to enhance their tax credits that they're going to get from the Canadian government. But, Mr. Speaker, in the health portfolio, many different forms of advertising can help us meet that challenge. We know that the bulk of federal advertising happens through media buys on television, but the government has to keep up with the times, and it's doing so in innovative ways. We're reaching out to Canadians outside of their homes and online, in magazines, at the movie theatre, and even in their doctor's offices. We're getting them the messages they need through unique social media tools. And, Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to note that the health portfolio is leading the way in reaching all Canadians, including families and communities, through many of these innovative and targeted awareness campaigns. Mr. Speaker, I hearken back to the days of the SARS event and the H1N1 that we had, the viruses that hit so many Canadians across Canada. When the SARS event happened, we didn't have the advantage of being able to use Twitter accounts to let Canadians know of the impact that this was happening in their own communities. I have a very good friend, a constituent, who was terribly affected by the SARS virus that happened and still bears the ill effects of that terrible disease that impacted her and her family. And, Mr. Speaker, I look at how we can reach into the homes of Canadians today with social media, being able to get these messages to them of the precautions that Canadians need to take when these diseases do hit our country. We think of the situation of the Ebola crisis that has hit West Africa and how the lack of information for people in those affected countries has impacted so many people there, and how they have had no information to help them combat the disease and the terrible spread of that disease throughout those countries. We know that we are able to connect with Canadians through advertising, through multiple sources, whether that be magazines, whether it be Twitter, whether it be other social media that's now available to us, and of course, Mr. Speaker, through television ads that we are able to purchase. The government's advertising on issues impacting Canadians' health gives the public many options, Mr. Speaker. Health portfolio advertising provides convenient information where the majority of Canadians are, and, Mr. Speaker, they are online. That includes new, emerging opportunities through social media sites such as Facebook, Twitter, and YouTube. It also allows for unique partnerships with media, including with youth television programming. Our health portfolio advertising also provides toll-free numbers to call for more information, along with a spectrum of opportunities for Canadians to ask questions and to learn more. Does our health advertising help? Well, Mr. Speaker, I think today of the number of people who are finding themselves situated in Nepal who need assistance with the Canadian government. And of course, that's not health advertising. But, Mr. Speaker, the advertising that we have been doing through Foreign Affairs to help the people get connected with the kinds of information they need in order to get the help they need. And so, Mr. Speaker, the advertising that Canada is doing in order to help those people is direct, it's immediate, and it's helpful today. So, Mr. Speaker, does our health advertising help? Well, absolutely it does. Our research tells us that large percentages of Canadians who see our health advertising take action. It tells us this advertising achieves higher levels of awareness on important health issues. It tells us Canadians are able to recall the advertising we promote. And it tells us our advertising on health issues is engaging Canadians, starting important discussions, and promoting dialogue between the government and the public. These are all critical elements of communicating with Canadians, and nowhere is this more important, Mr. Speaker, than with health. Because, Mr. Speaker, what we want to be able to do is to engage Canadians in all aspects of their own health care. We want them to know what Canada is doing and what measures we are taking to assist them. Mr. Speaker, I want to reflect, though, if I may, on the situation that we found with the former Liberal government and the things that we saw them do with Canadians' money and where that money went. It is really, really unfortunate that we had to have the Gomery inquiry here in Canada, and the Gomery inquiry, which took issue with where the money went that the Liberals spent. We had money spent that still is not accounted for. We had the Gomery report from Mr. Gomery, Justice Gomery, identifying the people who the money had been taken and ill-spent. And, Mr. Speaker, we had people who had charges against them because of the money not being able to be found. Mr. Speaker, we know that there is approximately $40 million of Canadians' money that has not been paid back by the Liberal government, and we would really like them to come forward with that money, because it was not money that was spent advertising for Canadians. It was money that went into the pockets of Liberal partisans. Mr. Speaker, I would really like to know from members across on the opposite side who have brought this bill or this motion forward. I'd really like them to explain to us where that advertising money went. And I'd like to know if they would have tracked that money, if Canadians could have known where that money went. I'd like to know why they took the money that was Canadian taxpayers' dollars and put those directly into the pockets of Liberal Party friends. I'd really like to have a straight answer from the members in the Liberal Party. I'd like them to tell us if they ever intend to pay back that $40 million that they took from taxpayers and put into the pockets of their Liberal Party. And how would the members from the Liberal Party respond to the following findings of the Gomery report? And these are quotes, Mr. Speaker, from the Gomery report. Clear evidence of political involvement in the administration of the sponsorship program. Mr. Speaker, why doesn't the Liberal Party come forward and answer that question? Or this, a veil of secrecy surrounding the administration of the sponsorship program and an absence of transparency in the contracting process. Mr. Speaker, it was the member for Kings Hants who said in a quote that it is really, really sad that we had to have this inquiry. So could the member of Kings Hants tell us when it is that the Liberal Party is going to pay that money back, because he obviously recognizes that the situation took place? Or this one, Mr. Speaker, the use of the sponsorship program for purposes other than national unity or federal visibility because of a lack of objectives, criteria, and guidelines for the program. Or this, Mr. Speaker, deliberate actions to avoid compliance with federal legislation and policies. Another one, Mr. Speaker, certain agencies carrying on their payrolls individuals who were, in effect, working on Liberal Party matters. Or this one, Mr. Speaker, the existence of, and I quote, a culture of entitlement among political officials involved with the sponsorship program, including the receipt of monetary and non-monetary benefits. Mr. Speaker, we have a responsibility to inform Canadians of how their money is being spent. And so a part of being government means that we have to use a portion of those funds so that Canadians know where the money is being spent. The money that we're spending on advertising is allocated in our budgets. It is there for Canadians to see. We can identify, dollar for dollar, what we do with Canadian taxpayers' money. And so whether it is telling Canadian taxpayers of the effectiveness of their money in healthcare programs, or whether it is letting our veterans know what services are available to them so that they can connect with the points of service where they can get assistance. Mr. Speaker, whether it is advertising on issues in agriculture to let our farmers know what the things that are available to them for their assistance, these are all areas that affect Canadians directly. And we believe that we have a responsibility to let Canadians know what is happening in their Canadian government and what it is that they can do to get information from the Canadian government. So, Mr. Speaker, what is the right information for us to give? Well, what can we trust? The Government of Canada's Health and Safety Campaign helped the public answer those questions. Health Canada led a multi-departmental advertising campaign to raise awareness and to promote access to the wealth of expert information the government has developed in the areas of children's health and safety, for instance. Mr. Speaker, we have on our side of the House a person who is an eminent physician in the Minister of Labour, and she has helped to inform the Canadian government on issues where we can spend money more wisely to be of assistance to Canadians, to advise on children's issues. She is a doctor, a pediatric doctor. She has intensive information that can help inform the government. And so when we make some of those things into policy, it is important that Canadians know how that can affect the health of their children. The Canadians' Health and Safety Advertising Campaign helped to increase Canadian parents' awareness and access to information on their own health and safety and that of their families. It helped to maximize the number of parents who went online to obtain information related to the health and safety of their children. And it helped to increase the number of parents taking simple actions to protect the health and safety of their children. Colleagues, many of you know that this campaign ran from 2010 to 2012. And Mr. Speaker, as I said, all of that money is accounted for in our budgets, unlike what the former Liberal government did with shoveling money into the pockets of their own Liberal friends. Mr. Speaker, this particular campaign included various creative television, print, internet, and out-of-home advertisements included in medical waiting rooms, and it resulted in a high recall of the advertising, in fact, a recall higher than the Canadian benchmark. Colleagues, we all know that protecting Canadians from risks to their health is a central role in the health portfolio. The government has been very clear about the importance of underlining the risks of drug use in particular. The many dangerous and unpredictable consequences of drug abuse make it a very real and widespread public health issue. The Government of Canada has an important responsibility to inform Canadians of the dangers of illicit drug use. It's a critical part of our commitment to health and safety of Canadians. That's why we've invested $30 million over 5 years between 2007 and 2012 for a national anti-drug strategy to increase knowledge about the harms of illicit drug use and encourage youth to lead a drug-free lifestyle. And again, unlike, Mr. Speaker, the Liberal Party, who want to legalize marijuana, I'm sure that that will be in their platform in the upcoming election. Through our national anti-drug strategy, the government collaborates with provincial and territorial governments, non-governmental organizations, and community stakeholders, including health professionals organizations, to address the risks and harms related to illicit drug use. Specifically, the strategy is designed to prevent the use of illicit drugs and the abuse of prescription drugs to help with efforts to treat dependency for those who have serious addiction problems, and to work towards reducing the production and distribution of illicit drugs. The strategy is led by the Department of Justice, with the involvement of 11 partner federal departments and agencies. Health Canada, for example, leads the strategy's action plans on prevention and treatment, while Public Safety Canada leads the enforcement action plan. Since 2007, over $500 million have been invested in initiatives under the purview of the National Anti-Drug Strategy. Mr. Speaker, our advertising under this strategy involved TV and digital advertising, including web and social media. This 5-year youth drug prevention mass media campaign was very successful, Mr. Speaker. It helped us reach parents and youth. It increased the percentage of youth deciding not to go on drugs. It increased the number of parents engaged with their teens in discussions about the risks of drug use. Specifically, 1 in 5 youth who recalled the advertising said they did something to address drug prevention in their lives and as a result of seeing the ads. And the social media aspect of the campaign attracted more than 100,000 Facebook fans, over 1 million visits to the Drugs Not For Me website, and nearly 500,000 views of the YouTube videos. Mr. Speaker, I see that you are giving me my 1-minute warning, and so I just want to finish by saying that I firmly believe we have a responsibility to help Canadians understand, specifically in the area of health care. We want to give them helpful and engaging guidance, reassurance, and information for the 21st century. They want a partner in their health, a partner that is there when families need it, a partner that provides practical support and clear advice, a partner that keeps up with the times, engaging us when, where, and how we need it. So, Mr. Speaker, I look forward to the questions, and thank you for the opportunity to speak on this very important issue.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I listened with great interest, but I noticed one area that the member failed to mention, and that is the tens of millions of dollars spent by this government promoting the oil and gas sector in the United States. 1 year alone, $40 million on ads and subways. Now, they may be able to defend that in saying they're standing up for a particular sector, but if we take a look at what some of their messages are, we can get concerned. One of them was, Canada is one of the few major suppliers of crude oil to the Gulf Coast, taking concrete action to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. Not a lot of truth in that ad. They also stated that America and Canada have the same greenhouse gas reduction targets. Well, that might have been true a few years ago, but the Prime Minister has been clear that is absolutely not the case anymore. Now, one thing, Mr. Speaker, that the Gomery Commission pointed out is that they wanted annual mandatory audits and value for money evaluations of all advertising campaigns. And when that campaign was analyzed, it was found that there was no understanding what the message was, simply that Americans and Canadians were friends. So can the member speak to what the value for money was in spending taxpayers' money promoting one singular sector and not others?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we use the advertising dollars to let Canadians know the things that we are doing across government sectors. I spoke specifically about health, but I also recognize that we speak to every area, whether it be environment, whether it be the economy, whether it be information for agriculture. All of these things are departments for which the Government of Canada has a responsibility and a responsibility to let Canadians know. I do, however, again, find it very rich, Mr. Speaker, that the NDP want to point fingers at the Government of Canada when they have been found to have taken $2.7 million of illegal money, Canadian taxpayer dollars, that they have used for their own partisanship, particularly in Quebec, funneling money through to Montreal. They need to stand up Every one of those 68 members needs to start paying that money back. It's Canadian taxpayer dollars, not theirs.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you. I listened with interest to the comments regarding the Gomery inquiry. Noted, of course, that the Liberals called that inquiry to hold themselves accountable in front of the country, and we were held accountable. But we also paid back the $1.14 million that was directly ascribed to our misconduct. A far different record than other parties in this House might claim credit to. As well, I think it's important to suggest that the $40 million mark that keeps being bandied about has no basis in fact, and you'll note that they never make reference to that amount outside the House of Commons, perhaps because their privilege does not extend outside these four walls. My question is this. The member opposite spoke about how critical and how important the advertising was to let people know what good work this government is ostensibly doing. In Prince Edward Island, the cost of one billboard was almost 5 times more than the cost of the actual project being advertised. All they did was change the doorknobs to make them accessible for people with disabilities. The billboard cost more than the infrastructure program. I'd love to hear the opposite member explain that one. But she also spoke about the need for health information to be distributed. And what we have from the commissioner who oversees languages and who oversees these communications is that when they communicate, they only communicate in English. If it's critical information, why aren't they talking to all Canadians? If it's so critical, why aren't they talking to people who are francophones?
The Honourable Parliament Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we are a country that has 2 official languages. We advertise in 2 official languages. It is the responsibility of the Canadian government to do so, and I would encourage the member opposite to take a closer look, because we have everything in both official languages. Mr. Speaker, I would just be remiss if I didn't point out some of the things that the Gomery inquiry did point out for that member when he spoke specifically about the Chrétien golf balls. And Mr. Chrétien actually made a mockery of the whole process when he held them up and said, "Do you call this small town cheap?" But they were advertising, it was specifically advertising, why on earth the Prime Minister of Canada of the day would be having golf balls that would have American presidents' names on them is beyond anybody understanding. But it was paid for by Canadian taxpayers' dollars, and they need to pay back the $40 million that they owe Canadian taxpayers.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. So I have a question for my Conservative colleague. She boasted about the $750 million that the Conservatives have spent, taxpayers' money they spent over the last few years since they came in power to do their own self-promotion on their record, which is unfortunate. And in answer to people of other questions from the NDP, she said it was good information that you were giving Canadians. Now, in terms of the Economic Action Plan for 2012, only 6 persons out of 1,000 respondents said they had consulted the website for more information after having seen these ads. So is she satisfied that so much money of taxpayers' money was put in so that 6 people out of 1,000 could have benefited from additional information?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know to whom he is speaking because people in my constituency of Newmarket-Aurora tell me how often they are pleased with getting the information from the Canadian government. It's remarkable that he's only spoken to 6 people because there are all kinds of pieces of information out there that Canadians are making use of. But, Mr. Speaker, again, I come back to the situation with the NDP, who have been found to have taken $2.7 million of Canadian taxpayers' dollars. They owe that money back to Canadians. We ask them to come to the table with that money, pay back Canadians, and put that money back into the pockets of ordinary Canadians who have worked hard to provide tax dollars to the Canadian government.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Newmarket. I want to thank my colleague from Aurora, Newmarket, for an incredible, accurate speech. in terms of the reasons. I just wouldn't mind turning to her and asking her. So when you have a government program that has come out in a number of budgets that talk about economic growth year after year after year, and it has shown that now there's 1.2 million net new jobs and that we've got one of the strongest economies in the world. Do you have any sense that because we actually bring out the programs and talk to Canadians about it, that actually the advertising is important?
Before I go to the honourable member, just to remind all colleagues to direct their questions and comments to the chair rather than directly to...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I do thank my colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, I've spoken to people who are members of chambers of commerce in Newmarket and Aurora who have used that advertising that we've put out there to find out about the kinds of programs that we've put into our economic action plans year over year over year to help them find out about the information on the cuts to EI, the cuts to the small business tax. Those are the kinds of things that are helping the companies in my riding to create jobs and to become profitable far more quickly when they can do capital cost write-offs. Mr. Speaker, those are the kinds of things that we want to advertise because it's all about jobs, it's all about growth, and it's all about long-term prosperity. That's what this government is advertising. That's what we want Canadians to know. We want a healthy, vibrant economy, and Canadians are going to benefit.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? Time for one more short question. The honourable member for Skin-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you. I remember when Conservatives sat over here and how much they hated when Liberals did the exact same thing that they're doing now. My question is this. When the Conservatives raised the old age retirement from 65 to 67, did they let Canadians know about that important fact? When Conservatives doubled the TFSA from $5,000 to $10,000, did they note to Canadians that the largest share of all of that money is going to go to the highest income earners? Or do they tell Canadians that when they're going to bring in the income splitting for across the board for all Canadians that only 15% would receive any benefit, that 100% of Canadians are going to pay the cost? My problem, and the problem Canadians have with these ads, is that they're self-promoting. They line up almost perfectly with Conservative Party ads, so people are suspicious. And this is why my colleague, she wasn't here, but her Conservative colleagues, hated the very same practice when it was Liberals doing it. Now that it's Conservatives doing it, it's all wonderful. Don't they understand that their own reports show the ads to be ineffective, don't communicate the messages that are sought, and eventually bring Canadians to a greater level of cynicism? Thank you.
Honourable Parliament Secretary, short answer, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, of course, we've let Canadians know. We wanted Canadians to know about the change to the GIS because it's going to be 12 years from now before any of that starts to take place. So, of course, Canadians can start preparing now for that change. And, Mr. Speaker, the change to the tax-free savings account, let me remind my colleague, first of all, that that's Canadians' money. It's after-tax dollars when they start to put that into their TFSA. So we're going to allow that to grow tax-free. My constituents are thrilled to pieces that they have this opportunity to put more money into their TFSA. Seniors who are going to take money out of their RIF when they've had to change it there, and we've increased that age, can convert that into their tax-free savings account and still have the opportunity to grow that money tax-free. Mr. Speaker, the Canadians who live in the riding of Newmarket Aurora are absolutely thrilled, and they're very pleased that they're getting the information from this government so that they know how to best use their own money.
Great MP.
Pursuant to Standing Order 38, it's my duty to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
Spadina regarding housing, l'honorable député.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles regarding official languages.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque regarding public safety. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to speak to this important motion before us today. But before I speak directly to the motion, I have to say, Mr. Speaker, through you, how disappointed I was with our previous speaker from Aurora and Newmarket to stand up and specifically say things that are nothing short of outright lies, trying to mislead people. And I would like to offer an invitation to come outside of the House and say those very same comments, because there would be a lawsuit, clearly. So I would like...
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga rising on point of order.
I don't profess to be an expert on the rules of this House, but I do think it's inappropriate for a member to accuse another colleague of outright lies. And that's the language that was used, if I heard her correctly. And I would ask you to rule, or better yet, ask her to withdraw those comments and apologize. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, I was distracted at the time that the comments were made, and I did not hear what the honourable member said. Having said that, obviously she's a veteran of this place, and if she said something that was inappropriate, she can deal with that. The chair will look at the blues to see what was said. Just as a reminder to all honourable members, there are practices and rules in this place in terms of what is and is not parliamentary language, and I would just encourage all honourable members to respect the spirit as well as the letter of those rules. And with that, I'll give the floor back to the honourable member for York West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Probably in the heat of the moment, the word lies shouldn't be used in here, even though it's clearly used a lot in a variety of different ways. I was expressing, I think, my disappointment that people would stand up and say things that are so outrageous and misleading in the Parliament of Canada.
Yeah.
And I would hope that, I've been here 16 years, going on to 16 years, and I have to tell you, I do my best through you, Mr. Speaker, to be as straightforward and direct as I can. And there are lots of things that many of us could throw around here, all that we want, but I don't believe that's what we're supposed to be doing. So the reason that I'm speaking to this very important motion has to do with a lot of the things that the government has been spending over $750 million on, telling us about how wonderful the government is, and clearly it's nothing short of partisan advertising. So the reason for the bill is to be able to have a third party in the future that would review those advertising opportunities to clarify whether or not they are properly being used as taxpayers' dollars. That's the point of the motion, to put a third party there so that when taxpayer money is being spent to deliver a message, it's a message that's clear and direct and not a partisan message. And that means for either side of the House or any party that would form government. So I think it's an important motion, and I would hope that everybody would support it, because I do believe it will ensure whoever forms the next government has very clear rules. And given the fact that I'm very hopeful on this side of the House that the Liberals will have that opportunity, we're prepared to stand by this now, pass this motion, so that if we do form the government, or I should say when we form government, that we're already putting down rules as to how we are going to govern.
Right on.
So we're not afraid of that. And so we're willing to go to the taxpayers on a variety of issues, and that's one of them. I want to thank my Liberal colleague from Ottawa South, actually. It was his private member's bill that's been spearheading this because of the fact of clear abuse of dollars. I think most Canadians look at those ads, they are ineffective, and they know that they're an absolute waste of money. There's nothing else in them other than promoting a government's false agenda. But we need to fix a problem that is widely out of control and getting worse as the government becomes more and more desperate ahead of the next election, as we've clearly heard today. For example, between fiscal year 6 and 2014, as I said, the Government of Canada spent $758 million telling us how wonderful they are, advertising phony programs, and trying to make themselves look like they were doing great things, which they weren't. In this budget that was released last week, that supposedly is a 2015 budget. You know what? I don't call it that. It's a 2017 budget. Because very little is going to happen there before 2017. So let's be straight about that. They're spending $7.5 million on that budget issue alone. As I indicated earlier, I will be splitting my time with my colleague from Trinity Spadina, a new member that's doing a fabulous job for us, representing his critic role on the city's file, and we'll have a lot to advertise as a result of the work that he's doing when the time comes. Now, the Conservatives have repeatedly used taxpayer money to buy highly partisan ads during some of the most expensive time slots available, including during the Stanley Cup Finals, a time slot which cost over $100,000 for a 30-second ad. And I need to repeat that. It was a 30-second ad, and it cost taxpayers $100,000 to tell them about their so-called economic plan. So put that into perspective a different way. That single $100,000 is equivalent to more than 8 years of OAS for a low-income senior. Wow. Many of the people that live in my riding of York West or Trinity, Spadina, or Winnipeg North, 8 years of old age security for a senior. That's what they blew on one ad in the Stanley Cup. That money alone, again, could have funded the federal contribution towards the creation of 32 jobs for families devastated by the manufacturing crash. And that one ad, again, could have entirely paid the average monthly survivor's allowance for 156 people on disabilities. But this debate is not just about spending too much money. It's about wasting money by advertising programs that don't even exist. We'll all remember occasions when this government launched multi-million-dollar ad campaigns for programs that don't exist then and probably never did exist. Similarly, we remember when the Advertising Standards Council forced the government to pull its May 2013 ad campaign, calling it misleading, like much of the comments that we've been hearing here today. At that time, the Council verified the Conservatives had breached the Canadian Code of Advertising Standards by airing commercials that urged Canadians to apply for the Canadian Job Grant, something that did not exist, and there was no way even to apply for it. So now, as has already been pointed out here today, the government is not in the first in history to abuse the public purse in this way, although they have taken the practice to unprecedented heights. Mike Harris did that a lot, and I guess their advisors are continuing on that line. But as the representative for York West, a riding containing the Black Creek neighbourhood, Glenfield Jane Heights, several other communities with very high needs, to see the abuse of these advertising dollars when the need for programming and effective programs to help people get onto their feet is very disappointing. These communities in my riding and in others are filled with good people who work hard and deserve better than to have their own tax dollars used to trick them into thinking that government services are being expanded in that area. And then when they put the phone call in and they find out that they're not eligible because the program has very specific guidelines that exclude most of the people who really need the help. I say this especially because they already know that government services are not being expanded to the people and the communities of York West. For example, the most recent budget ignores the pleas of students at York University, Humber, and Seneca. It does nothing to expand the vital community programming offered by groups at Elspeth Haywood Centre, Ephraim's Place, San Romano Way, or for seniors living at 35 Shoreham or 711 Arletta. No amount of advertising is going to help their lives. This government is clearly obsessed with spending their money in an inappropriate way, and no doubt will continue to do that. So thank you very much for the opportunity to speak, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, for the Liberals to attack the government on ads which are running to promote programs that Canadians need. Canadians need to understand that these programs are available to them, and if we don't advertise, many Canadians might miss the fact, like, for example, this Friday, if they haven't registered for the universal child care benefit and they don't have young people who have either previously received that benefit or they have people that are, age 16 or 15 in their house that may not have received it before they were the age of 6, they have to register by this Friday. These ads are needed by Canadians so they can access some of these programs. Now compare that type of advertising to the type of advertising the Liberal Party does. If you look back in 2004, an Auditor General's report which clearly says things were scandalous. over $100 million, $100 million, Mr. Speaker, that was put through an advertising that didn't actually exist. So can the Liberal member across the way talk about how our ads actually promote the programs that Canadians need to access, while their ads didn't even happen?
The honourable member for York West.
Through you, Mr. Speaker, it continues to amaze me. I don't know what the government is so afraid of. This is simply a nice motion that, if passed, would put in place certain rules to make sure that taxpayer money is spent appropriately when it comes to advertising. So when we're going to notify Canadians of various programs, they'd still get that done. Nobody's saying they're not going to be able to advertise. Yeah. Frankly, you know what? $758 million in advertising. I am sure $50 million would probably do the job properly. But you can advertise your program, but you do it in a nonpartisan way. It's the abuse of the partisan ads that we're talking about today, and how to put an end to them in Parliament, just the same way that Ontario did with the current Liberal government. No ads are run unless they are validated by a third party that they're not partisan. They're there to deliver a message to consumers.
Hear, hear.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was ironic hearing from the Conservatives about, well, at least their ads had, produced something. We're all fondly remembering the Canada Jobs Grant, which the government spent millions of dollars on a program that didn't exist, encouraging Canadian companies and Canadians to apply for what? Nothing. All that money down the drain, but what it was intended to do, the Conservatives are happy with, which is to gloss over their bad economic record and say, oh, that we're doing something. Now, of course, where Canadians get frustrated, and they were frustrated equally when the Liberals did this, is to use taxpayer money to fund a campaign, an advertising blitz, and these things are not cheap, especially come playoff time in Canada, to promote messages that the partisan part of this conversation are also promoting at the exact same time. Now, the Conservatives are defending themselves by holding up the Liberal record on misspent ad revenue, and we say as New Democrats, well, that's not much justification, is to look back and say, well, the Liberals were bad in the sponsorship scandal. We haven't at least done that. Well, what the Conservatives have done is try to perfect the beast, to make it even more insidious and lead people to more cynicism. So a question to my friend. Is her consideration, her motion today, as that third party to validate whether ads are partisan or not, is that to turn it over to somebody like the Auditor General, someone clearly nonpartisan that doesn't have a stake or a role in any of the actions of any of the individual parties? The honourable member for York West.
We're not recommending who it should be, but it clearly has to be a third party that's independent. And there's no question there are lots of those bodies that can do the ad. But there's two issues. One is the content on the partisanship issue, and the other is the amount of money being spent. In history, they've never spent $758 million ever to turn around and tell Canadians about all the great things that, frankly, that they're not doing. That's right. So it's the amount of money that's way overspent, as well as the fact that they're using it for partisan uses rather than for informing the public properly.
Yeah.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, thank you very much. I had the great honor when I was a child to be Marshall McLuhan's paperboy. And Marshall McLuhan had a lot to say about advertising. One of the things he said that baffled him was why anyone would do it when nobody believes it. And there's certain validity to that, because when you look at these ads, you can't believe them because, in fact, they're not true. And nowhere is that more profoundly obvious than on the infrastructure ads that you see running on television, because they claim to be spending new dollars on infrastructure, and yet the budget documents clearly indicate that there's no new money in the budget this year. No new money was there last year. And when you ask questions about it, they cite things like the gas tax, which was something a Liberal government put in place. And yet they seem to think that answers the questions that were being asked. But when you talk to the Mayor of Vancouver and you say, what did you get in new Building Canada funds last year? Zero. When you ask the Mayor of Calgary, zero. Winnipeg, zero. Regina, zero. Toronto, zero. Mississauga, zero. Ottawa, zero. Montreal, zero. Halifax, zero. Not a single new penny Not a single new penny in New Canada infrastructure funds that this government has announced as the biggest rollout in the history of the country has ever been rolled out. And yet the advertising has landed in these cities faster than the infrastructure dollars. And there's a problem there. And you can quote back, scandals and problems that have existed with other governments till you're blue in the face, quite literally blue in the face. So let's talk about the Pacific scandal and all the money wasted building railroads in this country. Imagine if all the bribes that had been paid to Conservatives had actually been spent on building rail infrastructure way back at the time of Confederation. How much better our rail system would be in it if John A. Macdonald hadn't been so corrupt. I don't see the Conservatives threatening to call an inquiry into themselves on that one, but, maybe you should have. You'd have found some things out. You may have changed parties. But the issue is this, is that not only is this infrastructure dollar advertising things that don't happen, the government's own office and the own accountability offices have said the ads are ineffective. So at some point, this government that claims that it wants to do nonpartisan ads, and this government that wants to claim that it's advertising real services, and this government that wants to claim that its ads meet the highest test, you'd think that they'd just simply say, yes, we agree with this policy because our ads meet the test. The mere fact that they're protesting and that they're not going to support this motion shows you that they know that their ads are in fact partisan, ineffectual, and a waste of money. And they aren't just a waste of money in terms of wasting money on advertising. When you take a look at the priorities that are not being addressed by this government and could be addressed by the money that's being spent on advertising, it's actually shameful. Not a penny to improve First Nations education on reserves in this year's budget, despite report after report and plea after plea and representation after representation by First Nations and Aboriginal leaders in this country. Not a penny. And yet they can spend $100,000 advertising during a sports event. That's a strange set of priorities for Canadians to understand. And when they won't even submit those ads to be tested to see if they are nonpartisan or accurate, when they won't even submit those ads, they'd rather protest that, it tells you that this government's cynical approach has reached new levels and has got to be curbed. And I agree that there have been problems in the past. I was a journalist, I covered those problems, I covered those issues. But the challenge that we have in front of us now is not to go back and re-prosecute and re-inquire and repay, because it's already been repaid, you can't do it twice. But the issue is this, when are we going to move forward with an advertising policy that legitimately explains new policies to Canadians, but at the same time actually also leaves enough money in the budget to deliver new programs to Canadians? And when are we going to have ads that don't get appealed to the Advertising Standards Council and get shown to be bad advertising? That's the challenge and the question that's being put before the House today. We need a new standard. I think all parties have said that partisan advertising by the government shouldn't be allowed. This bill accomplishes that. It'll be interesting to see which parties support it. We have said that the priorities of Canadians is not to convince Canadians that the government they've elected is necessarily doing a good or a bad job. It's to advertise government services that Canadians need. And if you think that this party that claims to be a good financial steward would understand that that's actually good fiscal policy and they should support a motion like that and would have nothing to hide if all their ads were subjected to that process. And yet what we get are protests. $750 million is not arriving in cities, not arriving in First Nations communities, is not being delivered to small towns that need new water plants. It's not being done, anything is being done with that money other than to stand up and support this government's ideological objectives. And you'd think the backbench would start to revolt when you see programs being advertised that don't exist, slogans being used that have no meaning, and you'd think they'd start to protest when their very own communities can't get the infrastructure funding they need, and instead dollars are being wasted on Super Bowl ads and NHL playoff ads. I'd add one other thing. One of the most persistent problems we have in this country is youth unemployment. When you take a look at one ad at $100,000 for 30 seconds, could produce hours and hours and hours of work for young people in this country doing real work, building real strength in communities, and adding to the economic capacity of all of this country. And instead what we get is an advertising which basically says, you might want to apply for this if Parliament happens to pass it, and it may actually benefit you, but on the other hand it may not. You'll find out later, don't worry. As Marshall McLuhan said, nobody believes the advertising. As the reports have said, they're ineffectual. Why would this government continue with an ineffectual policy and throw $750 million at it? Where in God's good earth is that sound fiscal policy, good social policy, or in the end of the day, even good advertising? Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of Heritage.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague from across the way for those comments. I would simply like to rise and correct the record on a couple of things that were said, being that they are so important to Canadians, and it's probably the explanation that's most required in this House. Advertisements actually do correct the record when inappropriate things are said or misleading things are said in this House. And so I'll take that opportunity without actually advertising it, but just stating it. First Nations people, Aboriginal people are very important to this government. We've displayed that time and time again through apology for the Residential Schools Act, through the Matrimonial Real Property Act, which of course was voted down by some of our opposition. Thankfully, we were able to get it through for all Aboriginal women across this country finally to have the same rights as other Canadian women. When we talk about First Nations education, it's been absolutely crucial to this government to move these things forward. So when the opposition member says that there is no funding available in this budget, that just simply is not true, Mr. Speaker. On top of the $1.7 billion made available to pay for education on reserve every year, we have announced $200 million more in the budget, and of course in November the Prime Minister announced $500 million more for the construction of new schools on First Nation reserves. Thank you.
Question, the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, I was with Aboriginal leaders in Toronto yesterday, and on the residential school apology, the apology came and there was no follow-through. And they're asking why there hasn't been restitution made to the individuals who suffered one of the worst chapters of Canadian history. When they talked about the funding for Aboriginal children on First Nations and traditional territories, the reality is they get less funding per capita than every other kid in this country, and that has not been addressed in this budget. But I would add to this debate these words. Given the growing evidence of widespread waste and mismanagement of government advertising business and the fact that the government's incompetent handling of its own advertising is already under review, will the Prime Minister stop the waste and abuse right now and order a freeze on all government advertising? That was Stephen Harper. His voice is silent in this debate, isn't it?
Order. Just remind this member, as he already knows, I'm sure, that he can't refer to another member by their given name. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member, Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague and near benchmate here from Trinity Spadina for his speech. I really do think that there's nothing that any member in this place, in the Conservative ranks or in the opposition, that can find fault with the proposal to have a third-party review of whether taxpayers are getting value for money and whether ads are actually telling Canadians about things they need to hear versus what we see far too often. Some of the ads are legitimately helping Canadians find out about things they need to hear, but far too many of them are clearly political propaganda to a level that we haven't seen from previous administrations. And I just asked my honourable colleague if in the course of today's debate he's heard anybody put forward an objection to the idea of creating a vetting process for all future parliaments, administrations and cabinets to make sure that we're not wasting money in future as it's been wasted in the last 9 years.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
This debate is not going to fix problems of the past. This debate is about addressing the problem in the future. And you know, as a journalist, I used to listen to politicians talk about their opponents being soft on crime. It's ridiculous. You know, and you hear the other side talk about, well, that side wants to waste money. No politician campaigns on the platform of wanting to waste money. It just isn't a reality. What we're asking for, what we're looking for, is the House to come together on this issue and realize that government advertising should be just that, the advertising of government services, not the advertising of political parties or ideologies. And if the Conservatives really believe that their ads are truly a public service and independent of their party platform and ideology, they would be unafraid to support this bill and unafraid to submit their ads to this process. Instead, we hear reluctance on the other side and finger-pointing. They want to avoid the test because they know they'll fail that test.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour for me today to address the motion on government advertising, an issue that I know continues to preoccupy our honourable colleagues on the opposition benches. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you that these preoccupations are unfounded and distracting us from the important work of building a strong Canada. That said, I'm pleased today to have this opportunity to discuss the government's important duty to communicate with Canadians about programs that affect their economic and their social well-being. For example, if we go back to 2009, after launching the stimulus phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we put in place an advertising budget campaign to make Canadians aware of key initiatives designed to create jobs and strengthen the economy. That was a responsible use of taxpayers' dollars. Businesses, as you know, Mr. Speaker, depend on information and predictability to plan successfully and to invest in the future. Individual Canadians also depend on information and predictability to take full advantage of programs designed to help them. That's why we have a duty to communicate about government programs. Advertising creates awareness of such programs and provides important information that Canadians can use in their business and personal lives. A great example from a few years ago was the successful temporary home renovation tax credit, which was a key component of Canada's Economic Action Plan. We've heard, I'm sure every member in this House, Mr. Speaker, has heard from many constituents who benefited from this great initiative, the home renovation tax credit. Not only did it help individuals to complete projects, not only did it help create jobs for people who are looking for work, but it also, we heard many times, helped to bring attention to the underground economy. And so small business owners who were operating businesses above board were very thankful that all of these measures had to have tax receipts to actually legitimize the expenses that were made. This program created jobs and incomes in the home renovation and construction sector while allowing Canadians to make their homes more energy efficient at a reduced cost. And indeed, more than 3 million Canadians, about 1 out of every 3 owner-occupied households, took advantage of this program. Mr. Speaker, there are many examples that prove the value of the government advertising its programs. Consider, for example, communications regarding various tax relief measures that our Conservative government has made available. I'm also thinking about our communications to encourage Canadians to file income tax and their benefit return on time and online to claim benefits and credits to which they are entitled. Mr. Speaker, I don't think we need to remind Canadians that this is tax filing season, and CRA is hard at work processing over 28 million returns that will be filed by Canadians this year. By the end of this filing season, there will be over $22 billion in credits and benefit payments issued to individuals and families. We on this side believe that good tax policy means putting money back into the hands of hardworking Canadians. Mr. Speaker, we've also had advertising campaigns to highlight opportunities such as training for young people, retraining for older workers, and support available for small business and manufacturers. Examples of this, Mr. Speaker, would be the apprenticeship initiative to get apprentices into the skilled trades market. Mr. Speaker, all of these programs were good for Canadians, their communities, and the economy, and advertising them has been an important part of ensuring that Canadians learn about and use them to full advantage. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, that government advertising has had and continues to have an important role in advancing our priorities and in strengthening our economy. And it's hard to argue with what has been achieved. The stimulus phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan was successful in securing the recovery by protecting jobs and families while making important investments to contribute to Canada's long-term prosperity. The Economic Action Plan provided more than $63 billion in timely stimulus. These funds helped create local jobs, supported communities, large and small, and they renewed Canada's research and science base. They also contributed to a strong labour market recovery. Today, we can be proud of the fact that the Canadian economy has experienced one of the best performances among the G7 countries over this period of recovery. Over 1.2 million more Canadians are working now than at the end of the recession, one of the strongest job performances among G7 countries. As well, over 85% of those jobs that were created since June of 2009 are full-time positions, and over 80% are in the private sector, and nearly two-thirds are in high-wage industries. Indeed, it is the private sector, Mr. Speaker, that is driving much of our recovery. And as you know, it's private sector job creation that is essential for recovery and expansion. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the World Economic Forum rated Canada's banking system as the soundest in the world for the 7th year in a row in its annual Global Competitiveness Report. In fact, 4 credit rating agencies, Moody's Investors Service, Fitch Ratings, Standard & Poor's, and Dominion Bonds Rating Service have reaffirmed their top ratings for Canada, and it is expected that Canada will maintain its AAA rating in the year ahead. This economic resilience reflects the actions our government took before the global crisis, lowering taxes, paying down debt, reducing red tape, and promoting free trade and innovation. Mr. Speaker, our government's continued efforts to ensure that every tax dollar is spent as efficiently as possible and that inefficient spending is eliminated have kept our country on track to budgetary balance. Without these measures, Mr. Speaker, we would be in a much worse situation. And all the while, all of those measures we've done without raising taxes or reducing investments in health care and social service transfers. The result, Mr. Speaker, is that Canada is well placed to retain its fiscal advantage. But most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we have fulfilled our promise to return to balance the federal budget. Mr. Speaker, one of the most important contributions the government can make to bolster confidence and growth in our country is to maintain a sound fiscal position. This is especially true in uncertain times such as those we've faced since the 2008 global recession. By reducing debt, we can free up tax dollars that would otherwise be absorbed by interest costs. We can reinvest that money in things that matter to Canadians, such as health care, public services, or lower taxes. Reducing debt also helps to keep interest rates low, which in turn encourages businesses to invest and create jobs. And it signals that public services are sustainable over the long haul. It also preserves the gains made in Canada's low tax plan, fostering the long-term growth that will continue to generate high-wage jobs for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, government advertising has contributed to our country's long-term prosperity. It's a responsible, efficient, and effective use of taxpayers' money. And it's responsible in another way as well, Mr. Speaker. It's responsible because it's accountable. It is governed by rules regarding both the kind of advertising the government can undertake and the reporting of the costs. For example, the communications policy of the Government of Canada clearly states that departments and agencies may place advertisements to inform Canadians, 1, about their rights or responsibilities, 2, about government policies, programs, services, or initiatives, and finally 3, about dangers or risks to public health, safety, or the environment. The policy also goes on to say that departments and agencies must ensure that advertising campaigns are aligned with government priorities, themes, and messages. Mr. Speaker, these rules exist to ensure that Canadians receive value for the money that their government spends on advertising. And we follow those rules, Mr. Speaker. For example, to ensure accountability, we follow a strict process. Every year, departments and agencies prepare advertising proposals reflecting government priorities, and recommendations are submitted to the Privy Council Office. The Privy Council Office then prepares an advertising plan for the whole of government, which is provided to Cabinet for approval. Cabinet then decides which proposals will go ahead and determines a maximum allocation for each. Following Treasury Board approval, funds are allocated to departments to be managed by them. Once funding is secured, departments work with Public Works and Government Services Canada to implement their campaigns. And then Public Works and Government Services Canada administers contracting and procurement for approved initiatives, administers the advertising management information system, and develops and issues an annual report. In addition, there are mechanisms in place to ensure that parliamentarians and all Canadians are well informed of government advertising activities. One of these is Public Works and Government Services Canada's annual report on Government of Canada advertising activities that I just mentioned. This report gives an overview of the government's advertising management practices and outlines our advertising initiatives. It also lists all expenditures by federal institutions as well as expenditures by media type. Through this annual report, the total annual spending on advertising is reported to Canadians. In addition, every quarter, the Treasury Board of Canada Secretariat posts on its website the approved allocations made from the annual amount set aside for advertising initiatives. On the Treasury Board Secretariat's website, you'll find interesting examples of the type of advertising campaigns the government undertakes. For instance, it includes campaigns on issues such as cyberbullying, which is led by Public Safety Canada. This advertising makes Canadians aware of the problem of cyberbullying and informs parents and kids about what they can do about it. I doubt there's anyone in this room who doesn't think that that's money well spent. We all know that the most effective way to deal with a problem like this is to expose it, and advertising helps us with that. Let me add that all advertising-related contracts are also posted on buyandsell.gc.ca. That's buyandsell.gc.ca. This is Public Works and Government Services Canada's website for contract-related information. And all contracts over $10,000 must be posted on the department and agency's own websites. In addition, advertising research contracted out by the government, whether to pre-test or to evaluate campaigns, is also available to the public through Library and Archives Canada. And information on that research is also posted online and reflected in Public Works and Government Services Canada's public opinion research in the Government of Canada annual report. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the government's advertising allocations must be approved by this Parliament, the Parliament of Canada. Before spending any funds, an organization must request parliamentary approval to spend through the main or the supplementary estimates. The main estimates set out by March 1st of each year the initial budget allocations for each department over the fiscal year ahead. These are then readjusted through the supplementary estimates throughout the fiscal year. Typically, advertising expenditures are included in either operating expenditures or program expenditures. And as I said, the actual expenditures are reported through Public Works and Government Services Canada's annual report on Government of Canada advertising activities. So the process for approving the government's advertising expenses is thorough, and it is subject to scrutiny at both the top levels of government and here in Parliament. Mr. Speaker, Canadians expect elected officials and public servants to manage their tax dollars wisely, and they expect us to uphold the highest standards of ethical conduct. To instill that confidence, government must be open about what it has achieved. It must assure Canadians and parliamentarians that the right controls are in place, and it must provide them with the information they need to judge its performance. And it's exactly the approach we are taking with respect to government advertising. It's the kind of government that Canadians not only expect, it's the kind of government they deserve. And it's the kind of government that we are delivering. Mr. Speaker, government advertising has played an important role in strengthening the Canadian economy when it needed it most. It is efficient and effective in informing Canadians about government programs available to them. It makes responsible use of taxpayers' money. It is undertaken according to the rules and the associated expenditures disclosed in Public Works and Government Service Canada's annual report and in Public's Account of Canada. Mr. Speaker, I see no reason why we should stop what has proven to be a responsible, effective, and efficient use of taxpayers' dollars, and why the government should not do everything it can to help Canadians succeed. And Mr. Speaker, I'm proud of all the government programs and initiatives that we have discussed here today, and I think it's absolutely crucial to make sure that Canadians are aware of these opportunities so they can take advantage of them. It's shameful that the member opposite would oppose informing Canadians of programs that would actually benefit them, especially when our government spends money on advertisements. It goes to advertisements. When the previous Liberal government spent money on advertisements, it went into the pockets of the Liberal Party. That should be cause for shame. I therefore urge all honourable members of this House to reject this motion before us. As I said earlier, this motion represents a distraction. It is distracting us from the important work of planning for the economic recovery and ensuring Canada continues to succeed in today's modern economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have another question for another one of my Conservative colleagues concerning the $750 million spent promoting the Conservative record over the last few years, which I feel is a waste of money. So a few years ago, the Conservatives spent, or wasted, in my opinion, $2.5 million on advertising on the Canada Jobs Grant, which did not even exist. So my question for my colleague is simple. Does he feel that investing $2.5 million in advertising for a federal program that did not exist was a good investment?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. Obviously, there are times when we forecast what we're going to be doing, and that was clearly one example. I remember very clearly sitting down with members of Conestoga College, for example, and discussing the Canada Jobs Grant and their excitement about what that would actually bring to the table in terms of providing a better stream of skilled workers to help workers who had been in a particular occupation who may have lost their job and needed to upgrade. And there was certainly wide acceptance of that program, even though it's been adjusted from its original idea. But, Mr. Speaker, our government has spent money on many initiatives that are so important for Canadians to be aware of. Services to newcomers, Mr. Speaker. I have the privilege of attending new citizenship ceremonies in my riding. Actually, the office is just outside of my riding, but I probably attended over 100 new citizen welcomes in these last 9.5 years. And there is nothing more enjoyable in my job as Member of Parliament than to look into the eyes of these new citizens as they arrive and then have now been here for 3 years and take the oath of citizenship. So it's important, Mr. Speaker, that we inform newcomers about the steps that our government is taking to create a fast and flexible immigration system, including improvements to foreign credential recognition and super visas to speed up family reunification. These and many other things I could list, Mr. Speaker, of important advertising initiatives that we have taken to inform Canadians about the programs that are available to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Vancouver Quadra.
And I think it's clear that Canadians do not support wasteful partisan advertising, and their dollars are being spent on just such advertising by this government. And while the government has spent $750 million on advertisement, they've cut any number of very important services, whether it is services for veterans' frontline needs, whether it's cutting in half the number of youth employment program dollars, or cutting settlement services, contrary to what the member just said, by $15 million in my province of British Columbia. So what is mystifying is the member was saying that their advertising is so great. Well, if so, then they would have no concern with this motion, because it simply says that there would be a third-party review process. If the advertising is appropriate, it would be approved. So what are they fearing? Perhaps they are fearing that the bulk of their advertising advertising is the kind of wasteful partisan advertising that Canadians do not want their tax dollars spent on. So I'd like the member to ask, why the concern when the motion simply says there would be a third-party review rather than the Orwellian kind of review that this member talked about, approved at the highest levels? Well, that means his Prime Minister, who wants this wasteful partisan advertising and subject to parliamentary scrutiny in a majority.
Order. Order. The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, Mr. Speaker, it doesn't surprise me that the Liberal government is intent on creating yet another bureaucracy to oversee a process that I clearly outlined in my remarks, Mr. Speaker. All of the checks and balances that are already in place to create another bureaucracy to oversee another bureaucracy to oversee another one. This is the kind of Liberal government that they would create. But, Mr. Speaker, I have a more fundamental question. Many times today, I've heard her and her colleagues talk about partisan advertising. Well, Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if she would consider the advertising that existed prior to the Gomery inquiry as partisan. That's one question. But the second, well, I actually have three questions, Mr. Speaker. That one, and then, does she have any idea? Does she have any idea where the $40 million is? And thirdly, would she please encourage her colleagues to pay it back? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague from Kitchener-Conestoga, but I actually heard him say that he thought this motion said that the opposition parties that put it forward, the opposition member, actually opposed government advertising to tell Canadians about programs. And as I read the motion, it's quite clearly saying that a third-party review would ensure that only advertisement in future by other parties and other administrations with which my honourable friend may not be quite as friendly, wouldn't it be a good idea to control how they spend taxpayers' money in the future by making sure a third party does ensure that advertising is actually for the purpose of informing Canadians and not attempting to delude them with propaganda?
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for the question. And I outlined throughout my remarks the various checks and balances that are already in place as it relates to getting government advertising approved. And we could argue about whether or not something's partisan or not because of the color of it, for example. These are extraneous arguments that are really taking us away from the important fact that it is incumbent upon any government to let its citizens know about what programs are available to them and how that will actually help them, whether it's a tax credit or the ability to take on apprenticeship training, for example, or the upcoming child care benefits that are going to be available. We know, Mr. Speaker, that those who haven't been enrolled, those who have children between 6 and 17, if they haven't been enrolled in the previous program, they're not going to qualify until they enroll. So it's important for government to let people know about what programs are available to them.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my good friend from Kitchener-Conestoga for an excellent presentation to the House today. And I'm sure he would agree with me that regardless of the stripe of party that's in government at the time, there is a fiduciary responsibility for governments to communicate, to advertise, and to make sure that Canadians are aware of government services and programs. I think it's the height of hypocrisy, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal Party of Canada brings this motion forward in the House today. There's no way that they can possibly suggest that while they were in government, that none of their advertising was quote-unquote partisan, whatever that means. However, I can tell you that my residents in Mississauga-Streetsville appreciate the fact that they are informed of exactly the programs and services that government is delivering, how they can take advantage of programs, services, and benefits that they need. And I just want the member to clarify that he agrees with me that that is an important role of government, that we do advertise, we do make sure Canadians understand the programs and services that are available to them.
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. That is a very clear question, and it's an easy answer. Mr. Speaker, all of us in this House, I think most of us in this House, try to inform our constituents of our individual ridings. about things that we're doing. For example, Mr. Speaker, each year I host what's called a shredding party, where people can bring their old financial records and shred them so that they're not available for potential cyber thieves. And we have the RCMP and the Waterloo Region Police Services come and actually be there to explain to people how they can prevent identity theft. Well, Mr. Speaker, the way I get the word out to my constituents is through what we call the 10%er. And many times I've had complaints about the fact that I send out these 10%ers at government expense or at parliamentary expense. But, Mr. Speaker, I remember one day clearly this person came to me and was complaining at a shredding party, complaining about all the mailings I was doing. And so then I was just able to ask him, well, how did you become aware of this event today? And then he's holding the actual announcement in his hand. So sometimes we argue one way, but really we realize that unless government is taking the time to inform Canadians about what's available to them, there's really no other option. Mr. Speaker, home renovation tax credit, I mentioned in my remarks. The job sharing program that helped many employers retain some of their most skilled employees during the economic downturn. Another one, elder abuse awareness programs that we've advertised, income splitting for seniors, child fitness tax credits, caregiver tax credit. All of these. I could go on and on, Mr. Speaker. Is my time up? Oh,
I'll let him go on.
I think we're out of time for questions and comments, but I see the honourable member for York West rising.
Mr. Speaker, and in my comments earlier this afternoon, I used the word lies, and I would like to withdraw that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Well, I thank the honourable member for York West for responding to the earlier intervention, and I think that we'll consider the whole matter closed. We're going to resuming debate. The honourable member for Winnipeg North. Ms. Foote. The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to rise today to speak to this motion for my Liberal colleague, the member for Ottawa South, on the very serious issue of wasteful partisan advertising. And I'm delighted to be splitting my time with the honourable member for Winnipeg North. All members of this House have an obligation to ensure the hard-earned dollars of taxpayers are spent responsibly, which is why this debate on the use of public funds for partisan, ineffective advertising is so very important. At a time when this Conservative government preaches fiscal restraint and belt-tightening to everyone else, it has spent hundreds of millions of dollars on self-promotion. Mr. Speaker, for over 9 years, the Conservatives have used taxpayer money to broadcast highly partisan advertising, often containing little to no useful information. Between fiscal years 2006-7 and 2014-15, the Government of Canada spent $758 million on advertising. According to figures revealed in media reports today, this Conservative government is planning to spend $13.5 million to promote its pre-election budget in April and May alone. $13.5 million of taxpayer money to promote targeted tax breaks. They have wasted millions of dollars on advertising during high-profile events, when the cost to do so is so much higher, such as the Academy Awards, the Grammys, the Super Bowl, the World Junior Hockey Championships, and the NHL playoffs, while refusing to disclose the cost to Canadians. The Conservatives have repeatedly used taxpayer money to play highly partisan advertising during some of the most expensive time slots on television, including the Super Bowl and Stanley Cup Finals. A time slot which, by the way, cost over $100,000 for a 30-second ad. This is simply unacceptable and irresponsible, and I can only imagine the number of young students who could find jobs with that money, Mr. Speaker. It is just not Liberals who are concerned about this issue. The Canadian Taxpayers Federation, an organization where the Minister of Defence served as CEO and the Conservative member for New Brunswick Southwest served as National Director, has called on the government to end these taxpayer-funded partisan ads. In a recent release, the organization's federal director said, and I quote, "If a government can use public dollars to inform Canadians by conveniently putting a positive spin on the government party's policies at the same time, they probably will. This is not only a waste of precious resources, it's also an affront to fairness in a democracy. Further, it violates the democratic principle that public dollars shouldn't be directed towards partisan ends." End of quote. This government has spent millions of dollars on ad campaigns, advertising programs that don't even exist yet. Earlier this month, I was watching TV, and to my surprise, I saw a government ad advertising proposed tax measures, such as the so-called family tax cut that has not been approved by Parliament. In fine print, I saw the words, "subject to parliamentary approval," written across the screen. Surely the government should be waiting until a program or measure has actually been approved by Parliament before advertising it. This is not the first time a government ad has advertised a program that did not exist, but I hope we can make it the last as a result of this responsible motion by the Liberals that we're discussing before this House today. A particularly egregious example of this occurred in 2013, when the Advertising Standards Council forced the government to pull its May 2013 ad campaign, calling it misleading. The Advertising Standards Council sent a letter to an Assistant Deputy Minister at Employment and Skills Development stating that the Government of Canada had breached the Canadian Code of Advertising Standards by airing commercials that asked Canadians to apply for the Canada Job Grant. At the time, the grant did not exist, and no provinces had agreed to the potential program, despite the fact that the original model required provinces to pay for 1/3 of the grant. Advertisements have also continued after a program has ended, Mr. Speaker. In yet another example of waste, the government has spent $37.4 million promoting the Conservative Economic Action Plan since the program ended. Even when the programs advertised do exist, government public polling about its own advertising campaigns has consistently shown that the ads have little to no effect on Canadians. The vast majority report that they did nothing upon seeing a Government of Canada advertisement. According to a government-funded poll on the effectiveness of the 2013 budget ads, only three respondents of the 2003 surveyed actually visited the Action Plan website, and not a single person called the 1-800-O-Canada number promoted in the ad.
Oh, that's interesting.
Ads by the Government of Canada aired overseas don't fare any better, Mr. Speaker. A series of ads in Washington, D.C. area subway stations praising Canada's environmental record and oil industry were found to have little effect, according to research funded by the government itself. Even so, the Conservative government decided to extend this campaign using $22.7 million over 2 years. $22.7 million for ineffective subway advertisements in a foreign capital. Just think, Mr. Speaker, what Canadians could do with that money. Just think of the vulnerable Canadians who could use that in programs that this very government has cut, programs that have been so needed by the most vulnerable in our country. And the government's research shows these vague partisan ads aren't working, and yet they continue to fund them with our taxpayers' own dollars. At the same time, as the Conservative government is spending over $250 million on ineffective partisan advertising, sometimes for programs that don't yet exist, there are people throughout our country who are struggling to make ends meet and having to tighten their belts to provide for their families. This, too, Mr. Speaker, is blatantly unacceptable. The Conservatives should focus on strengthening the economy and helping to create jobs, not spending taxpayers' money on expensive partisan ad campaigns. This most recent budget by the Conservative government built an artificial surplus on the backs of Canadians by cutting programs and services that are indeed meant to help the most vulnerable in our country. This is part of a larger pattern, unfortunately. In recent years, the government closed 9 regional Veterans Affairs offices. Veterans Affairs, Mr. Speaker, who really need our support, who have given so much on behalf of our country. And yet, when they need us to be there for them, this government isn't there.
Shame.
They've ended funding to low-income cooperative housing units. They've raised the age of eligibility for old age security from 65 to 67. And I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, I know people who just can't work beyond age 65. And if they're not eligible until age 67, they're going to have to turn to programs in the provinces, assisted welfare programs, which pay a lot less than they would get on old age security. It is not right that throughout our country we're seeing reduced health care funding to the provinces by nearly $36 billion in the name of financial prudence and austerity. The Harper government spent more, the Conservative government, Mr. Speaker, spent more than $100,000 in 1 year to increase the reach of Twitter posts by Veterans Affairs Canada while neglecting veterans themselves. Last year, Veterans Affairs Canada spent $4.3 billion on an ad campaign advertising rehabilitation, financial support, mental health services, career transition services, while closing the very offices that veterans would need to visit, be able to get in touch with, to discuss these services. So by going forward with all of these services, they still neglect veterans because they don't make it possible for them to be able to access them. The backlash from viewers was noticeable. According to an internal analysis, when asked to describe the main point of the ad, some 150 people who saw the ads said it was either that veterans were being neglected or government self-promotion for not doing enough for veterans. Despite the backlash, the department claimed the campaign was effective. Mr. Speaker, Liberals would remove the partisanship from taxpayer-funded advertising and ensure that government ads only provide useful information to Canadian taxpayers. The Liberal member for Ottawa South has a bill at second reading that would take the partisanship out of government advertising by saying the Auditor General must approve the content before it is broadcast. That is the system we've seen work in Ontario during the previous progressive Conservative government's tenure. Taxpayers pay for commercials that featured then-Premier Mike Harris. In 2004, the Liberal government in Ontario.
Order. Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mississauga, Streetsville.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for her presentation to the House today. You know, Mr. Speaker, I've sat here most of the day. I've listened to this opposition Liberal motion today about advertising, yet I have not seen one single member of the Liberal Party that stood up today to speak apologize to Canadians for the sponsorship scandal. Not one. Not one. Now, the member that just spoke is her party's whip. So she is in a senior leadership position of the current Liberal caucus here in the House of Commons. I want to ask her right now, will she at least stand up in the House today, apologize for the $40 million that is gone, wasted, finished, that we'll never see again, apologize for the sponsorship scandal, apologize for what they put Canadians through in the 90s under the Chrétien and Martin governments in their attempt to spend advertising dollars. I think the Liberal Party owes this House an apology.
The honourable member for Random Buren, St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I acknowledge the question from my colleague across the way. And I want to say that given his comments, it's pretty obvious that he, as a member of the Conservative Party, is actually embarrassed by what is happening by this government. The amount of money, the numbers that I talked about in my speaking notes clearly shows that given the anger that he seemed to come out of him in terms of his remarks, is that he is embarrassed. I think that he recognizes that what is happening is wrong, and that this motion is exactly what this House needs. And what is being put forward by the Liberal member for Ottawa South is exactly what all parties should be considering and should in fact support unanimously, so that we don't see any more of this partisan advertising using taxpayers' dollars to do anything other than promote programs that Canadians need and deserve.
Well, questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Ottawa South.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to join my colleague, and I want to thank her for her thoughtful remarks. To a certain extent, in response to the last Conservative speaker, let's just illustrate what the government's been doing. $29.5 million have been spent on erecting 9,800 billboards in Canada. Not only that, Mr. Speaker, but they compelled the municipalities where these billboards were put up to spend the money out of the infrastructure proceeds they were receiving from the federal government, to be able to blame the municipalities. This is the kind of subterfuge that has surrounded the advertising choices being made by the government. Surely the member, my colleague, would agree. $29 million, for example, will pay for 515 public health nurses for a year. We'll build 500 affordable housing units. We'll pay for 15,000 chemotherapy treatments for cancer patients on waiting lists. I think that's exactly the kind, of responsible spending we're looking for, which is why the suggestion here, as the member rightly points out, is to have a third-party advertising commissioner inside the Auditor General's office provide a perfectly reasonable and balanced and objective review. Can the member help us understand what the alternative expenditures could be for this kind of wasteful advertising spending?
The honourable member for Random Buren St. George's.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I thank my colleague from Ottawa South on two fronts. One, certainly in putting forward this motion today, which is very important to Canadian taxpayers, and secondly, for his question. And I acknowledge that, and as we've discussed here today, that we really need to do things differently. And what's being proposed is so important because we do need to be advertising programs to Canadians. They do need to know what is available and what we're doing. What we don't need to be doing is wasting taxpayers' dollars by being partisan and suggesting that only the Conservative government can do this. This is meant to be fair use of taxpayers' dollars, and I think having a third party look at how we're going to spend money, it's not government money, it's taxpayers' money. How we're going to spend that money is such a responsible way to go on a forward basis, to look at, have someone other than one of the parties involved in the House of Commons, other than the Conservative Party or the Liberal Party or the NDP Party or the Green Party or any other party, decide what is good use of taxpayers' dollars when it comes to advertising. We need to make sure that what we're advertising is something that Canadians need and want and deserve, and that it isn't being portrayed as somehow a great initiative by a particular party, when in fact it's taxpayers' money. We are going to be doing things from a leadership perspective that will offer those programs that Canadians want, have asked for, because we've been listening from coast to coast to coast. But what we're not going to do is say,
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The
honourable member.
Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And maybe the best place to start is to where my colleague and friend just left off in terms of the importance of the issue. We need to recognize that what we're really talking about is tax dollars. The government establishes all sorts of programming, and no one would deny government the opportunity to be able to promote and encourage legitimate programs and advertising. There's many different things that are out there in which the public needs to know about, and there is a role for the government to be using tax dollars in order to be promoting those informational type of ads, Mr. Speaker. But what we have seen with this Prime Minister more than any other Prime Minister, likely in the history of Canada, is the way in which public tax dollars are being used and manipulated in order to purchase public advertising at huge dollars. We're not talking about a few $1 million, Mr. Speaker. We're talking about $750 million. That's $750 million, Mr. Speaker. And a good portion of that money is being spent on advertising. A good portion of that public dollars, Mr. Speaker, taxpayer dollars, is being used for advertising for nothing more than political partisan propaganda, so that the Prime Minister's office can send out his message to pat the Conservative Party, the collective back of the Cabinet, Mr. Speaker, on the back. And I believe that Canadians are not going to be fooled by this government's gross neglect of tax dollars, that they recognize, Mr. Speaker, that the government's gone too far in squandering tax dollars when there are so many other needs that are out there. I've been here throughout the day listening both to the Conservatives and the New Democrats talk and be critical of the motion, even though I suspect we will get support for the motion from the New Democrats. What it reminds me of is political parties that do not recognize the reality of the day. You'll recall, Mr. Speaker, when the leader of the Liberal Party stood in his place and brought forward proactive disclosure. And you'll recall that the Conservatives said no. The NDP said no. We continued to push the issue, Mr. Speaker. Eventually, the Conservatives came on side, and the NDP were dragged kicking and screaming, and we had to force it through a vote, but eventually they too came on side. And now, today, we have proactive disclosure. Let me suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, proactive disclosure would have been a wonderful thing to have a number of years ago. Just like what we are proposing today, Mr. Speaker, I believe that it is something in which is a step forward, a significant step forward, because we are talking about a great deal, a huge amount of tax dollars that get spent every year through public advertising. Why not allow for an independent body to be able to give that sense of approval as to what is political and what a political party should be paying for versus a government, Mr. Speaker? Why would the government oppose that? And that's really what they're doing today. When it comes time to vote on this motion, let's be very clear on this. The Conservatives have tried a great deal to try to change the channel, Mr. Speaker. Let's get really focused on this issue. The issue that we're debating today deals with public advertising and the creation of an independent body that would allow for the determination of, yes, we can go ahead with this particular ad because it's in the Canadian public's best interest. Not the Prime Minister and the PMO's office, Mr. Speaker, but rather it is an independent agency. And by doing that, Mr. Speaker, we will have much better advertising on what is important issues facing governments and Canadians today. There is numerous things. I've heard members stand up and talk about the importance of some of the veteran programs, housing programs, and so forth. No doubt there's lots of good programs that need to be advertised, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal Party is not saying no to that. What we're saying is that there needs to be that independent body to ensure that, in fact, when we are spending those very important tax dollars, that there's this third independent body that makes sure that it's not being done for the wrong reason, Mr. Speaker. The wrong reason being that it is too political, that it's more about the endorsement of a political party, that being the party that happens to be in government at the day. And the government's only response to why this is a bad initiative is they'll reflect on the years past. And they'll say, well, because of the past, we shouldn't have to subject ourselves to this. The NDP will climb on their high horse as if they have nothing to blame or no responsibility for any misgivings, Mr. Speaker, and say, well, yeah, okay, fine, maybe we could have something of this, but it's why should the Liberals be the ones that are introducing it? Well, I'll suggest to you, Mr. Speaker, much like the approach on proactive disclosure, where there was the Liberal Party that ultimately led the charge because we recognize that there is a need for it, the same thing is happening here.
Absolutely.
The only difference is that the NDP are the ones that are being a little bit reluctant in supporting us, but we kind of sense that they will. And it's the Conservatives that are rejecting it, Mr. Speaker. Well, let me suggest to the Prime Minister and his staff within the office, because they are the ones that circulate everything to the Conservative caucus members, Mr. Speaker, that if they fail to recognize the importance of this issue, if they want to continue to hide, Mr. Speaker, and not be transparent with Canadians on literally hundreds of millions of dollars, well, the Liberal Party will incorporate it into the next election. We are prepared, Mr. Speaker, to make the bold statement that it's time for change, whether there's unanimous support of this House or not. That the Liberal Party is committed to be making a difference because we recognize the importance of the tax dollars, and there's absolutely nothing to be lost by taking advantage of an initiative that my colleague from Ottawa has brought forward in the form of Bill C-544, Mr. Speaker. And if the government truly cared about the taxpayers and understood the importance of advertising in a legitimate fashion, they would recognize that we have a piece of legislation that's actually before us, that we could actually be debating that legislation, and we can actually provide tangible results for Canadians today, Mr. Speaker. It's not something that's that difficult to understand. It's a fairly straightforward idea, Mr. Speaker, an idea that's necessary, I would suggest to you. We recognize the importance of advertising, but there has been, Mr. Speaker, a great insult to the collective intelligence beyond this chamber, if I can put it that way, Mr. Speaker, when we see the abusive expenditures, and there's no, the best example I can come up with right offhand is the action plan ads. We're spending $13 million based on a budget that has been presented, Mr. Speaker, telling Canadians how wonderful the budget is. Well, if it is, where's the Minister of Finance who's never around to defend it, Mr. Speaker? This budget is debatable at best, Mr. Speaker, in terms of its true value. It's an assault on the middle class. It's not creating jobs. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, this budget is very limited in terms of to what degree it's going to propel Canada into the future, both our economy and our social fabric. Yet they're spending $13 million to give false impressions to Canadians, as if this government has actually been doing a good job. Well, Mr. Speaker, that has not been the case. Look at some of those underlying realities, if I can put it that way. Trade deficits, infrastructure crisis, depending on which community in every region of our country, because this government refuses to spend money today. Rather, they want to spend it after the next federal election, Mr. Speaker. Underspending important budget lines. They talk tough about crime. They want to get child predators, yet the RCMP underspend because they're told to underspend in terms of the programs that is going to get tough on individuals through the internet that are exploiting our children, Mr. Speaker. It's endless examples in which I could table today or share with members today just to show you how bad this budget is. But they don't have no shame. They'll spend millions, Mr. Speaker, promoting this budget, wasting tax dollars, in my opinion.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. L'honorable député de Chicoutimi.
The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Lafayette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard a great many protests on the part of the Liberal Party regarding the government's spending on advertising. Now, I agree their opinion that some $70 million over the past few years shows that the government has a very poor record. It's exaggerated, especially given its other budget cuts. I'd like to remind people of the facts. I analyzed the amounts per year that were spent by the Conservatives over the past few years. The highest was in 2006, when the Conservative government spent $86 million on advertising, and the lowest was in 2009, when they invested $36 million in advertising. The average comes out to about $73 million. But under the Liberal watch, before the Conservatives, they liked spending on advertising too. In 2002, they spent $111 million on advertising. And in 2003, they spent $70 million. And in 2004, they spent $50 million. So what does the member think of the fact that the Liberals' advertising spending resembles that of the Conservatives?
Well, Mr. Speaker, the only thing that's missing, it would have been nice to have heard how much advertising the New Democrats would have spent in BC when they were in government, or Manitoba when they were in, or they're unfortunately still in government. You know, at the end of the day, what I'm asking and suggesting to members of the New Democratic Party is to recognize that what we have before us is a good idea. It's an idea that will, in fact, make a difference. And if the member were to consult with his constituents, I would suggest to you that what he will find is that there's overwhelming support for a motion of this nature, because it makes sense. I believe that the taxpayers of Canada would appreciate it, and that's why I suspect we'll end up seeing the New Democratic Party voting in favor of the motion. And we welcome that support, Mr. Speaker. But as opposed to just purely reflecting on the past and previous governments, whether they're provincial or nationally, we need to recognize that at the end of the day, we're talking about advertising, public advertising, and there's a better way to ensure that there's a higher sense of accountability and transparency by having this third-party group established, Mr. Speaker, in order to protect the interests of the taxpayer.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Scarborough Agincourt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to follow on the comments from my friend from Winnipeg North. And isn't this ultimately a function of transparency? And is it a function of the fact that this government is afraid of a proposal that proposes transparency in government advertising? I want to specifically focus in on the excellent piece of legislation, the private member's bill from the member from Ottawa South with respect to Bill C-544, and particularly the proposal to bring in the advertising commissioner, a newly appointed position under the rubric of the Auditor General, an independent officer of the legislature. Why is this a positive initiative in terms of dealing with transparent measures that this government seems to be opposed to?
Member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, and it's welcome back the member. It's great to see him here, and Mr. Speaker, and I very much appreciate an excellent question. At the end of the day, what we're hoping to be able to see through this particular resolution is recognition, and the recognition, Mr. Speaker, can easily be had by the government looking at Bill C-544, which is a bill that has been introduced by my colleague from Ottawa Centre. Ottawa South, Mr. Speaker, and he has given, I've heard, a number of speeches on that very important bill. It is a bill that does ensure a higher sense of transparency, more accountability. It is something that's very real, it's tangible, it can in fact be done. And I would look to government members in particular and challenge them to explain why it is that they would actually oppose a third party coming to the table and providing that authorizations. It's only a question of time, Mr. Speaker, before it happens. The Prime Minister has a choice. He can either get out on front of the issue or he will be left behind on it, Mr. Speaker, because I can tell you that whether it's the leader of the Liberal Party or it's the public as a whole are not only demanding for it, but it's only a question of time before it happens. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Before we go to resuming debate and the honourable member for Davenport, I'll let him know that there are only about 8 minutes remaining in the time provided for debate today on the business of supply. And so we'll get going with that, and I'll give him the usual indication just before the time is coming nigh. The honourable member for Davenport.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for those warnings in advance. It's an honor for me once again to stand in this place on behalf of the good people of Davenport in the great city of Toronto to speak on this motion put forth by the Liberals, and just to touch very lightly on some of the comments made by the previous speaker, who seemed to be a little unclear whether we would be supporting this motion, and just so that he understands, we will be supporting the motion. But just so he's also clear about some apparent trepidation, it's not so much the motion but the record of previous Liberal governments. And I know that the Liberal Party here in the House of Commons doesn't want Canadians to dwell on that history. And I did hear the member from Winnipeg North say that his party would bring these measures forward after the next election if they were given that opportunity. I suppose one would forgive Canadians for skepticism around that promise, given the fact this is the party that promised to rip up the GST if they were elected, and got elected and proceeded to not do that. They were also the party that said they would rip up the free trade agreement with the United States, were elected and did not rip up that trade deal. So we look forward to the promises that that party make in this place, and see how much Canadians want to forget previous governments, because I think we rest on our record and on our past actions. And speaking of that, there is no doubt, and there's no doubt among New Democrats that this government has been absolutely using public money for partisan purposes. The advertisements that they're using on television are a clear example of that, and the cost is an outrage. But when I listen to the debate that's going on today in this place, it seems to be more a debate of who's got a worse record, the Liberals or the Conservatives on this issue. And they've been going back and forth on that, as they have on many other issues, because on many issues they behave in the same way. And when they're in opposition, they want to be holier than thou. But we've seen both parties behave in similar fashions. But what I do want to touch on, because it's important to the people in my riding and the people in Toronto, is that government services and the access to them and the information that's there that Canadians need. This is vital stuff. And in many ways, the way to access information, the way to find out about government programs is through advertising. So it's a great way to serve Canadians. But too often what we see is that it's become a way to serve the Conservative Party. This is wrong. This has to stop. We need to see much, much greater transparency, much greater oversight. Mr. Speaker, I have in my riding, I have many, many immigrants. I have many people in my community that are trying to bring their families to Canada. They've been promised this through the immigration system in this country, that when they have their status, they too can apply to be reunited with their parents and grandparents. And I want to tell a quick little story, because it connects to the opportunities that communications has for government. I had one constituent come into my office with an application that she had sent, and it had been stamped January 4th. It had been received January 4th, but her application to bring her father from the home country was denied. No explanation. The government had said through advertising that they were accepting 5,000 sponsorships applications for parents and grandparents, and that was their moratorium. They were capping it at that. So my constituent couriered her application in. It was received January 1st. There was no explanation for why it was denied, and no recourse. We phoned Citizenship and Immigration. They didn't even have a record of it, even though we have a stamp that say it was received. The reason I bring this up is because this constituent had been told that, you know, there was a cap, 5,000, and she knew she had to get this application in right away. But the government gave her no explanation. We have Service Canada, where many immigrants access services in a variety of languages. A couple of years ago, the very busy office in my riding was closed, leaving many of my community very concerned because they would go and speak face-to-face with people in that office. And again, the reason I bring this up is because this is about interfacing with government. This is about access to government services. This isn't about spending millions of dollars on government propaganda, trying to tell Canadians all the great work that they're doing while wasting opportunities and wasting money, and in fact not giving Canadians, certainly not giving the people in my riding the information that they need to live a decent life here in our country. And that's what concerns me about the misuse of public money. You know, Mr. Speaker, we've been leading a campaign for greater protections for unpaid interns in this country. This government could have spent a fraction of that money letting young people know what their rights are, letting actually young people know that, in fact, they had no rights under federal legislation, under federal regulation as an unpaid intern. They could have spent a little bit of money letting young people know that actually if they took an unpaid internship in a federally regulated industry, they had none of the protections under the Canada Labour Code. They could have let Canadians know that, and in fact they didn't. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, that has led to injured young workers, and tragically it also led to the death of one young worker in Alberta. Luckily, the government bowed to our pressure and included measures to protect interns in the budget, but they could have let people know this. In other words, Mr. Speaker, there's huge opportunities lost, and for this government, massive amounts of public money wasted on partisan adventures, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Comme il est 18h15.
Since it is 6:15, it is my duty to interrupt the deliberations and put forthwith all the votes regarding the opposition day.
Mr. Lamoureux moved that the House, A, recognize that, 1, since 2006, the government has spent nearly $750 million on advertising. 2, a great deal of this has been partisan advertising that serves no public interest. 3, this is an affront to taxpayers who work hard and expect that the government will treat their money with respect. And therefore, B, demande au gouvernement.
Call on the government to submit all advertising to a third-party review process before it is approved to ensure that it is an appropriate, proportional, and prudent expenditure of public funds.
Of the House to adopt the motion. All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it. Call in the members.
April 28th at the expiry of the time provided for government orders.
Accordingly, the recorded division stands deferred until tomorrow at the end of government orders or just before the time provided for private members' business. And I see the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora standing on, perhaps on a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think you will find unanimous consent to see the clock at 6:30.
Is that agreed, to see the clock at 6:30? Agreed? Yes? Agreed? Yes. And so ordered. Accordingly, pursuant to an order made on Monday, April 20th, 2015, the House will now proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded division on the sub-amendment of motion number 18 under Ways and Means Proceedings. Call in the members.
The question is as follows. Mr. Oliver, seconded by Mr. Sorensen, moved that this House approve in general the budgetary policy of the government.
Seconded by Mr. Cote, move the following amendment. That the motion be amended by deleting all the words after the word that and substituting the following. This House not approve the budgetary policy of the government as it A. gives billions of dollars in handouts to the wealthy few through income splitting, doubling tax-free savings accounts and tax loopholes for CEOs.
B. Fails to help middle-class families by creating affordable, quality childcare spaces. C. Contains no plan to make life more affordable by tackling unfair ATM fees or high credit card fees.
To restore the age of retirement to 65 by reversing cuts to old age security. D. Does nothing to help workers by reinstating the federal minimum wage and raising it to $15 an hour. F.
Fails to fight climate change or grow the economy while protecting the environment. And
on one-time asset sales and accounting sleight of hand to achieve a balance. Mr. Trudeau, seconded by Mr. Bryson, move the following sub-amendment, that the amendment be amended by adding the following. H. Unfairly benefits the rich instead of helping the middle class and those working hard to join it. And I. Contains no plan for jobs and growth. All those in favor of the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Julian.
Mr. Julian.
Madame Laverdière.
Madame Laverdière.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Ms. Sims, Newton North Delta.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Mr. Alan Wellen.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Ms. Duncan, Edmonton, Strathcona.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Dewar.
Mr. Harris St. John's East.
Mr. Harris St. John's
Madame
East.
Boivin.
Madame Boivin.
Ms. Leslie.
Ms. Leslie.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Christopherson.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Cullen.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Mr. Davies, Vancouver, Kingsway.
Ms. Matheson.
Ms. Matheson.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Madame Boutin-Sweet.
Mr. Massey.
Mr. Massey.
Monsieur Godin.
Mr. Godin.
Mr. Bevington.
Mr. Bevington.
Monsieur Maille.
Mr. Maille.
Madame Day.
Madame Day.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Donnelly.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Rankin.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Scott.
Mr. Kelway.
Mr. Kelway.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Brosseau.
Madame Grosguet.
Madame Grosguet.
Monsieur Boulris.
Monsieur Boulris.
Mr. Marston.
Mr. Marston.
Madame Hughes.
Madame Hughes.
Mr. Rafferty.
Mr. Rafferty.
Miss Crowder.
Miss Crowder.
Miss Charlton.
Miss Charlton.
Monsieur Giguère.
Mr. Giguère.
Madame Ayala.
Madame Ayala.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Cash.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Stewart.
Mr. Garrison.
Mr. Garrison.
Madame Papillon.
Madame Papillon.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Aubin.
Monsieur Dubé.
Monsieur Dubé.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Blanchette-Lamotte.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Madame Leblanc-Lassalémar.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Saganache.
Monsieur Nantel.
Monsieur Nantel.
Madame Péclet.
Madame Péclet.
Monsieur Gravel.
Monsieur Gravel.
Madame Michaud.
Madame Michaud.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Blanchette.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Bramy.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Rousseau.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Genet-Jourdain.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Lapointe.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Côté.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Dussault.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Choquette.
Monsieur Sandou.
Monsieur Sandou.
Madame Sella.
Madame Sella.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Dion Labelle.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Monsieur Tsabaïsen.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Doré-Lefebvre.
Madame Quash.
Madame Quash.
Madame Borg.
Madame Borg.
Monsieur Nichols.
Monsieur Nichols.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Moore Abitibi-Témiscamingue.
Madame Latendresse.
Madame Latendresse.
Mr. Comartin.
Mr. Comartin.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Madame Morin-Saint-Hyacinthe-Bagotte.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Nunez-Melo.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Tremblay.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Pilon.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Genet.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Chicoine.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard.
Monsieur Morin-Chicoutimi-Le-Fiard.
Madame Lou.
Madame Lou.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Madame Morin, Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Monsieur Benskin.
Monsieur Benskin.
Monsieur Morin-Laurenti-de-Labelle.
Monsieur Morin-Laurenti-de-Labelle.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Mr. Atamanenko.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Monsieur Trudeau.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. McCauley.
Mr. Goodale.
Mr. Goodale.
Monsieur Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Leblanc-Beauséjour.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Easter.
Mr. Byrne.
Mr. Byrne.
Monsieur Bélanger.
Mr. Bélanger.
Mr. Valeriot.
Mr. Valeriot.
Miss Foote.
Miss Foote.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Mr. Lamoureux.
Monsieur Dion.
Mr. Dion.
Miss Gros.
Miss Gros.
Miss Bennett.
Miss Bennett.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Bryson.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. Cutler.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. McKay-Scarborough-Gilwood.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. Cusner.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. McCallum.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Mr. Scarpalegia.
Ms. Murray.
Ms. Murray.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. McGinty.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Mr. Sims, Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls, Windsor.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Madame Saint-Denis.
Monsieur Garneau.
Mr. Garneau.
Ms. Adams.
Ms. Adams.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Chou.
Mr. Casey.
Mr. Casey.
Monsieur Dubourg.
Mr. Dubourg.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Freeland.
Ms. Jones.
Ms. Jones.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Vaughn.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Pachetti.
Mr. Plamondon.
Monsieur Plamondon.
Monsieur Fortin.
Monsieur Fortin.
Madame Mourani.
Madame Morani.
Ms. May.
Ms. May.
All those opposed to the sub-amendment will please rise.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Harper.
Mr. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher.
Ms. Lee.
Ms. Lee.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Poiliev.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Fantino.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Valcourt.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Blaney.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. Nicholson.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. McKay Central Nova.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Van Loan.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Lebel.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Clement.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Paradis.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Aglukac.
Mrs. Shea.
Mrs. Shea.
Mr. Fast.
Mr. Fast.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Ambrose.
Ms. Finley Delta Richmond East.
Ms. Finley, Delta Richmond
Mr.
East.
Rickford.
Mr. Rickford.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mr. O'Toole.
Mrs. Glover.
Mrs. Glover.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Benoit.
Mr. Bright Price.
Mr. Brightrice.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Hahn.
Mr. Chong.
Mr. Chong.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mrs. Troupe.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Dykstra.
Mr. Gould.
Mr. Gourd.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Moore-Fundy Royal.
Mr. Goodyear.
Mr. Goodyear.
Ms. Rampel.
Ms. Rampel.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver Allen North.
Mr. Duncan Vancouver.
Mrs.
Illinois.
Yelich.
Mrs. Yelich.
Mrs. Wong.
Mrs. Wong.
Ms. Bergen.
Ms. Bergen.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Upal.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Sorensen.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Holder.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Lake.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Anderson.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Carey.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows and Ridge Mission.
Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mr. Katie South Shore St. Margaret's.
Mrs. Oblancy.
Mrs. Oblancy.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Kent.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Cannon.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Rajat.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Reed.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Velicott.
Mr. Goldring.
Mr. Goldring.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mrs. Greywall.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Albus.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Straw.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Trottier.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Watson.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Deckert.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Gauguin.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Bazan.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Saxton.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Calandra.
Mr. Lukiski.
Mr. Lukivsky.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Braid.
Mr. Gill.
Mr. Gill.
Ms. James.
Ms. James.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. Block.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mrs. McLeod.
Mr. Leong.
Mr. Leong.
Ms. Brown and Marquette Aurora.
Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Monsieur Lemieux.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Menegakis.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mr. Warkenton.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Smith.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mrs. Gallant.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Schellenberger.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Allison.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Brownlees Granville.
Mr. Anders.
Mr. Anders.
Monsieur Lauzon.
Mr. Lauzon.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Shorey.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Komarnicki.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Crown Prince Edward Hastings.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Tilson.
Mr. Trost.
Mr.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Warwa.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Albrecht.
Mr. Brunuge.
Mr. Brunuge.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. Calkins.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mr. McKenzie.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mrs. Davidson.
Mr. Galipo.
Mr. Gallipoli.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Mays.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Norlock.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Shipley.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Sweet.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Van Kesteren.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Wallace.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Clark.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Bowen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Dreeshen.
Mr. Lobb.
Mr.
And
Law.
back to Mr. Hoback.
Mr. Hoback.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. McColeman.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Richards.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Woodworth.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Adler.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Preston.
Mr. Allen Tubik Mactaquac.
Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac.
Mr. Kerr.
Mr. Kerr.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mrs. O'Neill Gordon.
Mr. Payne.
Mr. Payne.
The Western West Vancouver Sunshine Coast Sea to Sky Country.
Mr. Weston West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to Sky Country.
The Western St. John.
Mr. Weston St.
Mr.
John.
Young Oakville.
Mr. Young Oakville.
Mr. Sopak.
Mr. Sopak.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mrs. Ambler.
Mr. Aspen.
Mr. Aspen.
Madame Bateman.
Madame Bateman.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Butt.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Carmichael.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Chizu.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Daniel.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hayes.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Hillier.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Leaf.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Lizon.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Opitz.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Seaback.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Tote.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Wilkes.
Mr. Williamson.
Mr. Williamson.
Is Young Vancouver South.
Is Young Vancouver South.
Mr. Zimmer.
Mr. Zimmer.
Miss Crockett.
Miss Crockett.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. McGuire.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Falk.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Udega.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Stanton.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Barlow.
Mr. Eglinski.
Mr. Glinsky.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mr. DeVolen.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mrs. Perkins.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Lunny.
Mr. Rathgaber.
Mr. Rathgaber. Yeas pour 114, 114. Nays contre 147, 147.
I declare the sub-amendment defeated. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Order. I'd ask all honourable members who wish to carry on conversations and meetings and the like to make their way to their respective lobbies and make their way out of the chamber at this time. We're starting with adjournment proceedings. And the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you very much. I rise tonight to talk about housing. I've asked several questions and quite often received the exact same response from the minister, and I'm troubled by it. We know that housing agreements, which were initiated by the Liberal Party, have been renewed, and we know the renewals in places like Ontario constitute about $801 million in funding. But when you do the math, and I did when I was on City Council, and I certainly have done since I've arrived in Parliament, when you do the math, it means that approximately 60 units of housing, 60 new units of housing will be provided by this agreement each year for the next 5 years in a city like Toronto. Because there's no money for state of good repair, and because there is no money for new housing, and because the capital repair backlog, which is effectively downloaded onto the city by a provincial Conservative government, is now close to $1 billion, we are actually losing more units of housing in Toronto to disrepair than we're gaining in the new housing agreements. And so my question to the government is very simple. We know that housing solves problems. We know that housing pays for itself as a social investment. We know that housing is an integral part of building strong cities, strong neighborhoods, but most importantly, strong families. In light of the fact we are facing an unprecedented crisis in Toronto, with 92,000 families, close to 200,000 people waiting for assisted housing, close to 5,000 people a year living in city shelters, of whom half are children. With this calamity facing Canadians living in Toronto, with a calamity that's replicated, unfortunately, right across the country in every major city, in every minor city, every medium city, every city of every description, why is this government satisfied with the status quo when the status quo is literally putting people in harm's way? And why in this current budget is not one new dollar for one new unit of housing anywhere in the country, let alone a city, let alone an Aboriginal or traditional territory, let alone in any single settlement in Canada? Why is not $1 put into new housing, $1 into fixing new housing? Why is the status quo, which people suffer under, acceptable?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now, I know the member from Trinity Spadina doesn't like to acknowledge it, but Economic Action Plan 2015 provides $150 million to support social housing in Canada by allowing social and co-op housing providers to prepay their long-term non-renewable mortgages without penalty. This initiative will allow eligible cooperative and non-profit social housing providers to significantly reduce their mortgage expenses. Mr. Speaker, with lower mortgage expenses, housing providers will be allowed to undertake capital repairs to improve the condition and quality of these housing units. Listen to what the Cooperative Housing Federation's Executive Director, Nicholas Gazzard, had to say about this important investment being made by the Government of Canada. Quote, "This is very good news. The elimination of prepayment fees will make a real difference to housing co-ops and the low-income households who make housing co-ops their home in communities across the country." Mr. Speaker, this is all in addition to ongoing federal investments that support close to 600,000 households living in existing social housing on and off reserve. It is in addition to federal investments that support the construction of about 400 new homes in First Nations communities each year, as well as the renovation of 1,000 existing homes on reserve. Mr. Speaker, the investment in affordable housing, which I mentioned previously, is a model of partnership and collaboration. Federal funding is matched by the provinces and territories who are responsible for designing and delivering programs to address local housing needs within their own jurisdictions. New housing is one way this money is being invested, but it is not the only answer to reducing the number of Canadians who have housing needs. The provinces and territories can also invest in renovation projects. For example, they can provide rent supplements, shelter allowances, and assistance towards home ownership. There are often other ways our government has invested in new housing, Mr. Speaker. Economic Action Plan 2013 also extended the homelessness partnering strategy with nearly $600 million in funding over 5 years. Our new evidence-based Housing First approach aims to stabilize the lives of homeless individuals for the long term by first moving them into permanent housing and then providing additional supports that they may need. I would also remind the honourable members that we have made significant investments in new housing during the stimulus phase of Canada's Economic Action Plan, including the $400 million to build new affordable housing for low-income seniors, $75 million for new housing for people with disabilities, and a combined total of $600 million in housing construction and repairs in the North and on reserve across Canada. We also invest $1 billion with a B, in renovating and retrofitting existing social housing off reserve. We will meet and continue to meet our long-term commitments under existing agreements, and we will continue to work with the provinces and territories to deliver effective social housing for Canadians across this great country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Trinity-Spadina.
This is the problem. What the Parliamentary Secretary just described is the existing program. It's the status quo. And when he talks about Aboriginal housing and 1,400 houses being built or repaired this year, that's 2 houses per reserve. That's ridiculous. It's tragically ridiculous because it puts people in harm's way. The question the program that he did speak to, here's a question for him that I'd love a very quick answer to. When those co-ops and affordable housing providers renew their mortgages, are the subsidy agreements going to expire when the old mortgages expire, or will the subsidy agreements going to continue?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our government stands by its housing record, and we're proud of our record investment in this area. We've made smart, targeted investments that have helped hundreds of thousands of Canadian families and individuals get access to the housing that they need. We've also moved away from federally designed programs to models that allow for local solutions, knowing that provinces and territories are best placed to understand local needs. It's about more than just putting a roof over someone's head. When people are in housing, it's much easier for them to obtain an education, upgrade skills, look for a job, and contribute productively to society. Mr. Speaker, this is what our policies aim to do. We want Canadians to achieve for themselves and for their families and for the country as a whole. Having a place to call home is a big part of this. Honourable members can rest assured that our government will continue to make smart investments in housing, as we've shown in our Economic Action Plan 2015. We'll continue to do our part to ensure Canadians can succeed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On March 11th, I asked a question in the House about the lack of compliance with the Official Languages Act by Air Canada. The ministers hesitated and didn't know who should answer the question. Finally, the Minister of Heritage, responsible for official languages, told me that she was not the right person to answer my question. The Heritage Minister should be able to answer my questions on official languages and shouldn't have to turn to others to do so. My question was quite simple, and it was being asked of her. I was asking her whether she felt that it was acceptable for Air Canada to have unilingual English work tools, which violate the right of workers to use the official language of their choice. Her answer did not even mention Air Canada. As you can understand, I was very disappointed with that answer. She simply trotted out her usual line about being proud of her government's record with respect to official languages. Canadians and the people of my riding, Charlebourg-Haute-Saint-Charles, expect more from their minister than this empty rhetoric. They want answers. The government knows well that Air Canada has repeatedly violated these language rights. Since 1995, Air Canada has been one of the worst institutions. Year after year, the Official Languages Commissioner has criticized Air Canada. The Office of the Commissioner of Official Languages continues to receive numerous complaints. The company has not implemented the recommendations of the Commissioner, and the action plan has been ignored. Do I have to remind the Minister that the official languages isn't just about saying bonjour and hello? The Air Canada Public Participation Act, which has been in force for over 25 years, requires Air Canada to meet its obligations under the Official Languages Act. The government says that it wants to crack down on crime, but it does nothing to encourage our major airline to follow and to comply with the law. I also want to take this opportunity to mention that, as critic for the Francophonie, I often meet with groups, and they are very discouraged. The declining vitality of French in our minority communities is very alarming. The proportion of Francophones has been decreasing over the past 30 years, and we already know that the government will not meet its targets, despite the roadmap and the investments that have been made. The minister should coordinate the implementation of agreements and commitments for all federal institutions. Under the Official Languages Act, the minister is required to encourage coordination at the federal level, promote the vitality of minority groups, both English and French, promote the recognition and the use of French and English in Canadian society. But it seems that the minister is not showing any leadership. As I already mentioned, we are allowing the government full sway when it comes to protecting our language, French. But it does not have the use of both official languages as a priority. For example, in the most recent budget, there is no mention of the Francophonie, of official languages, or other official languages aspects. The conservative government has even slashed funding for many community groups, and therefore Francophones are having a harder time. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Our government is committed to protecting and promoting Canada's official languages. French and English are both integral parts of Canada's culture, and the defence of the cultural richness that we derive from our bilingual nature is a priority of first order. Air Canada's passengers, our employers and employers are no exception. Since its privatization in 1989, Air Canada has retained the official languages obligation it had as a Crown Corporation by the way of Air Canada Public Participation Act. The Air Canada Public Participation Act not only requires the carrier to provide communication and services to the public in both official languages, but also to maintain a bilingual working environment. The company is also subject to provisions that guarantee equal opportunities for employment and advancement to ensure a workforce that reflects the linguistic composition of the Canadian population to the greatest extent possible. Finally, Air Canada must make efforts to support and assist the development of official languages minority communities and promote bilingualism. The Commissioner of Official Languages plays an essential role in supporting our bilingualism, and this is also the case where Air Canada is concerned. If an Air Canada employee feels that he or she is unable to work in their language of choice, there are mechanisms in place that are available to allow for an investigation of this. In brief, employees or passengers of Air Canada can address their concerns to the Official Languages Commissioner, who is specifically mandated to examine these complaints. Of course, Air Canada employees can also opt to raise such issues with their employer with a view of arriving at a solution. The Commissioner is authorized to investigate complaints made against the carrier. Furthermore, the complainant can take this issue to court as well. My colleague has referred to a specific incident involving the use of particular equipment. I cannot comment on this particular case, but I would like to underscore that this is precisely the sort of issue where the existing mechanisms should be engaged to appropriately address the overall issue. Once again, all complaints related to official languages can be heard by the Commissioner of Official Languages, and there is a mechanism in place for the investigation of these complaints. Our government remains firmly committed to the defence and promotion of bilingualism in Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chalabourg-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, there should be minimum criteria to have Air Canada respect the laws. I'm addressing this House as a guardian of the French language in Canada. I need to talk about the cuts to Radio-Canada that will bring about the elimination of 100 positions in their French language services. I must talk about the budget that has been voted by this Parliament with regard to French language skills. The budget hasn't been spent, and yet the communities desperately need this money. Also, let's look at the delays in the many programs of the roadmap for Canada's linguistic duality between 2013 and 2018. Can the minister tell us whether she will stop flouting the Official Languages Act? Will she consult and adequately finance minority community organizations? And will she act adequately in order to maintain the equal status of our two official languages? In closing, will the minister ensure that the law is respected by Air Canada and force this company to use French as it is supposed to be used? Thank you.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to reaffirm before this House the government's commitment to protect and promote bilingualism in Canada. Under the Air Canada Public Participation Act, Air Canada has an obligation to serve customers in the official language of their choice. We expect Air Canada to be compliant with this Act. This Act provides for a mechanism which allows anyone wishing to put forward a complaint regarding official languages to do so to the Commissioner. The Commissioner will undertake an investigation and take the appropriate measures to follow up on all of these complaints. Mr. Speaker, our government has maintained an unprecedented and indisputable support for official languages in Canada. We expect Air Canada to continue to take the necessary measures to provide the required bilingual services and maintain its ability to respond to its obligations under the Official Languages Act for passengers and for employees. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On December 8th, I asked the Minister of Public Safety to explain to the House why it was that individuals reportedly operating with ISIL in Syria and Iraq, known to the authorities in Canada, were not detained. The Minister informed the Public Safety Committee on October the 8th that the government was aware of some 80 individuals that had returned to Canada and that they had violated Canadian law. Well, Mr. Speaker, quite simply, why weren't they arrested if they'd violated Canadian law? The Minister has yet to explain why those individuals were not detained. In the wake of the October attacks in Quebec and Ottawa, prior to the passage of any new anti-terror legislation, authorities have in fact detained and arrested a number of individuals. Again, the new anti-terrorism legislation had not been brought into effect, demonstrating that existing laws could have been used, should have been used, and were finally used. What is required is a government that is both consistent as to what it can achieve through legislation in place and what challenges require new legislation. The responsibility of any government, Mr. Speaker, is the protection of its citizens. The concern which has been raised is that an effort to compensate for the rather slow response to the growing terrorist threat, to the failure to develop with communities effective de-radicalization programs, is instead we have a government that is prepared to implement measures that now clearly could be found unconstitutional. Empowering CSIS to be able to, through a warrant, to violate the rights of Canadians in an effort to respond to the terrorist threat is not something that should be reassuring to Canadians. A failure to use the law as it stands is not justification for bringing forward laws which could be found illegal. What I called for in December, and the Liberal Party has been calling for since before the incidents last October, is a government that can demonstrate that the safety of Canadians is first and foremost, and that measures to increase that security will be brought forward in a manner consistent with our fundamental values. I would therefore ask the government that if the police are to make arrests that will in fact result in convictions, why has this government brought forward legislation that will likely be overturned by the courts And therefore, because it's poorly designed legislation and could be in violation of the Charter, therefore, if that happens, Mr. Speaker, those arrests would be thrown out by the courts. And so the government has not been cautious in terms of its development of the legislation and could, in fact, jeopardize the ability to detain those individuals because they've failed to ensure that this new legislation is Charter compliant. My original question still stands. Why has the government not used the existing laws to arrest and detain potential terrorists?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Employment and Social Development.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's not the government that arrests people. It's actually our security forces and the RCMP that arrest people and implement the legislation put forward in this House. Our Conservative government is very concerned about the threats posed by individuals involved in terrorist activities abroad. We are concerned because the international jihadi movement has declared war on Canada and like-minded countries. While recent events have raised the profile of the threat of terrorism and radicalization to violence, our government has been actively engaged with this issue and developing measures to combat the threat of jihadi terrorists for some time now. Unfortunately, the opposition parties have been able to support anything when it comes to protecting Canadians. There is good reason for concern with the number of suspected travellers and approximately 80 returnees, as noted in the 2014 public report on the terrorist threat to Canada. Now, let me state that we take all threats to the security of Canada and Canadians very seriously. And that's where we are moving forward with Bill C-51 and the crucial provisions contained in it to protect our national security. Now, while I cannot comment on active investigations, I can assure the member from Malpeque that our national law enforcement and security agencies are working diligently to investigate suspected high-risk travellers and bring the full weight of Canadian law to bear against those people who violate us. The RCMP is actively engaged in investigations on numerous high-risk travellers, placing a priority on those who pose the most significant threat to Canadians and Canada's interests at home or abroad. Now, while the member believes politicians should be meddling with our national security agencies, we believe in the work our agencies are doing, and we are committed to providing them the tools they need to accomplish their task. In addition to the efforts to detect and deny terrorist activity, our government is making efforts to work with communities to prevent individuals from being radicalized to violence in the first place. Early engagement with individuals at risk is the key to the preventative approach. Such efforts are most effective when it's shared with other levels of government and a shared initiative between governments. Police, communities, all these people involved together, aiming at young people at the stopping of violent extremist activity. We are taking this approach under the government's counterterrorism strategy by working with and supporting communities, especially young people, to develop critical thinking and effective counter-messaging to the kind of ideological messaging that we saw in the many disgusting videos that ISIL has released of violent beheadings, amongst other things. Success requires the support and participation from all levels of government, civil society, and most of all, local communities and individual Canadians, families, and community groups, which are the foundation of a safe and resilient country. Everyone must play their part in keeping our communities safe. Terrorism is a serious crime with harsh penalties that warrants a thorough investigative response. However, such investigations are also extremely challenging, time-consuming, and resource-intensive. Despite these challenges, the RCMP has had significant successes. However, we must ensure that as the threat of terrorism evolves, our laws and tools provided to our national security agencies evolve with it. And that is just what the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015 will do, Mr. Speaker. We are committed to doing everything in our power to prevent Canadians from either becoming victim or perpetrators of terrorism-related activities. The Combating Terrorism Act, which came into force in May of 2013, makes leaving or attempting to leave Canada for terrorist purposes a criminal offence. The Act gives our national security agencies the powers to investigate and prosecute terrorist travel planning and to stop potential extremist travellers before they leave our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Malpeque.
Therein lies the problem, Mr. Speaker. The the parliamentary secretary did mention that the 2014 Anti-Terrorism Act, passed in May, gave certain authorities to deal with the terrorism element. Section 10 of that act, under 4 sections under it actually, gives the government the ability, or the police, the ability to arrest and detain. The problem is that the government failed to ensure and to push to ensure that those sections of the Act were in fact utilized by the police authorities under their jurisdiction. Government has a responsibility, yes, to develop laws, Mr. Speaker. But part of the problem for this government is that when they develop a law, they are overly reckless. We have seen them several times with laws turned back by the Supreme Court. And without ensuring that Bill C-51 is charter compliant, like they should have done, that could happen again. That's our worry. Yes, we need to deal with the terrorist element. We agree with that. But the government has to have a responsibility to ensure that the laws are charter compliant.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Act gives our national security agencies powers to investigate and prosecute terrorist travel planning to stop potential extremist travelers before they leave our country. I also encourage the Liberals to reread Part 2 of the Anti-Terrorism Act 2015, which expands the Passenger Protect program. Currently, only an immediate threat to aircraft itself would be no boarded. C-51 would expand this to include those using aircraft to travel abroad and commit terrorist attacks. Unfortunately, the member couldn't bring himself to vote in favor of Part 2 of the Bill C-51 at committee. I would encourage him to reread the section and fully get on board with this important legislation to combat the current threat of jihadi terrorists to Canadians. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted, and the House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.